Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. One of my favorite events, if not my favorite, on the Scrabble calendar each year. We've got about 100 of the best youth players in North America competing for the prize of North American School Scrabble Champion. My name is Will Anderson, and I am joined by 9-time School Scrabble competitor and elite expert player in North America, Chloe Fatsis. Chloe, welcome and thanks for joining me today.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Will. I'm so excited to be here.
Yeah, it is. It is an amazing event. We are here in the beautiful Planet Word Museum. Couldn't imagine a better location to have an event like the School Scrabble Championship. Planet Word, of course, a museum dedicated to all things language and immersive language experience, located at the historic Franklin School in the heart of Washington, D.C. Planet Word, the museum where language comes to life. I've just been looking around at all the exhibits here. It is a beautiful location for this tournament.
Yeah, there could not be a better location. It's perfect.
Yeah, it's amazing. The kids are upstairs, ready to rock. There is a lot of energy, just one level up in the museum from where we are here in the Commentators booth. Fantastic energy here, and we can preview our first round matchup right now. Coming to you from the high school division. Just a quick bookkeeping note here. We've got two divisions, high schoolers playing as singletons, and of course, the middle schoolers playing in pairs. We're going to be sticking with the high schoolers for the first two rounds of the tournament. And we have a matchup here between Maddie Lee Nguyen and Luther Kivira. Chloe, what do we know about these two players?
Yeah, they're both veterans of the School Scrabble program. Maddie is a senior in high school and she's in 12th grade, and I think she's been competing for many years. Luther in 10th grade is from Washington, D.C., goes to Jackson Reed High School. Maddie from Philadelphia. And Luther, also a veteran of School Scrabble, competed in the middle school division when he was in middle school and is now playing solo in the high school division.
Yeah, two players that we've seen before for sure. And our matchup preview is brought to you by our very generous sponsor, that is Hasbro Games. None of this event would be possible without the generous support of Hasbro Games. Thank you so much to Hasbro for your support. So we can now cut to the game. Let's get started. Let's kick off the School Scrabble Championship and play some Scrabble here. I'm thinking that it's going to be Maddie with the first move as the handshake is exchanged. What are the players thinking right now, Chloe, as a veteran of this event? The nerves have to be pumping right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The nerves are probably maybe at their highest point of the weekend, but also the most excitement. You're sitting there. They've been giving announcements. You've been hearing lots of speeches. We had some really nice introductions earlier. And now everyone's eager to play, eager to get started, especially playing your first game on the stream is a big deal for both of these players, I'm sure. It's exciting to have people watching, so I'm sure there's like this combination of, nervousness and excitement and eagerness to get started.
Yeah, so we're going to get to work on zeroing out those standings there. That must be from a previous event. But of course, the players currently are all zeroed out, 0 and 0 plus 0, and a world of possibilities awaits for every player at this point, as everybody's hopes are alive to become the School Scrabble champion. So yeah, I think it's going to be Maddie with the first move. Impeccable drawing technique,
Yeah,
Chloe.
wow.
Yeah, you like to see that. So we are seeing you all in the YouTube chat. Welcome. If you are watching along on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, welcome in. We are so excited to have you, and you're here just in time as we are about to get underway. And there's that first blank finding its way onto Maddie's rack, Chloe.
Yeah, wow, big draw with the X and the blank. I think Maddie immediately is going to set up XI on her rack, which is the only, I believe, word without using the blank to get rid of her X. That would be a really nice play to get some points. The X is at the beginning of the game, maybe not the strongest tile, especially because on her rack she has no other words to make with it. So I like this idea of playing XI. I would also think maybe here about playing off some of the clunky tiles. She has a few other consonants like the G and the B, so something like big would also not be a bad option. But either way, I think Maddie has a few options available to her, and it looks like she has the right instinct here.
Yeah, she's going to show off that knowledge as a veteran player in School Scrabble. You're going to know those two-letter words that are so important. Very nicely done by her. I think maybe in her mind, she's hoping to be amazing for her to draw an N to complete that ing combo. Let's see what happens for her as we go over to Luther. Both players with kind of clunky opening racks, Chloe.
Yeah, seriously, a lot of consonants and yeah, consonants that don't really work nicely together on these racks. Luther is setting up hog. I think he's thinking of playing on top of xi, making the two-letter words ox and gi. I would love to see him find the word vog, V-O-G. That would show some great three-letter word knowledge, just because the V is a bit clunkier than the H. But either way, he would be scoring the same amount of points and getting rid of some of those consonants on his rack.
Yeah, VOG would really showcase that next level of word knowledge. I think most of us would know the word hog, H-O-G. That is a totally normal word and a very nice play for him here to overlap that X. I think that's the key. But again, as veteran players or even players of any stripe in Scrabble know, the V is often maligned as one of the weakest letters. So if you can manage to get that letter out while you can, that often is going to help. But I think if hog is the play, it's going to be a good one for Luther. So yeah, what could Maddie respond with? Is she's drawn decently, but I'm not sure. Those are kind of inflexible letters, Chloe.
Yeah, I think I'm imagining seeing some sort of another parallel play after if we see hog come down, which it is. She might just play on top of it with that word cob that she already has set up on her rack, making OH in box. I think that'll score really nicely and keep that blank and some vowels and the G for potentially ing words on the next turn.
Yeah, maybe an underrated additional benefit of playing Bog instead of Hog there would be to prevent no two-letter words with a V. You would not be able to make a very, very nice play as Maddie has done here. She probably, as you said, Chloe, wanted to play this word on top of the X, probably assumed it would be blocked, but fortunately for her, she gets a great new place to play the very same word. We definitely like that play for her.
Yeah, very nice find. And now Luther with some more consonants. He's going to have a hard time now because that C, you said the V makes no two-letter words. The C is the only other letter in this dictionary that does not make any two-letter words. So he's not going to be able to do anything playing on top of that C of cob. So Luther might have to look instead to hook underneath the GI that's on the board. But even if he does that, yeah, I think this exchange here is looking like the better option. There's too many consonants to keep.
Yeah, great decision by him to just quickly exchange. That isn't the most obvious choice. Of course, anytime you're playing Scrabble, which is our favorite word game, you want to play words. Playing, no word, tipping those tiles over and exchanging them never feels great to do, but that was absolutely the right decision by Luther there with all of those clunky consonants together. So he made that decision really fast and confidently, which that's very impressive to me, Chloe.
Yeah, and now Maddie has a pretty weird word on her rack, actually a bingo, the word quays with a Q-U-A-I-G-H-S. She has it set up with the blank in the middle,
yeah.
But that would be an amazing find. I think that no one would fault Maddie for not knowing that word. That's a weird one for sure. Otherwise, she might have a hard time getting rid of the Q on this board, which is probably what she's thinking is her priority here. I think Maddie is a veteran player and knows that Q is kind of preventing her from bingoing, especially on this closed off board. The problem is that there's just not really anywhere to play it.
Yeah, just look at how constricted the board is. You mentioned it about the C earlier, Chloe. There are no two-letter words containing a C in this lexicon, or really any lexicon. But yeah, overlapping that C is going to be next to it's not possible. So that's all constricted. Box doesn't take an S hook. It only takes a Y, which neither player has. So this is a very, very constricted board where there's almost no place to play productively. So this is a tough one for Maddie to see. What is she going to do? She's got that G. Maybe she'll consider playing something with gig. That could be reasonable. The trickier option, Chloe, would be if you somehow knew that hog actually takes another G as a hook. It looks like she exchanged tiles instead.
Okay, so she keeps the Q. with the U, sometimes that is not a bad option. The U is the only tile you really want to have with the Q. So I think it's an interesting idea to keep that and maybe get some big Q play later on.
Yeah, I think her thinking there was I've got QU, that's a nice combination, and I've got ING with that blank. I'll keep that too and see what I can come up with. So that makes sense. You've got two little nuclei of a good leave in there. So I understand why Maddie made that choice. But meanwhile, what a nice play by Luther.
I know, wow, finding a way to make something happen on this board where otherwise there were really few options. It's hard to find a word ending with a C. It usually starts a word or maybe somewhere in the middle, but rarely ending. So finding the word vac is a really nice play, cleaning up his rack and keeping the amazing leave of A, D, E, S, and T. Those letters Luther seems to know are likely to maybe get him a bingo or close to a bingo, and keeping that S to hook at the back of hog, he'll be able to make hogs and play any 7-letter word that he draws down there. So that's some really great insight by Luther there.
Yeah, very impressive. He played that very fast as well. And in this case, I think that was definitely his best option, holding the two A's. He's gotten rid of one of those and getting rid of that V. And as you said, Chloe, keeping a dynamite leave, just in case you're curious about that term. Leave we refer to as the letters that are left over after your play. So Luther had really, really nice letters left over. We call that his leave. And I thought for a second, Chloe, that Maddie might be getting set to burn her blank and maybe play quiver through that V. She had it set up, and maybe now she's returning to that option.
Oh, wow, interesting. Yeah, it's a tough board for the Q here. There's really nowhere to play the word that Scrabble players love, the most commonly word played in Scrabble of QI. Nowhere to play that on this board. And really, the only other Q play that I see would be QUA to the A of VAC, not scoring very many points at all, only 12. So Quiver scores a lot more than that. I think keeping the blank here would be a nice idea for Maddie, just because the blank is such a valuable tile. But because this play scores a lot of points, a lot more points than any other option, I can totally see why that's a tempting option.
Yeah, you have to consider also that blank. We often want to use that as often as possible for playing bingos, but also for Maddie, she is probably thinking, man, I have this cue. I really just need to get this off of my rack with a good score. The crazy thing about this, Chloe, is that there is now hook madness on this
Yes.
board.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if either player knows that you can put an in front of the word quiver, making a quiver. If Luther knows that, he has two A's on his rack, and he'll be able to hit one of those triple word scores for a lot of points. Even if he doesn't know that word, he does have an S, and I'm pretty sure he'll know that quiver takes an S at the back to make quivers, and he can still reach another triple word score there in the middle of the board, scoring a lot of points on this board.
Yeah, for sure. So another crazy thing about this, which is not relevant here, if either player had a Y, that would potentially generate a humongous number of points with the quivery hook, but I don't think that is going to come into play. I totally agree with you, Chloe. We're going to see almost certainly one of those hooks get used here, and if not, the crazy thing is that we're going to see Maddie do something with it if Luther doesn't. So this could be a huge swing. Luther decides to get away from that idea and play his letters somewhere else, I definitely think Maddie is going to use her own S that she's just drawn with something great to the triple.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he wants to do with this DA that he's picking up. I'm pretty sure he sees this AERST combination, which is so good for bingoing, but it does not look like he's going to use the quiver spot, which I believe Maddie will see this great play of zigs, probably going and making quivers for a ton of points. And Luther keeping a nice bingo friendly leave on his own rack, so maybe he'll be able to draw something for next turn.
Yeah, one of the best leaves that you can get without having a blank involved, AERTS. That is going to become a 7-letter bingo a huge percentage of the time. And I guess the nice thing about Luther's play of Da and Gid is that, oh, okay, so now he's got some stuff, roaster at a minimum on the rack that is going to fit in a couple different places. So yeah, we could be seeing our first bingo of the School Scrabble Championship this year.
Yeah, it looks like Luther is shuffling his tiles, so he might see something close to roaster, and that'll put his word or his, I guess, bingo finding abilities to the test. And now Maddie is not playing zigs; she is playing ix. Um, so
Yeah, that's interesting. So not keeping that Z, which makes some sense to try to do something good with it later on. Maybe sacrificing a couple of points in the process to do that. But this is a tremendous score here for Maddie, getting all those points for quiver and then hitting the triple with a C and a K, 5 point tile, Chloe.
yeah, that's huge. And keeping that Z, the Z is such a good tile for scoring on this board, so I totally understand that instinct to want to hold on to the Z for future scoring on later turns. So really nice of her to find that quiver's hook and to use it for some big scoring.
Yeah, and I saw Luther, the first thing he did with those tiles was he arranged them to indicate that he saw rotaries. He's going back to that now.
Wow.
So even if he does not see roaster, which again, he's got that S, your brain wants the S to be the last letter in the word, and it happens to not be the last letter in the word roaster. So when you can see he has the S set off to the side, it's a lot easier to consider it as that last letter. So he's continuing to look for a 7-letter word, but I'm pretty sure, Chloe, that he has seen rotaries as a possibility.
Yeah, that's a huge find. It's not easy to find an 8-letter word. You have to look at the letters on your rack and imagine there being an extra letter out there on the board. He saw that even before the I was on the board, that possibility. So now that would be an amazing find and an amazing play, our first bingo of the tournament potentially. But I hope Luther keeps looking a bit. I'm sure he knows the word roaster. And that would score a few more points. So that would be a really nice find as well.
Yeah, I think my hunch is that he's going to play a bingo here. Oh, he just had his tile set to play Roariest, which is a reasonable looking word, but we hope we don't see that one go down here, as that would not be valid here. A couple of you in the YouTube chat pointing out creators also possible from the C of X. That would technically be the highest scoring play. You might balk a little bit about putting that S in the triple lane. So let's just test this out now. I can actually show you what we mean. So creators on the board would put an S right here. Oh, that is one of the worst S's I've ever drawn. Anyway, right in this spot. So the triple would be wide open. And he has found roaster, wow. Chloe. Very nice.
Very nice find. Yeah, the only 7-letter word on that rack, but he is making a phony 3-letter word, DAT, not valid. So we'll see if Maddie spots that. He could have just let it one more down and made DAS. So let's see if Maddie finds that phony.
Yeah, I have to admit, I've seen that word be played many times. It really looks like it should be a valid word, DAT. There's just something about it that looks really word-like. So this is a big swing. It doesn't look like Maddie has thought twice about that word. So Luther, again, as you said, Chloe, could have shifted the word down, would have been a valid play. He's going to get away with it here, and it is going to be our first bingo of the championship this year.
Yeah, and actually thinking if these players are younger, that might be like an online sort of word, a shortening of that. I've seen true dat as a phrase spelled out online, so it makes sense that Maddie might not think twice about it. It looks like it very well could be a word in the dictionary.
Yeah.
And Maddie coming back really quickly with this nice play of cuz, getting rid of her U and her Z, scoring 34 points. I really like that idea.
That was a great play. Very fast play to come down for Maddie. She put that Z on the triple letter score, which is exactly what you want to do with the 10-point Z. And she got rid of the U, which is the weakest tile on her rack there. We love it. I think that's a fantastic play, coming down very fast. So she's still, you can see, look at that, Luther with the first bingo of the game, but Maddie doing a fantastic job of scoring. She's the one with the 50-point lead, Chloe.
Yeah, that's very impressive. And now Luther coming back quickly with a parallel play next to the E and R of Roaster, making Wed, scoring some decent points. I would have liked to see him take a little longer there to maybe look for options from that S of Roaster going all the way to the triple. There were some words maybe like snowed that were available, but this is still a really nice play, getting some points and staying within like a sort of 30-point range of Maddie's score, so keeping the game close.
Yeah, he's definitely still close. He's going to hope for some consonants. It looks like he's drawn a couple to keep his tiles well balanced. And an interesting situation here for Maddie. She has door set up on the rack. It looks like maybe she would consider playing parallel to Wed again, which that would set up her S in a very aggressive way. Let me try to illustrate this successfully this time. So door right here, hopefully that's appearing in the correct spot. She would have an S on her rack left over, and she would be setting it up in an extremely powerful way. So yeah, let's see if she has the guts to do that. Of course, Chloe, it's scary because you don't know. Your opponent could also have an S.
Yeah, it's super scary. I think that would be a really smart play, especially because there have already been 2 S's played in this game. So that means that there's only one more in the bag in addition to the blank tile that's remaining in the bag. It looks like Maddie may just be going with DO, a simpler and safer option. And still setting up, there's still places for her S on the board. She could now do reds or weds. So there's still that GIDS hook as well. So it's not like there's nowhere for this S to go.
Yeah, I think that is a much safer and more logical play for her just to avoid that worst case scenario. She's the one with the lead. There's no need to sort of open up so aggressively. And let's see, it looks like redo and piano coming down. Nice hook knowledge there to put the O onto red. I wouldn't say that's the easiest hook to spot, Chloe.
Yeah, no, not at all. I was wondering if he would be finding some sort of play hooking red to redo, and he has. This play of piano is nice. It gets rid of one of those duplicate eyes that he has on his rack, which is great because you don't really like to have 2 of any tile in Scrabble, but eyes in particular can get pretty clunky if you have more than one of them. This play does set up a big scoring spot on that triple word score. There where he's put the I next to a double letter score. So Maddie could potentially make a play going all the way to the triple word. Luckily for Luther, her rack is not too conducive to super high scoring plays in that spot.
Yeah, the I in that spot, like you say, Chloe, a little dangerous, but if you make a play like piano, as Luther has, and you get just that little bit of good fortune that your opponent doesn't really have a super high scoring tile, it's really not that dangerous. There's not a ton that Maddie can do to hit that nice open triple through the eye of piano. That's going to do a ton of damage, and a lot is going to hinge on this draw. Oh, it looks like another W for Luther, which is not what you want for playing bingos, but maybe it'll pair well with the H on his rack. So if I'm Maddie, Chloe, I'm definitely wanting to cover up that new spot somehow.
Yeah, totally. I see one person has pointed out in chat the option of Gert. She also just might look to play parallel to piano somehow, making OP and putting something next to the I as well. She set up Git on her rack. I'm wondering where she's thinking of playing that, or if she's potentially putting that to the right of piano. That would be a pretty bold move because that would put IT right next to the triple word.
So Git, you're noting maybe right here.
Yeah, unless there's a better spot on
setting up your S in an extremely aggressive manner. I think in that case, Luther might still be very happy to see a play like that.
Yeah.
He would maybe just play through the T of Git and play something like with for a very, very high score. So this is a tricky situation. I'm actually really not sure, as you mentioned, pointed out in the chat, Gert, that seems as good as anything. Of course, maybe you could see something like gigs be played if you aren't 100% sure of Gert being a valid word. So this is not an easy decision for Maddie, and I'm curious where she's going to go with this.
Yeah, I guess maybe more likely than Git next to piano would be Git underneath quivers if she's still thinking about making QI, because then she would get the points from that Q.
That makes sense.
But yeah, there's so many. She has a lot of options on this turn. And it's on these turns where there's nothing super amazing standing out to you. It can be kind of tough to evaluate, like, what am I supposed to be doing here? What are my goals? Um, and how am I going to find like a decently scoring play that still keeps my S and some other letters that I know I should be keeping here?
Yeah, just while Maddie thinks about this move, it seems like she is a true Renaissance woman here. Look, she's got an incredible amount of other hobbies than Scrabble, Chloe.
Yeah, I mean, Maddie is a badminton player. She also sings, plays guitar and electric bass, and has been playing Scrabble for more than 5 years. So she is not just a Scrabble veteran and aficionado, but experienced in many different fields. And what just happened?
Yeah, it looks like she might have opted to exchange
Yeah.
tiles there instead of playing something. So she couldn't, as we mentioned, this is a really tough turn to try to identify a good play that feels good to make. So ultimately, you always have that option. If you don't see a play that you like, yeah, you can opt to exchange. And Luther very quickly using that opportunity to play through that open I with his H. He did have the potential to play his W there as well with something like with. But this is going to be really nice. Keeping that W might actually save him on his turn now because he has a nice scoring tile to work with.
Yeah, and Maddie's exchange worked out very well for her. She drew an E, which is going to really help her, and she actually has a rack with a whole bunch of bingos on it. Um, and I'm wondering which of these she might see. There's words like triages or stagier, which she has set up here, and a few more. It seems like Maddie does study a bit, that's what she told us before the game, and she has some favorite words from studying that she knows. So I'm wondering if she's seen this rack before and if she knows any of the words that end in an S that might fit on the board.
Yeah, it's interesting that she's found the one word, or maybe there are a couple others, but one of the words on her set of tiles there that actually isn't that useful to see because there's no flexible way to start a 7 letter word with an S. She's going to have to try to come up with one of those that end in an S. And oh, is she about to see? I thought she might be going for triages here. She's still working on it. This would be a big swing if she can find a bingo here.
Yeah, that would be huge. It looks like she's finding this word steering, which is actually not acceptable.
Hmm.
So I'm wondering how Luther will respond to this. It's nice of her to look through that N and find the ing um, back suffix to make a word. Unfortunately, this one is just not in the dictionary. So let's see how Luther responds.
Yeah, this is a big one. She's going for it. Maybe, I think as you said, she's known for having pretty solid dictionary knowledge. And we're going to see what is Luther going to do. It doesn't look like he is thinking about challenging this yet, Chloe.
No, maybe not. Yeah, it's really hard to, especially on stream, with decisions like challenging a play. You don't want to get that sort of thing wrong. In the high school division, we are playing with the double challenge rule. So if Luther challenged this play and it came back valid, he would lose his turn. Later on, we'll be seeing the elementary division where they're playing a different rule. But here, yeah, that's a big decision, and it looks like he did not question it. It looks like some common words. Steering is a word with an E, 2 E's. So that's a nice play by Maddie to get away with a phony there, just like Luther did earlier.
Yeah, that is a huge swing. And, as some of you are pointing out in the chat, this word is acceptable in the International Dictionary. So at least in some dictionary, it is actually an acceptable word. That's a testament to the fact that it looks like a word. It has, something word-like to it and resembles other words, as you mentioned. So I think it makes sense that, you have to remember challenging the word or any word that you're not 1,000% sure is invalid is very risky. You lose your turn in the high school level, again, as you mentioned a moment ago, Chloe. So it's scary to challenge a word. Luther opting to let it stay on. That could be a big swing in the game. Let's see what he opts to do here.
I'm seeing a 2-letter word that I don't think is a word here. SE. That one Maddie might notice.
Yeah, this could be a big one. This makes sense to try to parallel there. That is a good instinct by Luther to try to use that triple in the corner. It gets a lot of points if you can come up with an overlap. But I'm really curious to see, is Maddie going to notice this one? I feel like she definitely knows her twos pretty well.
But Luther is drawing, and I did see them writing things on their rack, so maybe this one is also gonna get by.
Yeah, so this is just a testament to it's tough. A lot of the ways to play Scrabble involve you put your word on the board, and if it's online, for example, you can play such that it tells you that the word is good or bad. So playing over the physical board introduces that extra burden of I have to check what my opponent is playing, and I have to be confident enough to make that challenge. And it's tough. There's no question. It is a little surprising to see this many words of this nature be played, but at the same time, it's not something that's unfamiliar for us.
Yeah, and being on stream, there are nerves. It's the national championship. Sometimes there's just a lot to keep track of in a game of Scrabble, and things can slip by you. Maddie now with the J on her rack, she set up the word Jane, which I'm not sure if there's a place on the board for, but there are some decent plays with her J. I'm seeing the word juror through the U of quivers, so that would require Maddie to look back at this part of the board that we've been kind of ignoring for a while. There's not a lot going on over there with the QU, but on this turn, that U would be pretty useful to her to get rid of her J and some other tiles on her rack as well.
Yeah, that would be great to look through that U. That's definitely it's the board is starting to be kind of tough as far as scoring spots. That triple that Luther just played Ween on was definitely the standout spot to get a lot of points by playing an overlap. So we'll see if Chloe. We'll see if Maddie can work her way back over to the U of quivers and think about a word like juror, which looks really nice. But either way, I definitely agree. She's going to be looking at that J. How can I score well with this tile? And after all the flurry of activity in this game, I guess this would be really impressive if she plays Joe alongside Ween, making three-letter hooks of os and the Greek letter eta. That would be an incredible play if she makes that one.
Yeah, that would be really great. I wouldn't be surprised seeing it there. I wouldn't be surprised seeing it there or making RE next to roaster. Either of those would be a spot on that side of the board that we've been paying attention to. But yeah, finding those three letter words would be really nice. And a good way to score some points with that J.
Yeah, JOE and RE. If I just can show you, that's going to go right here. If that's up, she's gone a different direction here. Just AN, maybe trying to get some points with that Z. So putting the A under there does get you that extra 10. This creates a whole bunch of hooks, some of which are obvious, like the D for and, a lot of which are not obvious. And we're going to see what the players know if they play there at all.
Yeah, that is setting up a whole bunch of options on this board. I imagine Luther is immediately going to be looking right over there. I would love to see Luther actually look at the Q. If he sees that he has a U, he could maybe find some plays through that Q, like peak, PIQUE, I believe he has. But either way, now that there's this big threat on the board of, just a ton of hooks open, I imagine that's a really tempting spot to look at. What is he seeing? Oh, he found a 5-letter word that I also don't believe to be valid. Puli.
Yeah.
It would be good without the E at the end of it, but let's see what Maddie thinks about this one.
Yeah, this is right. As you said, Chloe, lop off that E, and this is a valid word. With the E on there, it is another one that's not in our official dictionary, but this would be a really tough one to challenge.
They are challenged. Okay, so our first challenge of the game.
Nice. So Maddie deciding to challenge, and this is going to be a correct decision on her part. Let's see if we can go to the challenge computer, Chloe.
Yeah, this challenge brought to us by Merriam-Webster, the creator of the official Scrabble Players Dictionary that we are playing with in this tournament. And as we see, Puli is not acceptable, so Luther is going to have to take back those tiles, and it is Maddie's turn now.
Yeah, huge swing. You can see Luther's tiles with the duplicated I's and a U and 5 vowels to 2 consonants. He certainly would have liked to move on from that rack and draw a bunch of consonants on his next turn. Instead, he's going to be faced with those same difficult tiles on his next turn after taking a 0 on this one. So that was a big swing, and let's see what Maddie can do to capitalize. If she thinks of it, that juror play is still available.
Yeah, another great option for her. Um, yeah, she's finding this nice word Raj, R-A-J. I was gonna say she could use that spot that she set up earlier to potentially get something down to the double word by hooking a letter after A-N and playing down vertically. But this is a really nice play as well, demonstrating her knowledge of the three-letter words, keeping her S, her E. So nice play by Maddie.
Yeah, that is not beginner level play. I don't think that many of us know the word Raj necessarily to be a valid word, but that is the sign of a veteran Scrabble player, which she is. Three-letter word ending with the letter J, really useful one to know. Comes in handy, and it's come in really handy for her there. And it should be mentioned too that she kept a pretty good leave there. I think it was ORRES, and she drew FN to it, which isn't ideal, but she easily could have drawn
Did he exchange?
Yeah, it looks like Luther quickly exchanged, although his clock is still running, so I think there's a lot of action going on here. Pretty sure Luther exchanged, and maybe
Maddie just played.
Maddie played 4 through the U of quivers, which that looks like another very solid play, Chloe.
Yeah, that's a really nice play. Maddie did a few things right there. She got rid of her R, which she had 2 of for a few turns. Like I said earlier, having 2 of any tile isn't great, and R's are another one that are pretty hard to deal with when you have 2 of them. In addition, she played her F, the clunkiest tile, that also helped her get a few more points, the clunkiest tile on her rack, I should say, and helped her get some more points. So I like this play.
Yeah, that looked really solid. And if she had drawn maybe one more vowel to the, ERNS leave after 4, she could be looking at playing a bingo. You can see on this board there are actually a couple nice spots to play a bingo ending in an S. So if she were to draw one, it's pretty much a lock that she would be able to play it on her next turn. So she is knocking on the door of getting the first win of the live stream here at the School Scrabble Championship.
Yeah, and what is Luther going to do now? I would have loved to see what he kept on that exchange because it looks like he has a lot of similar tiles to earlier. Either way, he is once again going to have to deal with this U and the I on his rack, which he has 2 of. Yeah, what are you thinking, Will?
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, this is a similar rack. It seems like he exchanged on his previous turn and drew very similar letters to what he exchanged. So, yeah, he's got another one of these sets of tiles that will be very difficult to use productively. I guess the thing that I'd be thinking about if I were in his shoes is I feel like my pathway back into this game would be getting S's and blanks. I would love to get that last S of the 4, and I would love to get that second blank. So if I could somehow find a way to use a lot of tiles, I would love to do that. Instead, he's going to make a play. At the minimum, you want to use one of your 2 I's for sure, and he's found a way to do that. I'm sure he's hoping that he draws just right. Maybe he can get that S or blank. Turns out, he's got neither one there, unfortunately, Chloe.
Yeah, that's too bad. Maddie, on the other hand, does have a bingo on her rack. It would be a tough one to find. It's a strange combination of letters and maybe not a word she's familiar with. Pilsner, and it would actually fit on this board, making weds and DON in that spot where Will was showing the S hook earlier for wed. I don't think anyone would fault Maddie for not finding that play. And I think Maddie has the right instinct here of knowing that she has to get rid of a few consonants to keep a more balanced leave and potentially draw a bingo next turn.
Yeah, I like this choice by her to keep that. Well, I guess she hasn't made the choice yet. I thought she was maybe considering playing PR somewhere. It would be great if she could keep both the I and the E. there she is. She's just played off a P. So the nice thing about this is you can see, look at the unseen tiles right here in the upper corner. This is always from the perspective of the player whose turn it is. If she decides to play that P, which she now has, you can see the clock back to Luther, and she drew a Y instead. So she had great chances, Chloe, of drawing the bingo there.
Yeah, a really nice play. And she actually had on her rack set up R and then a space and lines where that E would have fit in perfectly had she drawn it. Unfortunately, when you play off one tile and you're fishing or you're trying to draw a tile, sometimes that doesn't work out. And that has happened here. She drew the Y. Both players now dealing with those Ys.
Looks like she wants to play Slytherin from Harry Potter.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
I don't know if that's valid, but that is a great find by her to see Slytherin as a possible play. It looks like Luther is going to play Yi alongside 4. This actually looks like a pretty solid play, Chloe.
Yeah, I like that. It scores pretty well. Luther showing off some knowledge of 2-letter words. And making a play that hits a double word score going both ways. So he gets the 10 points for Yi and the 10 points for F for a total of 20 points, which is a nice way to sort of use the board to your advantage.
Yeah, it's not that easy as well unless you have exactly the right letters. You would need an A or an O to play alongside that Y. I guess also the B would get that done. But given that Quivers is right there, it's not that easy to play parallel to this spot, right? So Luther making a nice triple lane to play in, but without the right letters, it's actually not that easy to play there. So I guess it's my concern for Maddie is that she is so close to a bingo, which is 100% true. But if she continues to play very low scoring plays in search of that next bingo, you're kind of letting Luther back into the game. She has to remember that she's up by enough that she doesn't really need another bingo to win this game. She kind of just needs to keep the scoring pressure on.
Yeah, exactly. And it can be really easy to kind of get trapped in that cycle of playing off one letter or 2 letters and trying to draw that bingo, and you keep missing and you keep missing the bingo. And all of a sudden, your lead is down to much less than what it was at the start. So I wouldn't be surprised if Maddie fishes again here, playing off that Y, but and that would be, totally understandable. But I wonder if there's any other options that she should consider as well. Okay, so she's playing the N instead, keeping the Y. The Y also would have gone in that spot, making YEW.
Ah, yes.
Which would have been a cool play. But either way, she's adding a few more points and keeping pretty decent tiles. Back to Luther, who played very quickly again. I think he exchanged the U. Luther knows that he exchanged EEU, and he knows that he needs that bingo now. He sees he's down, 86 points and needs that bingo to get back in the game. And to make that happen, he will need an S.
Yeah, it would be great to get that S. We can see that Maddie has it, but he's not hopeless here. That second blank could come onto his rack, and maybe he makes that into an S. There is also a major time issue here for Maddie. She has to make sure that she's playing quickly, or she's going to start to, Chloe, what's going to happen to her score?
Yeah, so if you go under time in Scrabble, meaning you have less than 0 minutes on your clock, it goes into the negatives, and every minute you go over time, you lose 10 points. So Maddie is going to try to be playing quicker now, which it looks like she's doing. She played that word YO really quickly. And I think Luther might even be potentially playing so fast so that Maddie is as hard pressed for time as she is. Luther's making a lot of his moves really quickly, so it's pretty insightful of him to notice that Maddie is so low on time and kind of try to use that to his advantage.
Yeah, for sure. He's definitely been playing quite fast. Some of those early game moves that were quite difficult, he made very confidently. He made an exchange early in the game very confidently, which we liked. He played back extremely fast early in the game. So making those early game moves quickly, definitely paying dividends for him here as he has a big, big edge on the clock. But ultimately what matters is that scoreboard. You can see Maddie, even with the low time, she is still in fantastic position in this game. Looks like she is seeing that she could play girliest through an eye. There certainly is nothing open on this super closed board, but Gristle on the rack. If you would have to see that and know the three-letter word D-O. Oh no, dot. Yeah, dot. Yeah, sorry, I missed.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, dot. I think most of us would know. I just inverted that in my brain there. But for the time being, it's Luther's turn. He's looking hard for a bingo, but I think in his shoes, he's got to know it's very unlikely without that S or blank that anything's going to fit here.
Yeah, I would love to see Luther kind of move away from the idea of bingoing on this turn and look to score some points. He played YE last turn, and he could play his AD parallel to that play on the left side, making AY and AD, hitting the triple word score, and that would be a ton of points to get him closer to to sort of overcoming this deficit that he's at. So that would be a really nice find, because otherwise this board is quite closed, as we've been talking about for a while now.
Love that suggestion.
Yeah.
Playing AD in the upper corner, hitting that triple, as you said, that would be great. Just bide your time. Hope that Maddie doesn't have that next bingo that's going to put the game out of reach. Maybe you draw that S or second blank that gives you that hope. Love that idea for Luther. Let's see if it seems like he is absolutely locked in on finding a bingo at any cost right here. So let's see if he can pivot his thinking.
Yeah, another thing we haven't mentioned. Oh, it looks like he has found a Y. He does not see that you can put the D, making deaf.
Yeah.
It's not an obvious word. It's not one we use every day. But that would have been a great way to get a bunch of extra points on that turn.
Yeah.
Another thing worth mentioning is that we won't necessarily need the S to bingo on this board. There is a somewhat sneaky lane going down from the T of hint. If you could put an A or E there, making age or aga. And if you made an 8-letter word starting with T, there is the potential for a bingo going all the way down there. So that is something to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, that would be fantastic to see a play with one of those hooks. This is another tough turn. I mean, Maddie has been so close to a 7-letter bingo for so long. It's so tempting to feel like, gosh, I have to be missing something. She's going to go ahead and
play tigers, I think.
Just tigers. I think there is a logic to this that I can appreciate. It's so late in the game. She needs to get to that end of the game as fast as possible. Use as many tiles as you can to try to get there without a big time penalty, the way you described a moment ago, Chloe. That's probably the thinking here is let's get to the end of the game as fast as possible. Of course, what she has done in the process is open up this previously very closed board.
Yeah, now that Tigers has come down, there are a few more 7-letter bingo lanes on the board that do not require an S, which could potentially help Luther out. So you can make words ending in ED or anything really going underneath or on top of tigers, paralleling, making a few 2-letter words like ET or TE and ID. Luther is going to use the triple word score that Maddie opened up there, playing gem. And gradually his nice rack is becoming a little clunkier with those consonants like we saw at the beginning.
Yeah, for sure. So that E, there are several more that he could draw from his perspective. We can see that Maddie has a couple of them. We'll see if he regrets it. Oh, man. And you can see that B does not do anything to help all those other tiles. So Maddie quickly playing fuel on top of tigers. This does a lot to close things down that were previously open, Chloe. I like that play for her.
Yeah, that's a really nice find under extreme time pressure. You can see Maddie down to 4 seconds on her clock before she goes overtime. So that's a really nice find. And yeah, doing a lot of the things that she wants to, closing down that 7-letter lane that she opened, getting rid of the U, scoring decently. So nice find by her.
Yeah, and as we've been mentioning, just again to reiterate, if you're not familiar, if you're coming from another gaming subculture where when your clock hits zero, it's game over and you forfeit, that's not what's happening here. It's just going to start eating into her score bit by bit, 10 points for every minute over time. I know that looks kind of weird, Chloe. You have the timer there.
Yeah.
It looks like when it hits zero, that should do it for
But
you.
no, you have an extra, you have some extra time. You just have to be, cognizant that every minute you go over, you're losing 10 points. But at this, Maddie has a significant lead now where she would have to go over quite a few minutes before that really made things closer in this game. Um, and I guess we have a paused clock. I wonder if we're doing a score check or something like that. So
Yeah.
it's always good when you're playing Scrabble to make sure you have the score correct throughout the game so that you avoid getting to the end of the game and realizing that you disagree on the score. So if that's what they were doing, nice job by Ben. And now Luther to play. I think he might be playing Fib, or at least he's holding a B and an I. So I wonder if he's looking for a spot for those letters.
Yeah, maybe I thought he was maybe considering playing something on top of fuel with if, trying to hit that N for the Greek letter nu. Oh, he's just going to play off his V. Instinct there makes sense. The V is definitely the weakest letter on his rack right now, though the rest of his letters are not looking that good that I don't know if he has that much potential to draw something great here.
Yeah, and Maddie very quickly playing again. Just, at this point, you're kind of like, I just need to avoid going over by many, many minutes and get this game over with and not open up anything huge for my opponent. And back to Luther now, who, now that he's realizing his deficit, I think he's taking a bit more time on these turns, which is always good. You want to take the time to think things through.
And there at last, finally, one of the last tiles in the bag to come out is that second blank. And Maddie must be seeing that and breathing a huge, huge sigh of relief, because at this point, from her perspective, that blank could have been on Luther's rack the entire time. And maybe she was dreading that, man, if Luther had a bingo in that last situation, this could have been an incredible comeback victory for him if he had an out bingo, for example, as you said, Chloe, from the T of hint going down or from the M going across. Those could have been the undoing for Maddie.
Yeah, and a cute play for Maddie here, playing her blank and making it, I believe, a D is what that's going to be. Through that J that she played earlier that we've been talking about to make dojo.
That's a fantastic vision on her part to use that J again. That's really an impressive way to get more points than it looks like should be available on this board. So she's cruising towards another time penalty, but at this point, Luther has less than 7 tiles on his rack, no bingo possibility for him. She's fine. She's going to be wrapping up this first round win.
Yeah, very nice job to Maddie here to not, succumb to the pressure of being low on time, to keep her cool and secure this win in the first game.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, it's funny, right? You look at that clock, we were mentioning that it's not actually immediate game forfeit when it goes over time, but sometimes your mind plays tricks on you. When you see that clock getting towards zero, you kind of go haywire and your thinking starts to, go fuzzy. We've all been there in that situation when our clock is dwindling. So I would say really nice job by her to keep her cool and just get to the end of this game. Luther playing very fast. It looks like he has been dwindling his clock a little, but we're about at the end of the game here.
Yeah, Luther putting up a really good effort here. He knew that he had to bingo, and he was putting in some effort to make that happen. We talked about Maddie's hobbies and other activities earlier. We should also mention Luther is a Taekwondo and Ultimate Frisbee player in addition to Scrabble, and is also a Taekwondo instructor, and he plays the cello and piano. So he and Maddie are both extremely versatile and involve people in many different fields and extracurricular activities. So it's impressive of them to make the time for Scrabble amid all of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's really impressive. It's pretty much so common in the scene when these kids are so talented at Scrabble, but also so well-rounded. It's pretty inspiring to see. So, a great game between these two well-rounded kids. It's going to be Maddie coming out on top. So, I think the score for her after her time penalties is probably going to drop to 380, but that is still far and away enough for her to secure this win. So let's see what the players have to say about this game.
My God, yo.
It's wonderful. All right.
I was such a horrible time management.
You gotta fill out this.
No, that's elementary, middle school. We have a Google form, I think.
Oh, you have it then. You pull it up because I can't.
I don't know where the QR is. Yeah, like the form, like the QR for the form.
What do you guys think?
The QR for the form. I think it's here.
On your phone.
It's on the website. Okay.
Yeah, how are they entering the school?
That is through a QR code. The QR code is on the back of that. You'll get your
Oh,
spare
we
one.
need a new QR code.
Oh my God, that was so stressful.
All right.
It was just because I got scared. You had bingos, right? That's why I had the last S for a good while, and I was waiting to like hold it off until it was like really close to end game. That's why I put with Tigers.
Yeah. Well, we had a situation. You ended up with.
Let's try this and see if it works.
Yeah, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
Let's see. High school.
High school. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Round
Fantastic. Okay, I'll get you a spare one.
So you can hear that Maddie was saying how stressful the game was, Chloe. We were feeling a little secondhand stress on her part, but she gets to breathe a deep sigh of relief that she comes away from round one with a big win here.
Yeah, that's a huge win. And yeah, it's easy for us to sit here looking at both of their racks and know that Luther really didn't have much going on a lot of those turns. But for Maddie, knowing that the blank was in the bag, that would have been incredibly stressful for me, or really for probably any player, knowing that a blank and a potential bingo could be lurking for him to get right back into it.
Yeah, when you see that tile lurking, you just have to be on guard. As a Scrabble player, you're always thinking about what is the worst case scenario that can happen to me? How can I lose this game, which is pretty well locked down from my perspective if I'm Maddie there. She was thinking about that, feeling that stress, and again, a huge relief that she comes away with that win. Luther made several really impressive plays in that game as well. As you mentioned, his tiles kind of ran afoul at one point. You saw several phony words be played on both sides, so a lot of turning points. So it's, as we are going to do throughout this tournament, we're going to have our honor roll play of the game to determine what is being designated as our honor roll play, and let's see what it was. I actually have no idea. It's going to be Ix, Chloe.
Wow, that was a really nice play by Maddie. She took full advantage of that S hook that she had set up on the previous turn with Quiver. She scored a ton of points. How much was it? I don't remember exactly.
Looks like it was 52
52
points
That's
for that.
almost the score of a bingo with only 4 of her tiles. And not only did she get such a great score, she also kept the Z, which she went on to use a turn or two later, making Cuz for an additional 34 points, using the C that she played with Ix.
Yeah, this was a big, big play for her. Luther was the one that got the first bingo of the game, but thanks to these really high scoring plays by Maddie, she maintained her lead throughout. So this honor roll segment is brought to you by Word Game Players Organization. Very, very generous sponsor of this event. Thank you so much to Word Game Players Organization. And you can check out wordgameplayers.org for more information about clubs, tournaments, other resources related to Tournament Scrabble. So generous sponsor. Thank you so much to WGPO. So there you go. That's our honor roll play of the game. So we would normally do a standings check right about now, but it is way too early to be worried about that, Chloe. Just one game in to a pretty long event overall.
Yeah, the high school division will be playing 10 games this tournament. So after one game, even if you lose the first game, you got to shake it off. There's 9 more games ahead of you to win. So we're super early and in for a really exciting tournament.
Yeah, so we are just at the beginning here. Tons more Scrabble coming your way from beautiful Planet Word in the heart of Washington, D.C. This is the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. We will be back in just a couple of minutes with round 2.
Hey everybody, Will and Chloe back with some more Scrabble tips for you all, and we've got a crazy tip for you this time. Did you know you can actually make up words when you're playing Scrabble? Yes, it's true. So if you're playing Scrabble over a board, you don't have anybody to tell you that the word is acceptable or not. So let's walk through the different ways that that can play out. So let's say I've got these letters here and I'm saying to myself, man, I'm pretty sure that world is a word. I've used that word before. So I'm going to go ahead and play world right here in the center of the board. And I'm really hoping that Chloe doesn't think twice about this word and maybe she won't even think to challenge it.
Well, oh man, that's a lot of points. I don't want that to stay on the board. And I know that world is spelled with an H. So I'm going to say challenge, and we're going to go check in the computer to see if that's a word or not.
I couldn't get it past her. So if she hadn't challenged, this word would stay on the board, I would get my points, and the game would proceed. But because she challenges it, we go to the dictionary, I get the bad news, it's not valid, and off it comes. I get a big fat 0 for this turn. Chloe, what could I have done here?
Well, a better option for Will on that turn might have been the play of wilder, a word that I know to be a word. So let's play that and see how that situation plays out for Will. Does he know this word?
What is she playing? What is this? Wilder, wilder. This doesn't look like a word to me. Let's say I go ahead and challenge this word before I realize that it's the normal word wilder. We go to the dictionary, it comes back, it is valid, and I lose my turn this way as well. Another big fat 0 for me.
Hey everybody, we are back from our first break here at the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. We just had round one from the high school division, and we're going to go back to that same division for round two. Again, Will Anderson here, joined by Chloe Fatsis, 9-time participant in this event, one of the most illustrious players to come through the School Scrabble system. And Chloe, we have a pretty cool matchup coming our way that you know a little bit about.
Yeah, we have Milo Anderson versus Dan Kay. Both of them are from Washington, D.C. They actually go to the same high school, my alma mater, Jackson Reed High School. And Milo they've both been competing for quite a while. I think Milo comes from a Scrabble family. His brother was my school Scrabble partner way back in the day. And I'm so excited to see this matchup.
Yeah, so again, we are here at the beautiful Planet Word Museum in the heart of downtown Washington, D.C. This is an amazing place to have an event like this. It's the immersive language experience. Don't call it a museum, it's a language experience located at the historic Franklin School in downtown Washington, D.C. We thank Planet Word so much for their support of this event. It really is amazing for the kids. And you're going to see a little bit of the backdrop of the top floor of Planet Word. We can cut to that matchup preview right now between the aforementioned Milo and Dan. They are classmates in school. Again, you mentioned, you are a former, alum of this school as well. There you see it. Dan on the left, Milo on the right. And Chloe, Milo is one of the most accomplished school Scrabble players there is.
Yeah, Milo, like I said, he's been competing for a long time, and he's a multiple-time finalist of the School Scrabble Championship in the elementary and middle school division. Last year, he was the runner-up. I believe the previous year, he was also the runner-up, and potentially the year before that. Sometimes it's hard to keep the exact results straight, but multiple-time finalist and a competitor in officially rated NASPA tournaments as well with a rating of 1198. So Milo is a force to be reckoned with, but I'm sure Dan, I'm not as familiar with his game, but I'm sure he'll put up a good fight. He is in 11th grade, and yeah, I'm really excited for this game.
Yeah, should be a great one. Thank you so much as well to Hasbro Games. With that sponsorship from Hasbro, this is a huge supporter here. This event would not be possible without the support of Hasbro Games. Thank you so much to Hasbro as our sponsor of the event and of this matchup preview. So with that, let's get to the action. We'll let the players get started, play some Scrabble here in round two. It looks like it's going to be Dan going first. Very, very similar margins of victory in their first games there, Chloe.
Yeah, both of them won their first game by around 150 points, as we see. So they're really in close positions here, probably right next to each other in the standings, I'd imagine. And I'm excited to see how this one goes down. Dan Dan going first, like you said. I wonder if I see 8 letters on his rack.
Yeah, Chloe, walk us through what happens when that occurs. It looks like they have to fix this here.
Yeah, it looks like they're talking to the director. So in Scrabble, you are supposed to have 7 tiles on your rack at all times, except when there are, when the bag is empty. So the procedure here is that Milo will get to choose 3 of Dan's tiles at random and choose one of those letters to throw back in the bag. So let's see what happened. I don't think we saw which 3 Milo got to look at there, but you choose blindly, you take 3 of those, and you chose 1 to put back, so then there are 7 tiles on Dan's rack now.
Yeah, looks like Dan lost his eye, which looks like he was fine with that because I think this was the play he was hoping to be able to make anyway. Yeah. So he isn't affected that much by his overdraw. Sometimes you lose a really important tile. Yeah. On those overdraws, you lose a blank and S. It is one of the worst feelings, Chloe.
Oh yeah, it's awful. It can be so devastating. And it happens just, absent-mindedly, you accidentally take an extra tile. But luckily this time for Dan, it did not affect him, and he made a really nice play of Frank. And yeah, that's a great way to start the game for Dan.
Yeah, it's possible. Hello to Mac in the YouTube chat, by the way, pointing out maybe he just lost out on the bingo of rat think, which would be absolutely incredible. But from his body language, I'm not thinking that he is noticing that. And also, given the event that occurred, yes, it would have been disappointing if you had seen rat think. But with the actual decision that he had to make, he made a fantastic play there of Frank. And now it is over to Milo for his first play here. And it looks like he's going to play Diet on top of Frank, getting some extra points.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to look for, parallel overlapping plays on the first turn. And it's a nice way to find three of those, three two-letter words parallel here. Keeping EEL, so getting rid of, he had a bunch of E's and getting rid of one of those. I might have liked to see one more E go, keep a slightly more balanced lead for Milo, keeping the I instead of the E, maybe with something like deeped or teed in the same spot. But that's okay. It's a very minor detail.
There's more E's finding their way.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and that's the problem with duplicates in Scrabble, like we've been talking about a bit. They just get overwhelming sometimes.
Yeah, that's sort of an axiom of, Scrabble wisdom there is when you have duplicated letters on your rack, it should be at least a goal, maybe not an absolute imperative, but you should think of it as a goal. How can I go into my next turn without those duplicates for sure on my rack? Even the E, which we love, there can be too much of a good thing. So meanwhile, over to Dan, who really, I think, wanted that A of Frank to stay open close.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's thinking of actually playing this word trunk. He might be thinking of TRANQ, trank, which is a word. Okay, he's playing trunk with a K instead. So we like that. We like real trunk.
Trunk with a Q would have been incredibly ambitious. Yeah, this is nice. Get some points for that K, but Chloe using the U and keeping that Q. Let's see if that comes back to haunt him here.
Yeah, it's not great to part with the U and you have a Q like we've talked about. The U is really the only tile you want to have with the Q most of the time, and it's by far the best one. And now we see Dan has not drawn another U or even an I for QI. So this Q might cause him problems next turn.
Yeah, that Q, we talk about it a lot. It has that beautiful 10-point face value, which when you're just starting out in Scrabble, you look at the Q, the Z, the J, the X. You see those big numbers, and you say, these must be the best tiles in the game. But actually, it's not that simple. A tile is more than just the number of points that it scores. It has a lot to do with how flexible it is and things like that. Q really inflexible. You're going to see that on Dan's tiles here. But I love this play from Milo, Chloe.
Yeah, me too. I think this might be his best play. I'm getting rid of two of the three E's that he had and getting rid of the P as well, scoring 16 points. He didn't have any amazing scoring options. I really like this. And it sets up a kind of sneaky front hook, Will.
Epee, the fencing weapon, I think.
Yes.
So, yeah, I mean, that is unfortunately no justice for Milo with that nice leave of LITE. Really nicely balanced, especially with that E hook of Epee waiting. He's drawn YII, if I'm not mistaken. That is one of the worst possible draws he could have had there. Any kind of balanced set of vowels and consonants, he could be looking at bingoing, but now Milo, when it's his turn next, is going to have a really tough decision on his hands. I guess unbeknownst to Milo, Dan is going to be working through this very, very difficult Q to play. Now, even the U of trunk was just obstructed by that, so the Q is really going to be tough to deploy. I'm curious to see if Dan tries to play through this, or maybe his tiles are so weak that he's going to think about an exchange, which I would really like for him here.
Yeah, I also would like an exchange. And sometimes it might be hard to go for the exchange.
ETE.
Okay, it's a French word, but not in English.
I would be shocked if Milo didn't challenge this.
Are they writing this down? Milo. Let's see if there's a hold. It looks like Dan is drawing tiles.
Wow, okay.
So that one is going to get by Milo, who has done a lot of preparing for these tournaments, I know, at least in years past. But that one manages to get by him.
Yeah, that's a surprise. I would have thought that Milo would challenge that one, but he's giving Dan the respecting his elders. Dan, an 11th grader, to Milo's 9th grade. So, it's understandable from that perspective. we're going to see that E hook get used, but the 3 I's on Milo's rack, that's going to be rough as well. So look at this, Chloe. 3 O's and a Q for Dan and 3 I's for Milo.
Yeah, I probably would have looked to maybe exchange there, or at least find some sort of play that got rid of a couple I's. Just because, now, these triplicate tiles are so getting in the way of these players doing really anything and scoring any points. I bet we'll see boo here from Dan making OY to that Y that Milo just played. I think that's probably better than exchanging here, despite keeping the Q. But it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, I think that's true. That is going to be his play. We like this. He's got the 2 S's in reserve, Dan does. Of course, that Q is definitely crying out for help. But if he can get an I, there's definitely some hope. Certainly a U would be a fantastic draw for him. But if he can get an I, you'll see that just a nice, easy place to play Chi for 30-odd points. 34 is right there. So that would be a safety valve for him as well. So that spot gets taken immediately, though.
Yes.
And also, Dan did not draw an I at a draw.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dan there, Milo had 3 of the I's that were unseen to Dan, so that made it a bit less likely for him to draw one of them.
True.
Wig is a nice play, scoring a bunch of points, and sort of slowly clawing his way out of this I deluge.
Yeah. Well, at some point, both of these players are going to get their tiles in order. Yes. I'm going to predict that at some point we're going to see bingos be played in this game. It certainly doesn't feel like they're imminent right at this moment with the struggles that both players are enduring, but that just means more of the good tiles are coming later, one would hope. So we'll see, but it is a nice back and forth battle. There's still going to be a lot of game to be decided. So let's see what Dan can do. This is going to be a great example case of that play of trunk, using up the U and keeping the Q. Let's see how long it takes Dan to get that Q off of the rack. This is what we talk about when we talk about the dangers of that tile. It just hangs around and you just can't play it for so long sometimes.
Yeah, I would love to see Dan look to get rid of that Q here. It might seem tough without any letters that go with it on his rack, but on the board there is ID, and Dan could just put QA in front of that to make the word Cade.
Nice.
And it wouldn't score many points, only 14, but it would clean up his rack so much and kind of get him out of this really tough position that he's been in for quite a few turns now. It looks like instead Dan has found the nice hook of Swig, but
A and S. So this might get the challenge potentially from Milo. A and S. I wonder if he's going to look at this and think to himself, wait a second.
Yeah.
A-N, right? This is I know there are a lot of weird words in the Scrabble dictionary, but an is just like the article, like a or an. I don't believe it can take an S. Nice job to see the Swig hook. I think this is a hold, and it looks like he might be releasing. So, can't quite tell yet. Yeah, I think we've seen Milo say, okay, go ahead, but that's maybe a missed opportunity for him.
Yeah, definitely. The 3s are tough. It takes a while to really get solid on those, but I think Milo saw this play of Chi here that's getting him a bunch of points, and maybe just decided, I don't want to risk it. I have this good scoring play. Might as well take it.
Yeah, I think that makes sense from that perspective. This is a nice overlapping play here. Gets one of the 2 I's off of Milo's rack, so this is a nice idea. Game is still knotted up. Now you can see QAT on the rack for Dan, and this would be a really great opportunity for him. If he wants to dump that Q, he could do it right here with cat, one of our favorite words, Chloe.
Yeah, that would be a great play. That's exactly what Dan needs here. This is the draw he's been waiting for turns. And Milo drawing the first blank of the game, and I'm sure he'll find some bingos here. So I'm excited to see what Milo comes up with.
Yeah, so this is a big one for Dan. If he does not think of cat, which he's got it lined up, so I have to imagine he's thought of it. Can he see the spot for it? If he doesn't see the spot with HAT, he he could play it with gift as well. So there are a couple spots for him to dump this finally. But yeah, Milo with that blank, solving and Frank's could be a fantastic play from his perspective. Maybe he sees something else with that ing hook. But yeah, as predicted, wasn't a very bold prediction on my part, but we are going to see almost certainly the first bingo of this game next turn from Milo.
Yeah, and if Dan doesn't find, or maybe doesn't see the spot for cat, isn't sure of it, there's a fun play available. Frank, both an adjective and a noun. You could extend Frank to make Frankist, which would get rid of that S and some of his nice tiles, but it would score a whole bunch of points. But it looks like, okay, so maybe cat was a word that Dan was not sure of, unless he's maybe wanting to hold on to the Q. I think in that position, if you're sure of it, you're probably just so tempted by the points that it scores. Yeah.
Yeah, so that is, if he's hoping on better things for the Q, trying to get one of those U's, maybe he's looking at the board, he sees just the one U there and thinking, well, I could draw the other 3 at any time. But yeah, this is, maybe a missed opportunity. And here, Chloe, maybe Milo is thinking Frank, meaning the adjective, to be, sincere or honest. Maybe he's not 100% sure that that is a verb. And if you're not sure, go with the sure thing. He plays gloving. This makes a lot of sense to take that sure bingo, and nice job by him.
Yeah, very nice first bingo of the game. Yeah, solving, making that blank an S instead of a second G would have scored some more points, pluralizing Franks, but you take the bingos you find. I would have liked to see Milo take like another minute or two there, maybe just to think that one through, but either way, Milo soars into the lead after that bingo, and once again, Dan is struggling with this Q. He does find a very nice 3-letter word of vab here, getting rid of the V, another tile that we don't really like. But anyway, vab, yeah, very nice play, and wow, Milo drawing the second blank.
Yeah, that is a nice karmic reward for that first blank there. And there's a U to pair with the Q. So we might be able to see Dan play off that Q at long last. It's been quite a number of turns that he's had it on the rack. But it looks like he is hopefully getting set to get that out of there and move on with his life. But yeah, Milo with the second blank here. This is not the easiest board to work with. If you just are looking around, where would a bingo actually fit? There's not a ton of spots. Actually, there is only one, as he sees menthol as a possible bingo. That's a great find, but that word doesn't fit anywhere on this board. There's actually only one playable bingo here, and it is a toughie, Chloe.
Yeah, the word is Neolith. I guess referring to maybe something about the Neolithic period, not sure. But it fits right here, parallel to gloving, which Milo just played. But it's really hard to find those overlaps when you're looking for a bingo. It's not an obvious that NEO start.
Oh man! Oh my God! Look!
Milo finds it.
This is next level.
Wow.
But this isn't enough.
Yes,
He's got to see the spot.
Oh my God, Milo! What a play! It's especially hard with that blank there with the G. It's just
Brilliant.
An extra level of kind of remembering what that letter is and finding a letter to put next to it. Wow, 3 overlaps, amazing bingo, amazing find, Milo.
That is fantastic from Milo. That is, in my mind, total redemption for anything earlier in the game. That is not an easy find with just the word and the overlap. And you don't know, Dan could say, I've never seen this word. Maybe he's going to challenge it. Maybe he knows Milo too well for that. Maybe he's going to say, no, I know Milo way too well to challenge this word. And that's just a fantastic play by Milo Anderson.
Yeah. Before the game, Milo actually told us that his best Scrabble skill is his ability to see weird words when he has them. So I think that is an apt skill for this situation.
Absolutely. And it looks like maybe an extra vowel. It looked like all those other draws for Milo. And look at this overlap, though, by Dan. That's actually a fantastic response play on his part. Qua overlapping Neolith. This is a great play by Dan. to finally get that value out of that cue and then some.
Yeah, he was waiting for that for a while, and that is a really nice find. Yeah, and he found it super quickly, so very impressive all around.
Yeah, so that bingo, a huge one for Milo, but Dan's still very, very close behind. If he can land his first bingo of the game, he'll be right back in this thing. So it is far from over. A lot of action, far cry from that early slog. So many games are like that, Chloe, that start out a little slow and then they pick up steam in a hurry.
Yeah, it's like 1, 2, boom, boom, boom. So many big plays here. Milo's probably going to try to get rid of some vowels on this rack. I think he's just thinking through that whole situation there, what those blanks are and what words he can make. Playing maybe OE, it looks like he wants to play. I agree with that idea. I think those letters are just one or too many two vowels on this rack and would be the best ones to get rid of.
Yeah, for sure. So the two E's together, the O definitely the weakest of his vowels. Nice play right here. I like this a lot from him. The rest of his tiles really, really well balanced. But I do want to point out, if Milo is not 100% sure that Frank takes an S, we could easily see him draw a 7-letter bingo starting with S, but not think he has a place to fit it here. Looks like he hasn't drawn much of anything, but we'll see if that comes into play. And it's back over to Dan, and he's got a few issues. This rack, he's got that S, but he has some other stuff to work on.
Yeah, there is now, this board is getting kind of closed. Without that S, without an S, you can't really do anything in that bottom right whole section of the board. It's not easy to access the triple word scores in the bottom left because of that AH there. It's not really conducive to any sort of plays extending in either direction. So I'm curious to see what Dan comes up with. He has one nice possibility through the UT, making outwind, but that would be a really tough find.
That would be incredibly impressive to see, but also it has, we're talking about Chloe mentioning if you wanted to play through this UT, but this might not even be that advisable just because you're giving up access to this triple, or you're just letting a parallel play go underneath. So that, as stylish and impressive as that would be, it's hard to actually see that there is a wonderful play here. There just might not be anything all that inspiring from Dan's perspective here.
Yeah, maybe just something like OW, making YO and EW next to yet would be a lot safer. Still scoring a bunch of points, getting rid of the W. That might make some more sense for Dan here.
Yeah, this is a nice idea. You're not really exposing any dangerous spot that Milo can hit super hard in response. You're getting rid of your W, which is your weakest bingo tile. The only drawback of a play like that is you keep both of your two I's and you leave yourself a little vulnerable. If you draw a third one, that is definitely not what you want. But that might be the best of a really difficult set of plays. Instead, it looks like he's going to say, I really, really want to use one of my I's here, and he plays bind instead. Not the most points he could have gotten here, but at least he gets one of the I's off.
Yeah, it's a good instinct there, knowing that those duplicate I's are really holding him back. Understandable instinct there. And now Milo has a nice... if he wants to keep that same leave of tiles that he kept last turn, that AEIRS, which is really conducive to bingo, he might be looking for a place to play OF, the tiles he just drew. And there is actually a really nice spot for those tiles on this board.
Yeah, so right here would be an incredibly slick way of using those two tiles if you know the 3-letter word fa, which I definitely think Milo does, but seeing this tricky spot is not that easy. The beautiful thing about this from my perspective is it's not really possible to access the triple word score. There are no hooks to this, no weird hooks. You can't really, if you're Dan, you're not going to be able to do very much off of that. So that would be a pretty nice way to keep good tiles and also score pretty well. So let's see what happens. And oh man, Chloe, you're seeing something that Dan is considering could be very dangerous.
Yeah, this word Ouija. I don't believe it's valid in this lexicon.
Yeah, he could be forgiven for thinking it is a word.
Yeah.
The Ouija board is this, mystical board that I guess we summon spirits through. Is valid in the International Dictionary. I think Dan could be forgiven for thinking this is a word. Not 100% sure where he's getting set to consider playing that. Maybe with again, if he thinks about that.
Potentially.
This is actually a valid word if you hook an A onto gin. So Ouija going down here, that would be a really tough challenge for Milo, to be honest.
Yeah, you gotta know those the short 4 or 5 letter words with the power tiles, the JKQXZ. Those are so important. So I wonder if that'll come up or if it's just a fun word that Dan has spotted. Either way, cool word finding skills.
Yeah, I feel like if Milo happens to know what a Ouija board is, he might not challenge it. But if he doesn't, there's no way he wouldn't know that word.
Right.
Like you would definitely know a 5-letter J word with 4 vowels.
Yeah.
That would be one of the most useful words to know. So I think if Dan figures out a way to play that word, it's all about how well-rounded of an individual is Milo? Does he know about esoteric trivia like what is a Ouija board? And if he does, it could be a hard challenge.
Yeah, an interesting thing about School Scrabble, well, in the pairs, the middle school and elementary school division, when they play in a team of 2, is that some teams divide up studying. So that some players only see one set of words, one player only sees one set of words, and the other player, kind of tackles a different thing. This being Milo's first year in the high school division playing solo, I wonder what he's studied in the past and what his sort of word knowledge looks like.
That's a great point. It definitely is an adjustment. And, nice idea by him here. This is actually a pretty good play. Very much on par with the play of and fa in the lower left that we pointed out. This one is going to score a little bit better at a slight cost of using a couple of good bingo tiles. But remember, this board, not that great for playing bingos. It's okay to go for a couple extra points here.
Yeah, no, that play looks really good. It's a nice find. Looking at a spot that we had kind of forgotten about. Oh, and Dan is immediately going to play Ouija.
All right, it's time. Let's see what happens. Do you have a prediction, Chloe?
I kind of expect Milo for this to be something he would know, but then again, it's such a common word for a lot of people. Young people might play this game for fun. So it looks like Dan is drawing, and this one might be getting by again.
Yeah, I mean, if you know what this is a tough challenge for sure. And also keep in mind, this play only scored, 20 points. It's not that many points. No. If you're Milo, basically the downside of losing a challenge here and allowing Dan to draw more good stuff from the bag, and not being able to take your turn the downside might be higher than the upside of winning the challenge. So I think it's very reasonable in this case. I was a little surprised by a couple of the earlier plays that made it onto the board. Not so much this one.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge for sure. It's just when it's those words that are in common parlance or things that just show up in pop culture or whatever, it's hard to imagine that they wouldn't be in the dictionary. And there's just sometimes those weird technicalities about the dictionary that most players or most people aren't aware of.
Yeah, so many of those weird little idiosyncrasies in the dictionary. It is not the most glamorous part of Scrabble to sort of, as you're rising up as a player, you have to get really familiar with all those weird inconsistencies or strange aspects of the Scrabble dictionary. But if you are willing to go down that road and you start to, learn stuff like that, Ouija is not valid, this word is valid, all of that stuff does add up in the end. So kind of a tough situation here for Milo, but he's got to be happy. He's got a nice big lead here.
Yeah, it looks like he's considering the word smidge, which actually plays for a bunch of points, making francs. I know we talked earlier about that franc to francs hook, and I'm wondering if that's what Milo's considering here.
Yeah, that would be impressive. So I worry about that because, it's possible when he played gloving earlier in the game, he just might not have thought of solving. He might have been thinking, oh, I have lovings on my rack, but it doesn't fit anywhere. Not thought of solving. I considered that might be evidence that he's not actually thinking of, oh, wow, look at this.
This could be
This
a
might
setup
be
play.
brilliant. So Chloe and I reacting to this simultaneously here.
Yeah, so Mike, the word that Milo played, actually takes the E in front of it, making emic or emic. And I wonder if Milo knows that word and is maybe trying to set up the 2 E's that he left over on his rack that turn for some huge scoring plays to the triple.
Yeah, that could be absolutely brilliant on his part. And oh, wait, are we going to see?
Well, he thought
Okay.
IM was
Yeah.
yeah.
Not the word instant message is not valid as an acronym in Scrabble, so you can't put an I on there. We'll see if Dan, so clearly Dan is looking up there in that spot. We'll see if he figures out a way to obstruct that. But yeah, the E hook of emic would be amazing to see Milo play, realizing from his perspective that he had 2 of the last 3 unplayable E's. Really good chance that Dan doesn't have one. I will be fascinated to see if he actually plays that here.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think of ways for Dan to deal with that spot, and the only thing I see that really seems worth playing is WOT on top, making OM and TI. It would still leave some possibilities of re-paralleling to hit the triple, but it wouldn't be maybe quite the same level as a big play making emic.
Yeah, for sure. So this is interesting how things are going to go. If I'm Dan, I'm not 100% sure. I'm definitely wanting to use that Z and get as many points as I can, but there isn't really a great way to do that here, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, it's a tough board for the Z. It's nice for Dan that he has the S. Maybe he could hook Frank's later on. He could also potentially make the word, say, SEGO from the ego of gloving, the ego that goes through the bottom G of gloving. SEGO is a weird word, and I'm not sure if Dan knows it, but there are plays that could go all the way down to the triple there with that S.
Yeah, that would be very, very impressive word knowledge. That would be a tough one to think of and see. I think it would be awesome if he played that. But yeah, easily could be forgiven not to think about an S hook there. But definitely, points on offer there. I wonder, Milo has Siege set up. That could be a crazy play to see come down as well. It would use both of his E's. It would be great if he had a play there that kept an E for emic again.
Oh my gosh.
The nice thing about emic as well is he could feel like he has that word knowledge advantage of I know emic. Do you know emic as well? And maybe if the answer is no, that hook only benefits him. As we see, Dan just plays zone, Chloe.
Yeah, so I think Dan was just realizing that he really had very few options with the Z on this board, and maybe decided, I'm just going to get rid of it. Kind of the opposite approach that he took to the Q earlier on. So keeping the UW combination on his rack, not the best. It's kind of inflexible letters. Okay, so Milo, I wonder what his thinking with Siege was there. Maybe he wants to hold on to the E for the next turn, like you were mentioning earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this does get a lot of nice points with those overlaps. Keeping the E as well for next turn. I think there might have been, if he is thinking about emic, he could just play it now. So I wonder if this is a sign that maybe he wasn't thinking about that. I still really hope that he eventually does, but maybe that was just a play that got rid of an I and an M in one go and left him really good bingo tiles.
Yeah. And now back to Dan, who played the Z and drew the X.
Wow.
So that's an impressive pull, and he actually now has a really great play set up on his rack of tucks, which he sees and is playing on top of Mike. So obstructing a bit that E hook that we've been talking about now and scoring a ton of points, 37 points. That's a great play.
Yeah, that makes total sense. This is a fantastic play by Dan to keep himself within range. Not only are you getting rid of that X, which is really hard to bingo with, and he kind of needs one at this point with the score being this much of a gap, but also scoring a lot of points in the process. So yeah, he still has some chances, but we are definitely winding its way down the stretch of this game. and it's still, really very much in Milo's control here.
Yeah, there's at this point in the game when you're in Milo's position, you're thinking, okay, how can I lose? I have this roughly bingo scoring lead. How can I protect this? And yeah, he's going for one of the options, which is continue sort of cleaning up his rack himself, scoring some points. And I like this play. The AR were the two duplicate tiles, and he found a really nice way to get rid of them.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a nice idea. You also deny that spot in case there's anything good up there that Dan could have. I'm sure there are other things that would fit in that spot that score decently. The B, the M, a couple other good scoring tiles that might fit there. You deny that to Dan and score nicely in the process. So things looking very good for Milo down the stretch of this game. And Dan's got that W as well. Not the best tile. It should be noted, this is like insane to think, but I'm sure it's not impossible that there would be some crazy word through this AH. I think that's probably at this point incredibly unlikely. I just want to mention that if I'm Milo, I'm thinking about stuff like that because that is kind of your objective as a player. What is the worst case scenario that could happen to me? How could I lose this game where I'm in such firm control? That's probably about it if you're Milo here. So
yeah, and for Dan, this is kind of the position where he really needs to make something happen for himself on this board. He has the S, which is a big asset here. There's one more remaining that maybe Milo has on his rack, but as we see, Milo doesn't have. So that's also in the bag. So Dan can take this situation and use it to his advantage by setting up a place for his S somewhere on this board.
Nice idea. Yeah, it's tough to see exactly where you would do that, but ooh, okay. So this is interesting to see.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's done exactly what you suggested. I didn't see this option, Chloe, but this is exactly what you had in mind.
Yeah, it's actually not what I had in mind, but it's pretty cool. He's using his S, scoring some points, and setting up a big spot for the S that he will now be drawing out of the bag. He played 5 tiles. There were 5 tiles in the bag. So This play empties the bag. I don't think he will be drawing a bingo from that play, but it's still a big threat that Milo will have to deal with now.
Yeah, so this is going to be maybe a little bit of a test of Milo's bookkeeping. If you haven't watched that many Scrabble streams before, just a little point of order. Looks like Milo's gesticulating like he's a little concerned about this. But at this level, the players here at the championship will often be crossing off the tiles as they're played. So when you get to the end of the game, you can see the remaining tiles always up here from the point of view of the player on turn. When you see that number drop to 7 or lower, that's the point where Milo should theoretically be able to know exactly what Dan has on his rack. And if he sees that BMP combination, he's probably going to think to himself, all right, I'm pretty sure I'm home free here.
Yeah, Milo does still have to be careful here because of that S. Even without the bingo, Dan can still play something like booms and swirls for 42 points, I think is what that would be. And that would get him right back in it. So on Milo's turn here, he's probably thinking, okay, I don't have an S, but how can I obstruct this spot and not give anything super high scoring back to my opponent? He could even do something like swirled, just extending ED, which I think he might be looking at. Which would not allow Dan to put his S after swirl.
A word that almost came up during our little interstitial content there in between the break, Chloe, when you challenged off my world. Swirled would actually be valid here, but it is interesting that was Milo maybe taken aback a little bit by the S hook on Frank's? Was that what he was reacting to there? It could have been, maybe he said to himself, oh, right, maybe that does take an S. But yeah, things looking good for Milo, but I was a little premature to say he's home free, as you suggested. Really big plays on offer with that last S for Dan, so Milo does have to play this carefully. There you go. There's the idea you mentioned, Chloe.
Yeah, I like this a lot. It scores 22 points, so extending his lead to now 69 points, and keeping some tiles where there are words on that rack. I wonder if he'll be able to go out, but either way, that gets in the way of those big plays, hooking swirls that we were talking about.
Yeah, fantastic decision there by Milo, recognizing the existence of that last S and saying, I have a way of blocking that, scoring decently, and probably feeling pretty much assured that, again, with those kind of clunky consonants that Dan has, don't have to worry that much about a bingo. That being said, from Dan's perspective, he's probably thinking, if I could somehow figure out a bingo from this, I'm going to win this game. So he's going to look. He's got 5 minutes to look. He has every incentive to spend that time looking. But yeah, I think probably he knows as well as we do that those tiles don't mesh the best together, Chloe.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see any sort of kind of desperation attempt at the bingo.
Yeah, we
not.
should let the chat, hey, YouTube chat, let's see, can you come up with a good, plausible phony from these letters? Try to keep it PG, please. I don't know what there is available, but yeah, let us know what you see.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll find something, yeah, that will allow him to go out in 2 turns, even if he can't find a bingo. There are still, I don't think there are options that will allow him to win, but there are some options.
Yeah, like poombers or boompers or something like that.
Out
palms.
Yeah, the word
nice.
palm is a word,
yes.
So maybe you can out palm.
I like boomples as well. That's a good suggestion. Very, very nice suggestions by everybody in chat. Thank you so much to all of you for watching along. Really appreciate it. We're just at the beginning of the School Scrabble event. This is game 2, and we are waiting to see how can Dan K try to steal this game from Milo Anderson. No relation to myself. But yeah, I think this one is going to go Milo's way. And really looking at, the makeup of the field and the standings, Milo is definitely a favorite here in the high school division, along with a couple others.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm so excited to see this high school tournament play out. We have a lot of really talented players here that I'm sure we'll be seeing later on the stream. And this has been a great game for game 2. I've been really entertained. 2 bingos from Milo. Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, Neolith in particular was absolutely phenomenal on his part. So, yep, Dan doing exactly what he should be, using that time, trying to come up with something that makes sense. And yeah, all right, looks like he has decided, OL, I wonder, that is, I'm almost 1,000% sure that Milo is going to challenge that one off. Let's see what happens. Yeah, he said like something. He said something. He has very little reason to.
Yeah, that's getting challenged.
Yeah. Yeah, he was getting up. They're talking about something, not sure. Maybe he sees an outplay that he's just going to go ahead and do. But yeah, this is, I would be very surprised.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they were just writing down the play maybe before challenging.
I see. All right, so OL, Milo, such a veteran. We mentioned that he has been in multiple School Scrabble finals in the middle school division. He's going to know those 2-letter words very well. Oh, wait a second. Make sure you put all the words. There you go. There's that pivotal. So OM and ME are acceptable, but he managed to put in that one that is not, and off will come this play. So
thanks to Merriam-Webster for providing us the official Scrabble Players Dictionary to use for this tournament. America's most trusted dictionary. And yeah, back to Milo here. Dan lost his turn. So now Milo has an opportunity to find an outplay. There's actually only one available, and it's a weird word that I did not know. Carried, C-A-R-I-E-D. Milo's going to go with card instead, and that looks very reasonable.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It does. I mean, certainly Milo knows that Dan has an S, and you're setting up a decent spot for the S, but it's actually not that easy to use very productively. So he's probably not concerned. So card coming down with that C on the triple, and he hasn't hit his clock yet, I think. You can see Milo's clock is still running. I wonder if he's thinking about something. So we'll see. But yeah, this game reaching its waning stages. There we go. We get the clock press. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, now maybe Dan could do OMS and cards. That would be a nice way to use his S in that spot that Milo set up. But either way, Milo, with only 2 tiles left on his rack, DI, he should be able to go out somewhere on this board with those 2 letters, and this game will be wrapping up.
Keep in mind that OM was also a part of his previous challenge, so maybe he's not sure which.
Point.
Of course, we're all sure of ME. We all
Right.
know that word, but maybe he's not 100% sure which of OM or OL was the reason that his previous play came off. So maybe we don't see that, or maybe we do. It's hard to know. But yeah, we'll see what Dan does here. Then Milo's going to go out with his D and an I and wrap up that nice win between these two, not exactly classmates, but schoolmates, exactly, hailing from the same school and your school as well, Chloe.
Yeah, and it looks like not only do they both play Scrabble, they both also play Frisbee, just like in our first game. Did we have a Frisbee player? I think Luther was a Frisbee player as well. So the Jackson Reed Frisbee scene is quite big and seems to produce a lot of Scrabble players as well. So very cool.
Yeah, it seems like they're out there being athletic, getting that exercise in, and then you can get that mental exercise in over the board playing some Scrabble. Nice
balance.
Nice balance between those. So. All right, Mole, the play for Dan, and all that's left is for Milo to figure out where to play out. He's surely got a number.
He only has 1.
Wow, okay, only 1?
Lid.
The very underwhelming lid from the L here is his only outplay. Wow. ID, you would think that ID is so flexible, but that's it. So that's surprising. That would be his only outplay, but we'll see if he's probably looking around saying to himself, wait a second, this can't be the best I have for these letters, but clearly it is.
Yeah, there would be quite a big difference in spread if Milo does not go out here. So let's see if he finds lid. It's such a, you see that play and you're like, okay, there's got to be a better outplay somewhere, and you keep looking and maybe eventually he'll just have to accept that that's his only option.
Yeah, you mentioned, Chloe, there would be a big difference in spread. Talk a little bit about the importance of that here.
Yeah, so at the end of every game, if you are the player to go out first, meaning you play all of your tiles from your rack, there's nothing left in the bag, your rack is empty, then you get all the points that are remaining on your opponent's rack times 2 added to your score. And spread is important in Scrabble tournaments because we keep track of the point differences of all our games. So you see those plus 149 and plus 155s next to Dan and Milo's records. That was their point differential from the first round. So, and at going on into the later stages, this spread can become important as we decide who ends up in the final, because at the end of this tournament there will be a final match between the top 2 finishing players, and often that is determined based on who has the highest spread.
Yeah, trying to make sure that when you're winning a game, you win that game by as many points as possible, and when you lose a game, you try to cut that deficit to as little as possible. If you're able to do that successfully over the course of the event, you set yourself up to win a lot of those tiebreakers. And there is zoned for 15. That is his highest scoring play here. But now this gives Dan an opportunity to play bops and moles potentially. Maybe that. I'm not sure what else would be better.
Yeah, not even actually Opos is his best option.
Oh, wow. Crazy. That is a very crazy play to think of and see.
This is what I would do. I think.
Bops. This is the only outplay that ends the game. So a little bit of a missed opportunity for Milo. He could have played lid and prevented Dan from getting all those tiles off of the rack. Instead, we're going to get this final score here of looks like 397 to 331, a win for Milo.
Yeah, still a big win for Milo. Very nicely done. 2 big bingos. And yeah, a solid win to bring Milo to 2-0.
Yeah, let's see if the players are going to have anything. Oh, they're getting up. Are we going to see a challenge or something?
Maybe
here?
we're challenging the outplay.
Yeah, we might be seeing a challenge just because you don't really have any penalty for doing so. And there we go. The play is valid. Nicely done by Dan. Let's hear what the players have to say about this game afterwards.
That I could find.
Yeah, no, I was like, I was just,
Do you know what letters I had?
huh?
Did you track?
No, I didn't. I always get too distracted, so I just kind of get. Oh, so that's +2 for me, right?
328. Is that what you have for yourself?
Yeah, 328 to 396.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Oh, perfect. So that's
68.
Yeah. Very good game.
Yeah.
So do we just like fill out the form as normal, or do we do something different on stream?
Do we just fill out the QR code?
Which one?
You do the QR. Okay.
Do you want to do it and I'll start squaring?
Yeah, sure. There's the one there.
It's kind of stupid taking a photo because it's gonna be a stream.
Oh, that was a hard board.
Yeah, no, I was like,
I can only really blame myself for that though. Nice coordination.
yeah. Oh my god, the back-to-back bingos.
I'm not even 100% sure about Neolith. Do you know?
I'm fairly certain.
I know Neolithic is a word, but like a monolith and a Neolith, it seemed right.
I can check. I'd be so surprised.
Round number 2. Winners.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Neolith.
Alright, there are 10 seconds left in the round.
All right. Looks like we've had gotten a key piece of intel there, Chloe. That is absolutely amazing to hear. Milo basically making that Neolith play by instinct and by reasoning that if Neolithic is a verb, then what else could something that's Neolithic be but having Neoliths?
Yeah, I know. It's monolith, Neolith.
Yeah.
It's good logic, honestly.
It is good logic. We were talking about the Scrabble dictionary, maybe not always agreeing with logic, and you can't use logic every time to figure out whether a word is valid or not, but a fantastic job by Milo there. I have a hunch what we're going to see in our honor roll play of the game, but let's find out. We will discover what that play was in just a moment. If we cut to that honor roll play, we'll find out. Play of the game, there it is. No surprise, Chloe, it is Neolith.
Yeah, that was a great play, regardless of whether Milo was 100% certain of it or not. Honestly, it's even more impressive that he wasn't certain of it, because that means it hasn't just come up through his studying and memorization. And that means Milo had to kind of think through the possible definition and validity of this word and have the confidence to play it despite not being 100% certain.
Yeah, just a phenomenal play. A lot of factors at work to make this play, as you said, and it was a huge, huge turning point in this game. And again, this honor roll play of the game brought to you by Word Game Players Organization, incredibly generous sponsor of this event. Another one of our sponsors without whom this event would not be what it is. Thank you so much to Word Game Players Organization. You can check out their site at wordgameplayers.org for more information about clubs, Scrabble clubs near you, tournaments near you, resources to get started. Thank you so much to WGPO. And with that, I think we're ready to move to our report card. Let's have a look here. Still a little early here in the championship division, Chloe, but I don't think anybody is surprised by the players sitting at 2-0 right now.
No, yeah, we see our top 4 players in order of their seeding, I believe. Noah Goldstein, Cameron Siegel, Gideon Brasowski, and Milo Anderson taking the top 4 spots, all at 2-0. We haven't seen Noah, Cameron, or Gideon yet, but I'm sure we will. We also have William Mispel at 2-0. Nice start for him. So yeah, this is probably what we would expect at this point.
Yeah, you can see, I believe, the high scores on screen as well. You can see some pretty high numbers. Scoring players are putting up some big points in their top scoring games. And again, these standings and this entire stream brought to you by letsplayscrabble.com. If you are watching along with the stream and want to show your support, easy way to do that is to click those YouTube buttons that help that algorithm reach more people. Like the video, subscribe to the channel for more amazing Scrabble content. Thank you so much to the team at Let's Play Scrabble. Here you can see we got, I'm not sure of the formatting with the ampersands here, but you can see the average points per game here. Noah Goldstein, 476 points per game. Don't worry about those ampersands. This is the high school. Jules will definitely get that fixed. But yeah, a lot of high scores. Gideon, notably, with 385 points per game, but that has not stopped him from winning 2-0 so far.
Yeah, maybe Gideon's been sneaking some lower scoring wins out, but nonetheless, all of those players we just mentioned sitting at 2-0. But we're so early in this tournament. We have 8 games to go. It's fun to look at the standings, but at this point in the tournament, you should really just be thinking, what's going on in my next game? How can I win my next game? And not get too caught up in the standings and think about the long term.
Yeah, this from somebody that has competed in 9 years worth of these events. I could hardly imagine somebody who knows the mindset required better than Chloe. It is early, but yeah, I mean, these tournaments are simultaneously, it feels like a marathon, but also a total sprint from start to finish.
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, this tournament is just so intense because it's more games than it ever has been, I think, for the high school division at 10 games, but in the past it was 8 games, and even before that it was 7 games. So it's really small number of games in order to figure out who the winner is. So it's so intense, it's so much fun, so exciting. Best tournament when you're on with these players.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun for us here in the commentary booth as well. So we've seen 2 games now from the high school division. We're going to be pivoting now back to our middle school division, which we typically label our championship division. That is the one that has had a longer history than the more recent high school division. Really now both are sort of on an even playing field in terms of who is considered the School Scrabble champion. We're really crowning a series of them, 2 from the middle school and 1 from high school, but we're going to see a game in round 3 in just a bit. So yeah, okay. We're going to get that matchup set and come back with our first game of the stream from middle school in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back from the 2025 School Scrabble Championship.
You're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship. Scoring never stops.
Hey everybody, Will and Chloe back again with a special Scrabble challenge here. What we're gonna do is find as many words as we can with these 5 letters, plus 1 more tile that we pick from this tile bag. So Chloe, you do the honors.
Let's see what I get. It is the E.
Ooh, an E, that's a good one. And what am I gonna get? The Q. All right, let's see what we can do. All right, I'll go first, I guess. All right, there you have it. See, here is a very long list of words. This one much shorter. So when we look at tiles like the Q versus the E, this one is 10 points. We love scoring that many points. This one only 1. But the reason this one is worth so much is because it's much harder to use in words, Chloe. That's why sometimes we don't love to see the Q each and every time we draw it.
All right, everybody, we're back from break and we are moving into the middle school division here at the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. 2 games from high school to start things off, and it's been fantastic. Again, I'm Will. This is Chloe. It was a lot of fun watching those 2 high school games to start off.
Yeah, that was so much fun. And now we're going to transition to our first game from the elementary and middle school division. We got an exciting game lined up for us. Penny Shin and Tony Liu of the team Arson Rats versus Theo Diamond and Toby Lieberman from team T2 or T squared. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, probably T squared. Hard. We'll get information on that. But either way, 2 players we've seen before. They are just 1 floor above us here at the beautiful Planet Word Museum here in downtown Washington, D.C. Incredible location that is so generous to offer up their space for this incredible event as well. Thank you so much, Planet Word, for your support. So with that, let's take a look at the preview of our round 3 matchup. As Chloe said, it's going to be 2 teams that have a lot of experience before. There we have it. You can see on your left, it's T squared, T2. Let's just call them T squared. That's kind of a cool name. Theo Diamond and Toby Lieberman. Chloe, you mentioned that they've had some pretty great results at the championship in the past.
Yeah, so Theo and Toby are last year's runners-up. Or sorry, not runners-up, 3rd place finishers. And Penny and Tony are also have competed in previous years. Penny last year finished in 10th place. And so this will be a really exciting matchup. We have some School Scrabble veterans. Theo and Toby in 8th and 7th grades respectively, and Theo and Toby, 8th and 7th grades, and then Penny and Tony in 6th grade. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this game.
Yeah, so just that slight disparity in experience level. We'll see if that rears its head. But of course, if you recognize the name Shin from Scrabble content, whether from Penny's older sister Leah or potentially Austin and Lindsay Shin, essentially Scrabble royalty, you would not be surprised if being in 6th grade, maybe a little less experience, but I'm guessing they're going to be ready to rock in this game. Thank you so much, by the way, to our sponsor, Hasbro Games. None of this event could be possible without Hasbro's generous support, sponsoring the entire event as well as our matchup screen. So let's get to the game. I think our players are ready to play some Scrabble. And again, you're seeing 2 players on either side. Chloe, a little bit of differences here between what we've seen from high school.
Yeah, so in the elementary and middle school division in School Scrabble, this division has always been played in teams of 2 for as long as this tournament has gone on, since I believe 2004 was the first year. And this is just a really great way to encourage partnership and collaboration between the 2 members of each team. I played on a team of 2 for many years, and it was a great way to get introduced to the world of Scrabble and meet other kids, and just a really fun way to play the game.
Yeah, it definitely creates a lot of interesting differences, as it looks like we might be seeing Theo and Toby exchange to start the game. That makes total sense. Mm-hmm. I think they had 3 of the 4 Ds in the game on their rack to start, so it makes a lot of sense. You'd want to dump those back in, see if you can draw some vowels, and no vowels, but a little better balance as we move over to Penny and Tony, who are going to get an opportunity to play that first word. But yeah, playing in pairs, you can divide and conquer a little bit with those Scrabble skills, Chloe.
Yeah, we were talking about this last game, dividing up studying between players so that you kind of get a wider array of words covered by each person on the team. And on this first turn, Penny and Tony have the J, and they quickly play the word job, a really nice play, scoring 24 points. Yeah, when you have that J, it's a great scoring tile, and they've done just that with it.
Yeah, it's a very nice idea. Get that J off of the rack. A couple commenters in chat noting the possibility of bougie here, which actually amazingly is not valid, even though bougier with an R is valid somehow. It's a weird sort of, this is that classic, the dictionary making no sense situation.
Yeah.
So they weren't thinking about that either way, but it could have been a crazy trap to fall into, or a really, really impossible challenge for Theo and Toby. Either way, job is to play. Response is going to be mint underlapping there. It's kind of tough to get that many points on this board, Chloe.
Yeah, that's a nice find. They had exactly the right instinct of getting rid of some of those consonants, but maybe they didn't need to exchange this turn because they had some better scoring opportunities. And they're holding on to that blank, keeping their, I'm sure Theo and Toby are thinking of this blank as a potential bingo tile, and that's what they're trying to work towards. So, yeah, there were a lot of similar options to Mint's last turn, and I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, for sure. They've even drawn a Y to potentially play something with Minty if they can spot it. There is the regular word laundry is available, but they are seeing drunkly, which frankly, that is a very plausible looking word. I don't think it's actually valid, but that would be a really difficult challenge to make, except for, again, another difference between the divisions here. Nice play of Tofu getting off that U and F2 unpleasant tiles to have for Penny and Tony, but Drunkly and Minty in double challenge, where you lose your turn for challenging a valid word, this would be really, really tough to challenge. But Chloe, it's not the rule we're using.
Right, yeah. In this 10-point challenge dictionary, the incentive to challenge plays that you're not sure is high of. Plays that you're not sure of is higher. And I think this is a great way because it can be hard when you're a younger player to have the confidence to challenge. So this really gives these elementary and middle school players, some more confidence to challenge plays. And it looks like they're going with Drunkly. That was a really fast find. Impressive word finding, even though this one is another one of those words that just doesn't happen to be in the dictionary. So let's see how Penny and Tony react.
Wow, this is really interesting because not only is there an issue with is drunkly a word, maybe it looks really much like a word, but Penny and Tony actually have a bingo through the N of drunkly, of resizing. So if they decide to let this stay on the board, there actually is a solid argument to do that, because you're getting a great bingo in response if you can think to play resizing here. Looks like they have Zig set up. They might be getting ready to play Zing, which is a good idea, but I would be amazed to see resizing go down. I guess the important thing here, Chloe, is no thought to challenge this word.
Right, yeah, and that's so reasonable. I don't even know if I would be confident in challenging this play. It just looks a lot like a word. And when you see that you have a comeback play of Zing, or even if they potentially think of extending that Zing to resizing, that would be, a reason to kind of not think twice about this play of Drunkly.
Yeah, so let's see what they decide. I think, okay, this is a strategy I've seen many times, Chloe, with the sort of domino effect of the tiles. Good way to communicate.
Zing instead of Zing.
Okay, so this is still solid. It sets up your S a little bit better than just playing Zin, which is also valid, but I do think that you might want to see the G be played instead of the E. Either way, nice way to hit that Z on the triple, but yeah, resizing would have been so fantastic.
Oh, that would have been awesome. But now we have a ton of vowels on Theo and Toby's rack, and they are going to pretty instantly, it looks like, exchange down to just the E and the A. A very nice choice to get rid of a bunch of those vowels. There's just not really much you can do with those letters.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. They've kept A, E together. Two vowels a little bit imbalanced, but remember, the A and E in a vacuum are two fantastic tiles, and you can see, Chloe, you reacted to what they've drawn.
Yeah, I mean, they drew a bingo on their rack. I'm not sure if it fits on this board, but they have a couple of words on that rack. They see one of them immediately, fainted. They also have defiant. So that kind of goes to show the value of that A and E there. They drew a bunch of consonants. They also had a bunch of vowels on the rack. We're very early in the game, so this might not be a huge factor, but they had a few extra vowels, so it might have been slightly more likely for them to draw some consonants. And this exchange worked out pretty well for them.
Yeah, liking that from them. They see both their bingos now. They got fainted arranged nearly instantly, and now they have defiant. So the two 7-letter words on Theo and Toby's rack. The only issue, as you mentioned, Chloe, where do they actually fit? Not so obvious at first glance.
Yeah, we'll see what Penny and Tony do. It looked like maybe they were thinking of just playing something through that U of drunkly. But now they're changing course a bit. I think they're just considering different options here. And this is the thing, yeah, like you were saying, you often see in School Scrabble, teams will line up their letters vertically on the board so that they can see them, but the opponents can't. And that gives a way of visualizing some plays.
Ooh, okay, so looks like using up one of the two S's here, that is defensible. When you have two S's, holding on to both of them is not always the best idea, so you can balance your rack a little bit better sometimes if you use an S. It's actually very advanced thinking on their part, and now you can see that exist is instantly.
Wow.
Penny and Tony have that lined up, and that can play right here for a very, very big score. So they're going to pivot quickly from being able to potentially play or threaten a bingo. Instead, they've drawn that X, and they can hit that really hard. But Chloe, do you think that Theo and Toby are considering playing afted in that same spot?
It looks like they might be. They might be thinking of the 3-letter word that they know, aft. I believe that's an adjective, so it does not take a back S. It doesn't take a back ED either. So this would not be a word if they play it. It would score a whole bunch of points, which is probably why they're considering it. They would get that F on the double letter score and hit the same triple word score that exist would hit for Penny and Tony. So it's very tempting. And I wonder if they'll consider other options or if they're just going to go ahead and play this word that is not in the dictionary.
I feel like, so whenever we are seeing a potentially invalid word being decided upon, there are a couple things to consider. One is, do we see that it would block a great play for the opponent, right? Mm-hmm. So if I'm Penny and Tony, I'm thinking to myself, if afted comes down, oh my God, exist for 1,000,000 points just got blocked. If I'm not so sure of the word that was played, you have so much incentive to challenge it off because you just had your dream play get blocked. As opposed to if I'm looking at a totally different part of the board, I might be more apt to leave I might be more apt to leave that play on the board. So
yeah, it looks like there might be changing course here, going with lift, a word that they are sure of.
Yeah.
I like that. I like plays that are valid in the dictionary. And I like this play of lift, keeping a really balanced leave of A, D, E, and N. Those are really bingo-friendly tiles, and Penny and Tony are instantly putting down exist.
Yeah.
So that would be a huge play for them.
This is fantastic. They definitely are going to want to play this relatively quickly. It is worth noting, Chloe, that exist and exits are slightly different plays here. It's fair to say, well, what makes them different? But they actually are a little different.
Yeah. And this play will actually give a pretty obscure bingo to Theo and Toby, an 8-letter word. But I think that would be a shocking play for almost any player to make.
Yeah, so we will just have to see what Theo and Toby do with this. The play that Chloe is suggesting, it's all right. It's been shouted out in the chat. That would be absolutely insane to see that go down. Either way, there are a lot of nice plays that aren't that crazy bingo of dyspnea, if I'm saying that correctly, with the OE in it. That would be pretty insane stuff. There are a lot of nice plays that they can make that aren't that one here.
Yeah, totally. They are looking at this PNY. Maybe I think they're thinking of puny through the U of drunkly. There's another nice option of pony. If they put that O that they have in the word and played making UP from tofu, that would score a bunch of points. So there are plenty of good options here. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're going to, all right, puny is the play, as you mentioned. That looks pretty good. The leave is slightly imbalanced, but if they do draw a couple of consonants, there are now several really nice places to play 8-letter bingos. That S of exist Yeah, the only difference I was driving towards there with playing exits versus exist is that if you actually put the S down here, you are giving up a few more points than you might otherwise with those 8-letter bingos ending in S. So technically, it's a little bit positionally safer to play exist instead of exits, and very, very fast comes down chi. That was nearly instant, Chloe.
Yeah, that's showing how important that word QI is. Penny and Tony had this rack with 3 R's, a B, a W, and the Q. Very ugly, but luckily they had that I to go for a really, really big play of QI, scoring a ton of points, getting the double letter square both ways. So that's a very nice play.
Yeah, look at the 2 sets of tiles here. Very different. Although Penny and Tony just drew AE to their 5 consonant leave. So that was a huge draw for them. If they drew 2 more consonants, we would be really looking at tales of 2 different racks here. But yeah, it's back to Theo and Toby. They did leave that slightly imbalanced 3 vowel, 1 consonant leave. They drew 2 more O's. That's the bad news. But that blank is great news, the second blank of the game.
Yeah. And now Theo and Toby will have to just think through what are their best options for cleaning up this rack. Will they be able to play off a couple of those O's? Will they have to exchange again? I think there must be a way for them to not have to exchange, but it's hard when you have so many vowels.
Yeah, it is hard. I think there are a couple things working in their favor, and the O's actually do make some decent overlaps. You could put them on top of the N and Y of puny, making 1, and oi if you wanted to go that route. That seems okay. I don't know. Those are kind of risky because you could get hit with really big hooking plays. Like what if if Penny and Tony had a K, you would hate to see Rook come down after that. So that's a little risky. This is a pretty tough turn, I have to say. I would be sorely tempted to exchange if I couldn't find something to put on the board that I didn't think gave my opponents a really big counter.
Yeah, it's a tough position. It looks like they've gone with exchanging 2 O's, keeping still a slightly vowel-heavy lead.
Oh, look at that reaction.
I might have been inclined to get rid of 1 or 2 more vowels there, maybe keeping just A, E, and D in the blank instead of O, A, E, D, because you're seeing now they drew 2 more vowels, and they're back almost in exactly the same position that they were in the previous turn.
Yeah, so that's like these plays are so close, right? What's the difference really between exchanging 2 vowels and 3? Well, in this particular situation, exchanging one of those O's and replacing it with a consonant almost always results in a playable bingo here. So could they have exchanged that O and drawn another vowel? Absolutely, but the odds were decent that they were going to draw a consonant there, and that would have changed the complexion of their next turn completely.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing you just get a feel for over time from experience. Positions like these of saying, wow, I just drew 2 more vowels. Maybe I should have kept 1 fewer vowel, and maybe that'll be sort of the factor into their thinking next time.
Yeah, it's hard. There's, Scrabble is a balancing act. It looks like we've seen another exchange here. So potentially taking that opportunity, if Theo and Toby exchanged, well, we're going to do the same thing and try to improve our tiles faster than they do. Let's see what they get.
Some consonants.
Yeah, some consonants, and that V combination with the other consonants is not ideal. So let's see what.
Oh, diode. Nice word knowledge. Nice play.
Cool.
Cool word.
So that's actually a pretty solid play here. And the thing I like about it also is prior to that play, there's really no space for 7-letter bingos on this board. But now they've made spots where a 7-letter word will often play with a lot of common suffixes.
Yeah, and when you're they're not at a huge deficit, only now down around 20 points. It was probably more like 40 before that play. But when you're down, when you're at a deficit, you want to create options on the board for bingos, and especially holding that blank. That's what they're working towards. So when they draw that bingo, they want to have a place to play it.
Yeah, it makes total sense. I really do like that play. Very savvy from Theo and Toby. Meanwhile, it is back to Penny and Tony. They are holding on to a lead that is much too small to feel comfortable. There's still so much left to be decided here, but they have to feel good. They're up by not quite 20 points, plus whatever they're able to get on this move. So that's a good start for them. But it's hard to see where are the points coming here, Chloe.
Yeah, it looks like they were thinking maybe of trying something like mave, which is not a word, and making maybe um with tofu. I think another play hooking the m onto the u of tofu would be really nice, because they can get the score of the points of that m going both ways. Get rid of some consonants maybe. Though there's not a great way to do that. Now that I'm looking a little closer, I guess like moral might be potential. But
that seems solid. I mean, that's not going to set the world on fire as a play that you will, love when you make it, but it scores decently. Doesn't really open a ton back. You might be saying to yourself, well, moral, the play that we're talking about right here, doesn't that open a triple back to Theo and Toby? Yes, that's true, but using up this double word score on this square really takes the sting out of opening the triple. The scarier triples are when you leave that spot untouched and then allow your opponent to hit a high-scoring letter there. So a play like moral is actually deceptively not that scary.
Yeah, some other options that might be better would be getting rid of the V here, which is really the tile that's holding them back the most. I know they're trying to do that so they're doing exactly that with nav at the top right. This might be a bit scary because it does open some more triple lines. However, neither one, so now plays can come down through the V of nav or going on top of NE. There are a couple others that go there, but neither of those are so dangerous and scary.
They're not, but this is almost like a worst case scenario for putting a V in that spot is what Theo and Toby have, which is they can play a vow through there if they think about that. So the V in that spot, Chloe, you're totally right. That's really not that dangerous in general. It's hard to hit that. But with their tiles, here it comes. Great play by Theo and Toby.
Yeah, so that's gotta hurt because when you put that V there, you're really not thinking, I'm going to get hit with a 40-plus point play here. But this play of a vow is 42 points, and it'll bring Theo and Toby into the lead for which they haven't been in a bit.
Yeah, so that is, again, actually the play of nav made a lot of sense, and you really are not going to get hit anywhere near as hard as that a lot of the time, but fantastic job by Theo and Toby. They got that down really fast, and now they've drawn a little bit better. They're getting closer, Penny and Tony with modeler on the rack. That is, I believe, a valid word. It just does not fit anywhere on this board, unfortunately. That's one of the few suffixes that does not play in either side of diode, which was opened up a couple turns ago.
Yeah, and it looks like Penny and Tony are thinking of using that M in one of the hotspots on this board, maybe making MIS or UM like we've talked about. They're looking at Mr., which would be a fun play through two letters that are already on the board.
Is it possible that we are about to see an incredible play by Theo and Toby? Look at their body language. They're moving their tiles around. They might be seeing that they can play coincides to the ES on the board. That would be absolutely amazing to see that play go down.
I think we are maybe about to see that. They're looking excited and kind of eagerly awaiting this play from Penny and Tony. And that would be amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That is incredible. I think we're going to see this come down fast. Let's look at their body language. Are they getting pumped?
Oh, yeah.
I think we're seeing some smiles. Incredible. Wow. This is phenomenal.
That is amazing. It is so hard to find 9-letter words. You have to look through not just one, but two letters that are already on the board. And not only that, you have to spot the possibility of using whatever letters you have. This is an amazing find. So impressive.
Yeah, can't emphasize enough. Playing 9-letter words in Scrabble is a rarity. It is not something that you see often. It's hard to do. If you think about being able to see 7-letter words and then 8-letter words. You're basically, imagine a juggler with 7 objects and then you're adding another one in there. That's hard enough. To find 8-letter words, having the mental agility to think to find a 9-letter word, it's very rare and incredibly impressive.
That's amazing. Yes, wow, that is huge. Even at the top level, it's so rare to see a 9-letter word. So in the School Scrabble, I think this is definitely the first 9-letter word we've seen on stream this tournament. And I wonder.
It's like a challenge, maybe.
Yeah. And that makes total sense. Like we've been talking about the 10-point challenge. If Penny and Tony aren't sure of this word, they are going to challenge it. And thanks again to Merriam-Webster, the creator of the dictionary that we're using in this tournament, the official Scrabble Players Dictionary.
They got to spell it right. Yeah, they're just double checking a few times.
Yeah, don't get that wrong.
Not sure if we're getting any assistance with the challenge here. So yeah, it's not going to be in the YouTube chat. Just to answer this question, it's not going to be anyone losing points. It's going to be Toby and Theo gaining an additional 10 points when this word is deemed acceptable. So I think, we're getting
some consultation,
some ruling. They're probably, I'm not sure what they would be ruling about. We'll figure it out.
So the word checker does not have 9-letter words. OSPD. Right, so we're using the official Scrabble Players Dictionary, which actually goes from 2 to 8 letters. But
yes.
I guess this word somehow. I don't know quite what happened there. Anyway.
I see. Yeah, well, I think it's going to be, it makes sense. There are some weirdnesses with long words in this dictionary, but we got that ironed out. And of course, Theo and Toby, this word, totally normal word, they're getting that credit, and they're going to get the extra 10 points for that. Very, very impressive. Can't emphasize enough. And pretty big swing in the game. Penny and Tony have been hanging in there very nicely. But what can you really do? Your opponents have drawn both blanks and made an absolutely amazing play, Chloe.
That is just, I'm still so impressed. But now it's on Penny and Tony to turn this game around. They were in the lead for a little while after that nice play of Exist. But now the roles have reversed, and they're going to have to think of ways to open this board up for themselves, create some new opportunities to get back in this game.
Yeah, so the one extra little benefit of coincides is that it does open the board back up pretty emphatically. I think the triple is open now. They're certainly going to be looking there. Maybe they're going to try to open more volatile space on the board. And Penny and Tony can't know this, but Theo and Toby's draw is horrible. So
yeah, they're back to that vowel heaviness that we were seeing earlier in the game. And they're going to have a hard time getting out of this situation in just one turn, maybe.
Looks like they might be thinking about playing something like Elect through that C, which would be a nice way of using the triple. Of course, you want to try to use that W if at all possible. It's not going to be that easy to do that. So the nice thing about this, Chloe, at least you use one of your T's, unduplicate that, and you set up a nice lane for 7-letter words here.
Yeah, exactly. Now there are 2 really good 7-letter word lanes. There's going next to the E of elect. You could end a word in an S, a D, an R, lots of other letters. You can also still go in that spot above or below diode that we were talking about earlier. So this is a board that has many different opportunities to get a bingo down. There are also a bunch of vowels that you could play a word through, letters that you could play a word through or starting with to make an 8-letter word. So this is kind of the ideal board situation to have when you're at a deficit. You want there to be a lot of places to play bingos to get back in it.
Yeah, so that is good. And they are down by 50. And now we've just seen Theo and Toby exchanging. But, looks like a good draw is in the making here with that S. But more vowels. Insane. They just have the magnet for vowels here. Not ideal. But they now have enough consonants and confidence, which I was about to say. They're definitely going to have something good next turn, but it's over to Penny and Tony, and now they have it's kind of an underrated thing about Elect is, can they do something with their W now? I don't think so, unfortunately.
Yeah, they're looking at playing something.
Ooh,
Oh wow, rhino.
stylish overlap. This is a really nice spot of a play here. Doesn't use up the W, which you'd love to see here, but either way, this is quite impressive that they spotted this tricky overlap.
Yeah, that's a nice find. Not a word that you see super often in the game of Scrabble. It's you don't think of putting that R and H together. Oh, but maybe they're taking. No, they're just moving things around. Yeah, that W is starting to be a bit of a problem on their rack. It's one of those letters that is not very flexible. So I wonder how Penny and Tony might deal with that. Maybe on this turn now that they're taking back Rhino.
Yeah, let's see what they are going to go for here. They've got that H. Ooh, they're just going to go ahead and play the H by itself. That's an interesting idea. They're kind of close with their other letters. You would be, oh, the U is not really what they want. Although even then, they're still close to stuff. Not quite. But yeah, it's that's a nice idea. At least it keeps their lone vowel on their rack for next turn, and it uses up that spot to prevent Theo and Toby from doing so. So it's not that was actually a decent play.
Yeah, and now it looks like Theo and Toby have found a big scoring play up here, putting the K on the triple letter score, going both ways with speak. It's interesting that they're putting the S at the front of that. They could have just done peak and held on to the S, which in Scrabble we know is a very valuable tile. So I wonder what their thought process was there. It does hit the triple letter, so it's 3 extra points, but what would you have done?
Yeah, so very obscure word, by the way, of a peak also available, which that would be incredible to see that be played. I agree, maybe better to leave that S off, but I would add that the S gives you a little bit of extra protection against overlapping plays on the top row. By putting this S here, you force there to be one more overlap if you want to make one of those overlapping plays, whereas if you were to imagine the S not being there, you could put any letter in this square if you want to do an overlap of peak on top. So there is maybe the tiniest bit of value there. At the same time, by placing this S here, you expose yourself to getting hit by potentially 6-letter words going across here as well. So maybe that defensive benefit is negated in that sense.
Yeah, in this situation, it worked out pretty well for them because Penny and Tony have really the word that you default to the most when you have that ugly WU combo of WUD, and that would have fit on top of peak, making UP and DE the word would. And that would have scored a bunch of points. Now, if they know that word, they're going to have to look elsewhere to play it.
Yeah, that's actually amazing that in this particular situation, they're probably really, really happy to play wood up there. But check this out. This is actually really cool, Chloe.
Yeah.
Look at the other 6 letters. Penny and Tony just playing their W. Why is that such a nice idea?
Well, that can help them potentially draw into some bingos. There are words with the E in that rack.
The A too.
And the A.
Unitard.
Right.
If they knew that one, that would be really impressive. But the E, I'm sure they knew.
Yeah. There were things like untried or untired. That's a word. Anyway.
Yeah.
They draw the R, unfortunately, which is not the letter they wanted to see there.
Yeah, so the R, again, if you just look at the actual tiles that are unseen, there are tons of E's and A's, the exact tiles that Penny and Tony would have wanted to see. So it made a lot of sense from that perspective. Looks like we're going to see Theo and Toby using their B on top of that blank I of coincides. Nice way to get a few extra points, 20-odd points with that. Makes sense, but again, the game is close enough that a bingo from Penny and Tony would actually make a huge difference here.
Yeah.
Look at the leave, too.
I know, tons of vowels still. Those O's, it feels like they've had a million O's this game. Luckily, they drew at least one other consonant on their draw, but now it's back to Penny and Tony to deal with these UR situations that they have.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, again, if they want to take that same risk, just look at the perspective here with these A's and E's, so many of them in the unseen tiles to them. that would play in 2 spots. Anything ending in a D plays here or here with add. So it would be tempting, but at the same time, you can't just take a really low score here at this point. You have to find a way to score well so that your eventual bingo, if you draw one, actually matters in the game.
Yeah, and I would have loved to see Penny and Tony looks a little somewhere else for that word. They had the T on their rack and potentially could have played that word, making UT a spot we've kind of brought up a lot this game, but is now finally getting played in by Theo and Toby with aha. Oh, and that word apparently is phony in this dictionary. Turd is not acceptable in the OSPD. Wow. So that's one of those other kind of weird things.
Yeah.
The lexicon.
Yeah, that's a weird one. We got a couple weird omissions that, we can go back and forth about whether that should be. But from Theo and Toby's perspective, it's not the worst thing ever to see your opponents make a play scoring 5 points and cutting off a part of the board, right? That's actually kind of a good thing.
Yeah,
but
wow.
Yeah,
Penny
here we
and
go.
Tony finally getting a bingo. They saw it very quickly run to your, and that spot that we were talking about earlier for a bingo, hooking the E, that is finally coming into play. What a nice find.
Yeah, nicely done. So that is going to cut into the gap quite a bit. A lot is going to hinge on this next draw for Penny and Tony. We can see Theo and Toby's tiles are pretty weak. So if Penny and Tony were to draw something nice here, that could be pretty huge. It's definitely possible that they draw something just right. Maybe they figure out a way to get another bingo down somewhere on this board, and that would be an absolutely insane comeback in this game. So we'll see what they draw. I'm on the edge of my seat here.
I know. There's a really cool option available for Theo and Toby here that I think has been pointed out in the chat. You could extend elect to elective with the IVE on their rack.
Very
That
nice.
would be an amazing find. I wouldn't put it past them after that 9-letter play earlier. But yeah, those extension plays can be really tough to spot. You often just kind of write off a whole area of the board when you see a word like elect come down. Oh, there's nothing else I can do there. But in this case, there are a few things that could go there, one of them being elective.
That would be crazy to see that go down. And the beautiful thing about that is it would just score so many points. So Theo and Toby definitely have to be feeling a little bit uneasy here. Another bingo now at this score could be devastating. So getting a really, really high score like elective would be phenomenal. But that being said, extension plays like that, very, very difficult to think of a lot of the time.
Yeah, and wow, after that draw of Penny and Toby's, if you look at the remaining tiles, there is only, I believe, one consonant left in the bag. Just one R.
So more vowels are
so
coming
more
for
vowels.
them. This has been the story of their game. The story of their game has been the incredible play of coincides, first of all, but also they
Yes.
have drawn vowel after vowel in this game. So if they play their V and G together, they're going to have all vowels heading into the end game. That's a scary place to be.
Yeah, it is. And I'm very interested to know if Penny and Tony or Theo and Toby are tracking tiles this game and keeping track of what's left in the bag and potentially seeing what Penny and Tony might do with that information.
Yeah, this is crazy. So it looks like they have Ova set up on the rack. Not sure. So if I'm in their shoes, oh yeah, maybe Nova. If I'm in their shoes here, there's actually a lot of stuff to worry about here. So you have a lot of real estate on this upper left quadrant of the board, but you also have this T lurking that basically is almost impossible to address. And then you have the end of coincides where stuff can definitely play through this as well. So it's hard to address every threat. You have to do some prioritization here, Chloe.
Yeah, it's super tough. There's a lot to consider. They're only up not even 30 points. It's a close game. And it looks like they're going with Nova, which is or maybe they're thinking about it at least, which is a play that would obstruct a lot of that space that you were just talking about. So now that N, that T, you couldn't play through those anymore. It would give back a V, but that's one of the less dangerous tiles in terms of bingos fitting through. And they would still be keeping one consonant, which is crucial here.
Yeah, that's That's all true. That makes a lot of sense. If they did play Nova, okay, so they go ahead and play Ova in the upper corner. So this is a nice way to get rid of that V, but it really doesn't do very much to address any of the open threats for Penny and Tony. And what we know, looking at Penny and Tony's rack, so many consonants, but again, there are so many vowels coming. All they have to do is make sure they leave enough tiles in the bag that, what are they going to go for here?
It looks like they're setting up neg. I would love to see them get rid of
one of the L's.
Yeah, and only 3 letters maximum. I don't know what this word could be. Just getting rid of the L and G here, if that's possible.
Yeah, so the issue here, Chloe, what is it?
So there are only 10 tiles unseen to Penny and Tony, which means that there's 3 in the bag. So now Penny and Tony playing 4 tiles will only draw 3 letters, making it impossible for them to play a bingo because they will only have 6 tiles on their rack. So that's why in that sort of situation, you really want to be mindful of how many are left in the bag. You can even say, I'm counting, and take the bag and just feel in there and count 1, 2, 3 and know that there are only 3 in the bag. And, maybe give yourself a chance to bingo.
Yeah, so, there's still, there is a logic to this where you have the last S, so you can play Gnarl, set up that S for yourself, but that isn't going to score so many points playing there. You've got all 1-point tiles, so really making up a score deficit like this in the end game is going to be so tough when you know that pretty much every tile left is only one point. If you could potentially draw a high point tile, making that nice S hook and drawing that high pointer, maybe that gets you there. In this situation, it's going to be tough. So looks like Theo and Toby very cleverly blocking off that S hook, Chloe.
Yeah, really nice. AE does not take an S at the back of it. It's one of those 2-letter words that you can't put anything at the back of. Theo and Toby probably know that, saw that there's an S out, saw that you could put that S after Gnarl, and decided we're not having any of that. Let's block that spot and prevent some scoring for Penny and Tony.
Mac in the chat pointing out something insane, which is electrit. That is absolutely absurd. I actually totally forgot about that word. So electrit is a valid word here. If you wanted to go for this, this could be a hilarious way to put a huge amount of pressure on Theo and Toby, especially because if they consider challenging it and it is good, you give your opponent an extra 10 points, and they would have to do some serious calculating. Again, though, that is a really, I was literally not thinking about that whatsoever. So I think Penny and Tony can easily be forgiven if they don't play that. Let's not expect them to. But that is absolutely crazy here. They're looking to play something on top of the board here. Not sure what that will be, but I do think Theo and Toby are in good shape to squeak this one out.
Wow, yeah, this one became a close game, and both players scoring more than 400 points in this game. That is super impressive in its own right. Yeah, very impressive play from both sides.
Yeah, we'll, okay, score is back to what it was.
Okay.
So, yeah, score update, it was just permuting out some of the possibilities here. So this is actually a cool follow-up play, too. The block of AE alongside Gnarl gave a nice place to play Ego, scoring pretty well for Theo and Toby. Very nice endgame play by them there.
Yeah, very nice. And now I expect Penny and Tony to go out on this turn, playing the ES and T off their rack. Yeah, impressive game from both sides.
Yeah, very much so. Right down the stretch, I just wonder what could have been the play other than Gnarl that would have put maximum pressure on Theo and Toby, maybe threatening some bingos to potentially steal this one away. But either way, as you said, Chloe, great plays on both sides. Final play of set and rule set with a little bend in it there. So yeah, the final score looks like it's going to be something like 426 to 394. wow, that was a pretty epic game, and maybe we can see what the players have to say about it.
I'm so pumped, bro. My hands are shaking. My microphone, I know you're on. You had a nice time. Thank you. Good game, guys. You guys played really, really well.
All right.
So
Looks like maybe, I'm not sure if they're going to discuss or if that was a very fast tile square.
They're on it.
All right, yeah, so it looks like they squared up those tiles pretty much immediately, doing their paperwork there. So maybe no discussion, which is fine. We won't get that each and every time, but that was a pretty crazy one to sink our teeth into. And a 9-letter word that we got to see there, Chloe. Amazing.
Yeah, that was amazing. It's not every day that you see something like that, and especially from a rack of tiles that did not look extremely bingo friendly. There were 2 C's. It's kind of clunky, and they took the time and effort to think of not only a bingo but a 9-letter word. It's just amazing.
Yeah, that was crazy. I feel like I've got a hunch about what our honor roll play of the game is going to be. It seems like really there can be only one, but let's confirm that as we cut to our honor roll and see what was the play of round 3 here on the stream. There you go. Of course.
Who would have thought?
Yeah, it had to be that, Chloe.
I mean, yeah, just like we were just saying, this was absolutely amazing. And so impressive.
Yeah, that's so cool to see. It would have been enough, frankly, to see coincide just to an E on the board. Of course, having the E and S together makes it ever so slightly easier, but really the true brilliance here, not only do you see this crazy word, but thinking to play it into the ES is just phenomenal from them. So yeah, this was really fantastic on their part. And again, our honor roll play of the game brought to you by Word Game Players Organization. Huge, generous sponsor of the School Scrabble Championship. Thank you so much to Word Game Players Organization. And check out their website at wordgameplayers.org. You can get information about Scrabble clubs and tournaments near you. If you're watching this and saying, man, this looks awesome, how can I get involved? That's definitely a great website to visit for that information and other resources about competitive play. So thank you, WGPO. Let's move on to our report card. So we've just seen our first game there from the middle school division. You can see, okay, right, Leah and John Penny, who we just saw, but Theo and Toby are about to be moving up in the standings, Chloe, after this nice win.
Yeah, that was a big win for them, and it looks like they just updated. Oh, how many is that? 7 teams, I think, or maybe 8 at 3-0. I can't count.
Yeah, it looks like 8.
8 teams at 3-0.
Yeah, my eyes went straight to
And in first place, I believe that's Nathan and Hazem. Nathan Lurlop, I think, who we've seen before. And like you said, Leah and Jonathan in second place, Theo and Toby coming in third right now. But like we've been saying, it's anyone's tournament, so this is really exciting.
Yeah, so early on, some of the top teams rising to the top where we would have expected. And of course, our report card brought to you by letsplayscrabble.com. Huge thanks to the team at LPS behind the scenes. Everything you're seeing on this stream is the result of incredibly hard work behind the scenes by the LPS team. So easy way to say thank you. Just clicks, really isn't that hard to do. Clicking like on the stream, clicking subscribe on the LPS YouTube channel. Really easy way to show your appreciation. And we thank you so much for watching along with us through our first 3 rounds here at the School Scrabble Championship. Let's check out some of the scoring averages. Oh my gosh, huge scores being made here.
Wow, an average score of 509 points for Nathan and Hazem in first place. Theo and Toby averaging 464 points. That's
Yeah, that's an average of 500 points is absolutely incredible at any level of Scrabble and for any opponent that you're facing. That is amazing. Great, great start for those two. Clearly a team to watch. Of course, we just saw the team Toby. They're playing 9-letter words with averaging 464 points. I think we are in for a treat with more games from this division. It is crazy to think that these are middle school and younger players here, Chloe. It's kind of mind blowing.
I know they're playing at such a high level, and not only that, they're showing great sportsmanship and collaboration. Yeah, it's absolutely awesome to see. And it's so much fun to watch the new talent coming up in Scrabble.
Yeah, without question. I mean, you are living proof of that. Chloe, a 9-time alum of School Scrabble, now one of the top players in all of North America, regardless of age. It's just an example. It's something that I've seen over the years. Increasingly, the all ages champions of tomorrow, we see them here at School Scrabble first, playing absolutely incredible Scrabble. So with that, I think we're going to take our lunch break. We are going to return from our break at roughly 2:15 Eastern time. So we're going to take that break. During the break, we've recorded a great interview with the someone who is well known to you, Chloe, and basically the lead event organizer here, Stefan Fatsis, fixture in all of Scrabble, but School Scrabble in particular. So we've got a great interview between myself and Stefan coming right up during the break. But we're going to go get some lunch, and we'll be back at 2:15 for 3 more rounds from the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship.
Hello and welcome to the North American School Scrabble Championship. I hope you enjoy what you are about to witness.
Welcome, everybody. My name is Will Anderson, and we are live from the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship, and I have a very special guest with me here today. It is author of Word Freak, my good friend, Stefan Fatsis. Welcome.
Awesome, Will. Great to be here. My favorite weekend of the year.
Yeah, it's been a lot of years that we've been involved, but if anyone's been involved with this, longer than anyone else, it's you. How long have you been involved with School Scrabble, and how did you originally get involved with this, this scene?
I wrote Word Freak. It was published in 2001, but I didn't get involved in School Scrabble until a few years later. The first time I went actually was to be one of the hosts of ESPN's coverage of the School Scrabble Championship. ESPN did an hour-long show for a couple of years in the mid-2000s, and I was a commentator, and I wrote the script and helped produce the show. So that was before my daughter, Chloe, your broadcast partner, was involved in Scrabble at all. She was like 5 years old. And once Chloe got to elementary school, I started a club at her school before she was even able to play. That was my gradual sort of like obsession with School Scrabble as well as competitive Scrabble. The first year I had like 6 or 8 kids in my club, brought 2 kids to the national championship, both of whom are either married or about to get married. So time marches on.
Wow.
And it just grew from there. I got more and more kids interested in playing. Every year I'd bring more kids to the championship. And then finally, after like 2 or 3 years, Chloe was in 3rd grade, 4th grade, and able to play both in the club and then to come to nationals when she was a 4th grader.
That's amazing. So you had a lot in there in terms of roles that you have had in the School Scrabble ecosystem, so to speak. So parent, coach, club leader, and now essentially the organizer of this event. That is pretty much every hat that you can wear, you've worn. Do you have a favorite from those that's been most memorable, or do you consider them on an even playing field? What is your favorite role that you've had within this world?
I don't know, it's hard not to say like being a parent isn't the most rewarding thing that you can experience, period, but also in this community. Watching Chloe grow from this tiny, I have a picture of her at age like 5 when I brought her with me to the nationals, and someone had to sort of babysit her while I was doing my ESPN work. And then her starting to play and competing at a high level really quickly. By 5th grade, she finished 3rd in the nationals in, I think, 6th grade, 4th and 8th grade in the School Scrabble Championship. And those moments as a parent and coach, sort of 2 hats at once, where your kid runs out of the room and says, "We played this word." It's so gratifying, or running out with the score sheet and sort of going through play by play. I remember at one tournament, I had encouraged Chloe to study the 5 voweled 8s, 8-letter words that have 5 vowels in them. And she came running out of the room. "We played," oh God, and now I'm going to forget on camera. I'm going to forget what the word was.
Yeah.
But it was just one of those like moments of both sort of Scrabble satisfaction, parental pride, and also just the thrill of being there and watching your child do something that she loves.
Could you talk a little bit about what makes the championship such a special event?
What makes it a special event, Will, is that it's a national championship. There is a feeling of that you are part of something exclusive. We work really hard with Kieran O'Connor and Josh Greenway and you and all the other people that support this program, all the sponsors, Hasbro, Wigpo, NASPA donating tiles and racks and equipment, all the parents who are encouraging their kids to play. The goal here is to create something memorable for kids, to feel like they are part of something bigger than themselves, and to have this rewarding experience in this incredible setting, dedicated to language, dedicated to the love of words and wordplay. What better place could we ask for to hold an event like this? And you just want the kids to experience that. That's the gift here, is that we can do something that the 100 or so kids that are here this weekend competing in the spirit of fun and sportsmanship and competitive drive, they can take something away that they will remember forever. And you mentioned the hats I've worn. Like, the hat of coach isn't just my daughter. It isn't just Chloe, who's gone on to keep playing Scrabble and is one of the best Scrabble players in North America now. I mean, the reward is that when I see all of Chloe's peers from elementary school and middle school and high school who have competed in this event or were part of our club at school when they were growing up, come back to me now when they're in their 20s and say, and this happened to me like 2 days ago. 2 of the kids that are playing in this tournament who are seniors in high school, who were in the club in middle school and went to high school and just did other things, but want to come back every year to be part of this. They said to me, like, we actually got together the other night to play a couple of games, and they said, yeah, middle school, man, Scrabble Club was the best thing. I mean, it was like, that was the memory for us. So the reward I get is those memories that we've helped create for kids and the relationships and bonds that I have helped form personally with these kids and as they've grown up.
Incredibly well said. Couldn't imagine saying it better. You really just captured it. And we've come such a long way as well. The championship is almost unrecognizable in this beautiful venue, as you mentioned. But I wonder if you could talk a little bit about if you have a vision for this event going forward, what that might be. Where do we go from here? We've come such a long way, but we could potentially go even further with the right vision.
Oh, for sure, Will. And the advances we've made aren't necessarily in numbers. This tournament did attract more than 200 kids. The corporate support for years was really strong. The tournament was held in like Orlando at this terrific resort, and the kids would play during the day and then go jump in the pool and play ping pong and have a great time in the evening. So I'd love to see us get back to that place where there is a strong corporate element, a connection where everybody can see the value in this and the spirit of fun and the educational reward that these kids experience from this event. And what that means is sort of replicating the good things in other places. There's this amazing Scrabble program that you've been talking about on the live stream in Philadelphia. They've got hundreds and hundreds of kids that play Scrabble after school around the city. It'd be wonderful to replicate that program in other cities, in other places around the country. Love to see more competitive Scrabble players like you and me get involved locally in a school, at a library, forming a club, getting parents and kids to come and participate. The game itself is what it is. It's been this incredible piece of Americana, this incredible intellectually challenging, stimulating, educating game for almost 90 years now. The game itself is what it is. We know how incredible it is to play it, to help others learn how to play it better, and to encourage kids to want to play it more. Getting the word out and sort of building off of the positive programs and skills that are out there is what we need now to go forward. I'd love to see this event on par with something like the Spelling Bee, which people tune in, millions of people tune in to watch. There are ways to tailor Scrabble to make it appealing to a wider audience. You've done that with your videos. There's a way to do that on the competitive side too. School Scrabble is an incredible petri dish. It's a lab to help do that for this game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think the sky is the limit for this event. Can't imagine who could advocate for that more powerfully than you have just done. So yeah, thank you so much, Stefan. So with that, Stefan Fatsis, thank you so much for this conversation. As always, it's been a pleasure to work alongside you here, buddy.
Awesome. Right back at you, Will. Let's play Scrabble, people.
everybody? Welcome back from our lunch break here, where we're going to bring you 3 more games this afternoon from the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. Again, I'm Will Anderson, joined once again by Chloe Fatsis. Chloe, we've had a great morning. Really excited for this afternoon.
Yeah, me too. I'm so excited for 3 more games, to see some new players that we haven't seen yet on the stream, and yeah, watch some more Scrabble.
Yeah, we're here at the Planet Word Museum here in downtown Washington, D.C. Planet Word is just the best possible place for an event like this. There are incredible exhibits everywhere celebrating language, etymology, all things words. What could be a better location for a Scrabble tournament like this? And so generously offering their space to us here to use basically the entire 4th floor, 1 floor above us. So thank you so much. Planet Word, the museum where language comes to life. What a tagline. You gotta love it, Chloe. And now let's check out a preview of our matchup coming next. This is brought to you by Hasbro Games, another incredibly generous sponsor. Without Hasbro's support, this event could not be possible. And there you see, Chloe, we've got a really nice matchup here from the middle school division.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this one. We got Andrew Weiland and Alan South against Julian Riggs and Wyatt Hartig. Andrew and Alan are from Connecticut and Texas, respectively. And Julian and Wyatt are both from Washington, D.C. So an exciting matchup. We have 1 4th grader, by far our youngest player yet. So that's huge. Andrew is in 4th grade.
Yeah, and by all accounts, Andrew, an incredibly talented young player at the 4th grade level, competing against 7th graders, 8th graders, and holding his own. You can see these two, the two on the left there, Andrew and Alan, 3-0 with very impressive scores in each game. So yeah, it's definitely a team to watch. I'm very excited to watch them. But again, very well-rounded players on both sides. A lot of different hobbies other than Scrabble, Chloe.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Andrew, we've got a bunch of sports players. It seems like everyone at this tournament does at least 2 sports. Andrew does 2-hand touch football, basketball, baseball. We've got some soccer playing. Julian, soccer playing from Alan. We've got Julian, another frisbee and taekwondo person, and some more baseball and karate and archery from Wyatt. So
Julian,
very well-rounded.
Also with the Rubik's cubing, which is a pretty cool, that's kind of a sister hobby of Scrabble. I know there's actually some surprising crossover between people that are really into speed cubing and Scrabble players, these kind of niche hobbies that attract a lot of passion. So yeah, very well-rounded kids, as you would expect, and we should be ready to kick off round 4 here. Let's cut to the board and let these players get underway. It looks like Andrew and Alan will have the first move here. And yeah, this is, we're 3 rounds in. We've had our first break. There's still a little ways to go. But Chloe, you got to remember, the middle schoolers have 8 games to determine who the finalists will be.
Yeah, it's a shorter event than the high school division where we'll have 10 games. So 8 games in the grand scheme of Scrabble tournaments is not a whole lot of games. So every game is really important. Every game counts. And yeah, this is a big one.
So we see the WU combination. If you are not as seasoned of a tournament player out there watching the stream, first of all, welcome. We are thrilled to have you. Secondly, the thing to know is that certain combinations of tiles like WU, you can even almost hear it in the way that we're saying those letters. Very difficult to use. So you're going to see anytime these players have those 2 letters together, you're almost certainly going to see one of the 2 be used. There you go, plow. It fits that example.
Yeah, really nice play. Didn't see really any other better option for Andrew and Alan there. They score some points with the P and W and, got rid of, like you said, one of the WU, that gross combination. Now over to Julian and Wyatt, who have set up barf on their rack.
Only in Scrabble can you say that and have it not be disgusting.
Looks like they're thinking of warm, potentially, down from the W. So a few options here for Julian and Wyatt.
Yeah, I feel again, Julian and Wyatt don't have such a toxic combination on their rack as WU, but they definitely have to be careful with some of these, the BF combination, the BU. Want to try to use as many of those clunky letters as possible. Warm scores nicely, getting off of that W, but let's just see. Hopefully, Julian and Wyatt draw some nice letters that help bridge the gap between the BF combination, not the absolute best two tiles there.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Andrew and Alan have drawn amazing tiles either. They're struggling with that U. Still, they have a Y. They're looking at Gutty. Not sure where that's going to go necessarily.
That's definitely a word you'd love to play in that rack. So it's good that they're looking at that and saying, where can we play this word?
But they do see putty, I think, is what they're looking at, which would be a really nice way of getting rid of both those T's, the Y, the U. So I really like their thinking here of identifying the problematic tiles on their rack and looking for solutions when one word they find doesn't work, but maybe there's another similar one that does work.
Yeah, this is pretty solid on their part for all the reasons you described. And Julian and Wyatt, meanwhile, we were hoping they would get some letters that help bridge the gap between their UIBF combination. I would say that QSE does that job beautifully.
The best draw they could have had for that.
Yeah, a lot of options for them here. They can keep the QU together, try to find a place to play it. There's a lot of different ways they could go with this. Something like squib. They have quib set up here. Are they thinking about squib, which would play nicely with worms?
Yeah, that would be a great play. Looks like they're thinking quibs potentially. They're still putting it vertically, which means that they're just deliberating. This is not a word, but maybe they'll think about squib instead. Or maybe not.
All right, this is a big one. So this definitely is one where it's an opportunity for Andrew and Alan. We haven't seen as many challenges as we would have expected. This is a chance for these two, the tile titans here. Can they? Oh, they're definitely.
That's an immediate challenge. So I think we see Mac Meller in the chat. I believe he's the coach of at least one of these players, if not both. So he knows their games pretty well. And thanks again to Merriam-Webster for letting us use the official Scrabble Players Dictionary in this tournament. And we'll see the result of this challenge in a minute and look at their reaction.
Yeah, so big swing here. So there's a lot going on. First of all, tough to lose a challenge here. But secondly, if you're Andrew and Alan, you've seen those 5 letters, that if Julian and Wyatt think again, they might consider playing squib and worms on the next turn. So what could you do to, try to obstruct that? Do you maybe hope they just don't think of that? There's a lot to consider.
Right. I mean, especially when you've just lost a turn from a challenge, that's when you're most wanting to not play a phony again. So if it were me, I would not make any play that I'm not 100% sure of after losing a turn already. It looks like they see the word bisque, though. That's a really nice find.
Yeah, bisque is great. That's impressive that they spotted that now. I'm sure they feel good about that. As laggy comes down for Andrew and Alan, that looks like a great way to use both of those G's. The G is a tile where if you don't have it with that IN combination, it really suffers quite a bit. So you can see very advanced on their part.
Yeah, I think laggy actually might not be in the dictionary.
Oh, wow, really? Is that only recently added to like Collins or something? Okay, didn't realize that. All right, well, we'll figure that out.
Yeah.
That caught me by surprise because I certainly thought it was valid, but
yeah, maybe not in the OSPD.
Right.
Okay.
We'll figure that out. It looks good to me. That's all I know. And the important thing is it looks good to both teams here. So it's going to stay on the board regardless of what we determine. But we'll figure that out, I guess. But back over to Julian and Wyatt. They see this beautiful bisque play, and I'm not sure that it fits anywhere. I guess it's up to, are they going to consider playing squib and worms, or probably not, Chloe?
Yeah, I wonder. I'm thinking maybe not. I don't know if that word has crossed their minds yet. They seem pretty focused on getting this bisque play down, which might not be possible. I wonder if they'll start looking for other Q plays. I mean, they probably know QUA is an option, or even QI. Yeah, I don't know about squib though.
Yeah, I think the reason you would see that be played is probably losing the challenge on quibs, losing that confidence of like, oh, geez, I just can't figure out is there a word in these letters? If so, what is it? I think they'll probably look for a different option, just having already lost that challenge with a very similar looking word to squib. But there are other options that are pretty solid for them here. They could even consider keeping the QU. It looks like they're thinking about playing fib. They can't play it on top, but maybe on the bottom of laggy could be a decent option. Excuse me.
Yeah, definitely. Interestingly, I think the word bisque that they've been looking at would fit making slaggy. It seems like
nice.
That would be something. But again, one of those weird words that would be very, very hard to be sure of as a player. And so they're going to go with fig, which looks solid. They keep the QU combo, so they might be able to get some points with that next turn.
I give them a lot of credit because it seemed like they were about to play figs with their S, but they pulled the S back. Very nice job by them. That's often a mistake that less experienced players make. You want to play your S, get an extra point, but the S is actually so valuable here as a potential hook to plow, maybe slaggy if you think about it, but certainly plows is one that the players are going to know. So yeah, very nicely done. Folks in the chat pointing out a crazy 8-letter word playable here with these letters. I think anybody could be forgiven. Tideland through the L of laggy. Instead, we're going to see a very natural play. I like this play of dead as an overlap play.
Yeah, they're getting some points. They still keep a relatively balanced lead. Yeah, I don't think anyone can fault them for not seeing Tideland. That's a really hard word to find. So yeah, the fast play of dead, and we're back to Julian and Wyatt, who have drawn pretty decently. I wonder what options they have now.
Yeah, they drew that O, which pairs nicely with some of the other letters that they have. It's very tricky option for them here. It's especially tricky because you would have to know that dead actually, I think it takes, dead, I believe, takes an S. So if you thought about that, you could play queso in that spot. You could also play it with slaggy. But again, these are very, very tricky hooks that I would be very impressed to see on both counts. So you probably need to be finding some other way of scoring points more confidently here.
Yeah, let's see. They're thinking of Rob. Which makes total sense. Keep the QU combo again. It's a good move because eventually once you get that good play, you're going to be scoring a bunch of points with the Q. So it makes total sense that if they don't see a great Q play now, they might want to keep that for later.
Thing that I really like about Rob is that if you happen to draw a T, right? Imagine if Julian and Wyatt play this play of Rob and then draw a T on their replenishment draw. They will threaten Quest and Rob's for an enormous score right there. So they're very close to that. Of course, other words are likely to fit there as well. Many draws here are going to give them a fantastic play with their QUES going into next turn. So I really like this idea on their part, and let's just see what they end up drawing. Meanwhile, Andrew and Alan were hoping for a D, clearly.
Yeah, they see that possibility of inundate, which is a really nice find without even seeing a D anywhere available to play through. Unfortunately, they don't have that, and they're going to have to come up with a word here on this turn where they don't have any available bingos, and they have this U, they have two N's. They might think of fishing. They might try to find a play that scores some points. And wow, that is quite the draw.
Crazy draw. PX blank for Julian and Wyatt. That's crazy. So yeah, we're just going to have to see how they navigate that tricky situation next turn. But totally different situation for these two teams right now. Andrew and Alan with those low point tiles that don't yield a bingo. These are some of the toughest turns in Scrabble to navigate. You have the tension between scoring as many points as you can and leaving as powerful bingo tiles for next turn as you can. They often run into each other and clash. You can't really achieve both of those goals at once, so you have to make a tough decision. Do I go for points or do I go for leave value? Often some of the most difficult calculations we have in Scrabble.
Yeah, it's very hard. It's a close game. They might just want to get the first bingo and get ahead. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of attempt at getting rid of the U and N here. There's not any great options is the real problem. There's plays like, I don't know, gun or lun, but those all feel, like you're really not scoring anything. They do have one scoring play available that would kind of blow up the nice letters of this rack, but parallel to Rob, on the right side, they could play a weird 5-letter word of tenia. That would show off some impressive knowledge of 5-letter words, but it would score 28 points, which would be pretty impressive with these low-scoring tiles.
Yeah, it's in a perfect world where everybody knows every word in the dictionary. It also not only opens an S hook, but also an E hook as well, which is very scary. Opens up this triple as well. So I feel like as stylish of a play as that clearly is, you do get into trouble with that one sometimes. Yeah, so definitely. This is just a really tricky turn. And it's so interesting to see what Julian and Wyatt would do. They have such a nice balance of riches there. Looks like we're going to see a very careful play. This looks actually, as far as making a play that doesn't incur a big risk, it doesn't open anything that crazy back to Julian and Wyatt. This does get the job done.
Yeah, it seems pretty solid. I like to make plays generally that don't give back huge opportunities to my opponent if I can avoid it. And I think on this sort of turn when there's really no standout option, no play that you're like, that's the play, it makes sense to do something a bit more conservative, a bit more defensive, and just kind of bide your time.
I'm actually so curious to see if Julian and Wyatt, maybe they decide to burn their blank and play Quest with Rob's next turn anyway. That, of course, they would have been happy to get a T. Again, the O for queso, which they could have played with Rob, so I'm guessing they're not thinking of that one, but the T for sure. I think we could easily see Quest and Rob's come down for a great big score next turn. We'll just have to see. Looks like Andrew and Alan have decided on this play, and we move on, Chloe.
Yeah, and another power tile drawn this time by Andrew and Alan. They drew the J, so I don't think that bingo that they might have been sort of trying to work for is going to come for them on this turn necessarily, but I'm sure they'll find some good option. Yeah, it's hard to come up with a play burning your blank if you've kind of been training to do the opposite and hold on to the blank for bingos. Though Julian here, has told us before the game that his Scrabble specialty is finding high-scoring non-bingos. So this could be the perfect opportunity for Julian to showcase that skill.
Yeah, that's funny that he's mentioned that, just because, this is an opportunity right here. Another idea being pointed out in the chat, just packs through the A of laggy, getting rid of the P and X. That gives you a good amount of points. It gives you another chance to maybe draw that T that lets you play Quest here without burning your blank. That could be a great outcome after playing something like that. That being said, I would not be unhappy to see them just play Quest here for a gigantic score, almost, over 70 points. So, yeah, this is definitely a tricky decision and a lot of nice options. Hopefully they pick one of these before too much more time elapses. I can't really read their body language or tile movement. They're not moving the tiles that much. So I'm just going to have to see what they elect to do here.
Yeah, this turn will really be a test of their knowledge of those short Q and X words. Pax being one of those words that they would need to know some of the 3-letter words to find. It looks like they're putting down their E. XE is on the board, making docs. XE is not a word, so let's hope they play something valid.
Yeah, I'm worried what they're going to do. I think maybe they're just thinking, do we have any plays that go XE, maybe
Something,
S?
yeah.
It's not clear that they do, so at least they're thinking about that clearly. But yeah, I don't know. Are they going to think about something like Quest? It seems like they probably would have played it if they were thinking about it. So let's just see what they opt to do. So many nice tiles there, Chloe. It's tough sometimes to make a plan of how do I deploy all of these tiles optimally.
Yeah, I know. It can be a bit overwhelming seeing the Q, the X, the blank, the S. You don't really know what to prioritize necessarily. And it can make even just simple play finding more overwhelming because there's too much to think about.
Yeah, so we'll see. They're spending plenty of time on this one. We'll see if that in and of itself comes back to have some implications later on. Still a lot of game to play, and they're into the 14-minute range on their clock. Only a few. You can see 1, 2, 5-letter words on the board. That's it. Again, I'm guessing we're going to see some longer words before this game is done. So let's see what they choose to do. Are they considering just playing op here?
I wonder, do they see the possibility of drawing something like, I don't know, Equinox or something, and they want to keep Q and X? And I'm trying to think of, it looks like they're getting rid of the S2 potentially, or at least they're holding it. So
yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that is a very relatable thing. Maybe when you are newer to Scrabble and you see the possibility of a really cool word that you want to go for. So in this case, that's actually really clever on your part, Chloe. I bet Equinox is on their mind here. That's really the only reason that they would play that S like that. They're thinking about this. The problem is, where do you even play that word if you draw it? And also, you got to remember, the dictionary is really, really big. It's hard to fixate on just one word or even 2 or 3 words. So, it's very relatable to say, gosh, I'm so close to this big word. I got to go for it. But actually, this is a move that potentially they could regret if they don't draw just right.
Yeah, and I think Andrew and Alan are going to pretty quickly play a word they've had set up on their rack for a while, jig, which will score nicely for them, get rid of the J, which, we've just been talking about the I've been thinking at least about how these high-scoring tiles can maybe be a bit of a trap into thinking you should keep them for a while when they might be holding you back. I think it seems Alan and Andrew are recognizing that this J not only will help them score a lot of points on this turn, but also might not be something they want to hold on to longer term.
Yeah, it's good points for sure. So it looks like Jake comes down really fast. So now Andrew and Alan have a good sized lead. And Julian and Wyatt parting with that S for just really 1 extra point, probably hunting for a certain word. Let's see what they can do with their Q and X here. It's actually not that easy to use them without burning the blank here. So let's see what they opt to do.
Yeah, they might just see EX making age where jig is. So that would be a play to get around 30 points with the X if they're not really thinking yet about burning their blank. But there still are options like queen or quiet that they could make, burning the blank to score the same amount that we were just talking about, or similarly to what we were talking about with Quest earlier. So I would love for them to start thinking about, maybe there's a way I can hit this big hotspot that we set up when we played Rob.
Yeah, that would be great to think about just playing something like Queen there. That would be a wonderful way to score a huge number of points. And again, Andrew and Alan would be caught a little bit flat-footed if you just imagine that queen on the board right here, that Q right here, could open you up to parallel plays underneath with the I. Andrew and Alan have an I. Well, they moved it right as I was trying to circle it, but it's very difficult for them to score well with it. With all those one-pointers, it really would not cost them very much. And let's see they have a bunch of those tiles in hand. It looks like they exchanged them.
Okay, so that they're holding on to the X. Yeah, would have loved to see a play there. They did draw quite nicely on that exchange.
Refixes or something, if they think about that. That would be great.
That would be awesome. Yeah, now back to Andrew and Alan with all these vowels. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was any decent option hooking underneath jig, making J-O, something. It looks like they're thinking maybe toe or tone. Depends what they put. I don't know.
Yeah, tricky.
Oh, they do see refixes.
There we go.
That is awesome.
That plays in several different spots. So I do feel like, the spot right here, hooking pads. Wow, that was really bad. An arrow, a lot of curvature there. Right here, how about that as a nice straight arrow? Playing it there, it hits the X in the absolute best spot possible. So it's going to be a huge scoring play if they think of it.
Oh, stone. That's even better.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh my gosh.
That's a huge play.
Devastating play by Julian and Wyatt. So some of the plays of the last few turns were a little bit, crazy like a fox. Because look at what Julian and Wyatt have just played for an absolutely massive score. What is this? 127 points?
127. That is a massive play. That's going to put them in a big lead. And I bet after all of those past few plays, there was a low-scoring play of SOP, there was the exchange, and then to get hit by this, it's certainly probably not what Andrew and Alan were expecting here.
Yeah, that is crazy. Completely changing the complexion of this game. There you go. You see the clock press, and that is going to vault Julian and Wyatt far, far into the lead. But there is still a lot of game to go, and I have to say, Andrew and Alan have been playing very well, so I like their chances to continue battling and keeping this thing close. Let's see what happens from here, but a huge swing in the game for sure.
Yeah, I know that QU now appearing on Andrew and Alan's rack after Julian and Wyatt had it for quite some time and then exchanged it. I'm not off the bat seeing any options to play the Q, really. So, yeah, there's maybe a couple things.
Yeah, the crazy thing, Chloe, is now we were looking at that QU possibility with Robe early on.
Yeah, I guess now
it's on the other side. So potentially, if Andrew and Alan, let's say again, this would posit extremely good word knowledge on their part, but if they knew that stone takes a Y, they could just play yo right here for a very good score, leaving, look, they have these tiles set up on the rack. Once again, a T draw from the bag gives them quiet and Robe for a massive score. So now the shoe is on the other foot here.
Looks like they've gone just with Quay or Key.
I guess Key. This is definitely a very reasonable choice. It scores great. Of course, the issue you run into is with the I-O leave, and you can see they have definitely drawn not the best, but look, the score is still super close here. But man, that S, there's an S on Julian and Wyatt's rack.
I know, and that'll be huge. I think right now they're looking for plays that make QI and might extend all the way to the triple word score to the left. I hope they also consider pluralizing key and making a play like hose. That would be very nice, and get a ton of points getting that H on the double letter score. Not sure what they're looking at right now. We will see. Whatever it is, I don't think there's a word in those 5 letters they picked up off their rack. So maybe they're just playing around with things and seeing if they can come up with any words that they know.
Yeah, what were they going for? Like Kashi or something?
So they have 2 eyes, so maybe
Kishi?
Kishi or something.
Shiki? Maybe something like that.
Yeah,
but
maybe Shiki.
yeah, so again, I totally agree. Oh man, using the S underneath compared to using it along the triple lane, this is where all the points are on offer if you can pluralize it, but maybe they're not 100% sure that they can put an S onto it for whatever reason. So yeah,
it looks like they're going with SOH, a nice word to know. But yeah, it would be great if they could just take an extra minute here. I know they're low on time. They used a lot of time earlier, so they probably are feeling the pressure of having more than 6 minutes less than their opponents. But there was a big opportunity there for a really high scoring play.
Yeah, still a solid score.
Yeah,
it should be noted. They scored decently with this, 30 points. They were definitely a little bit more on offer for playing the S with that S hook onto key. But we move on. And again, this score, as grim as it is for Andrew and Alan to get hit with that gigantic play, it's still pretty close. And now Julian and Wyatt look like their tiles have run afoul just a bit. So what to do here? Of course, Andrew and Alan have 2 eyes. They would love to play something with chi, but Chloe, not that many words end with I.
Yeah, very few words. I think Andrew and Alan could maybe do something like LIRI or I'm not even seeing any other options that direction.
That's about it that I see.
Yeah, so that's probably a word they know. It looks like they're thinking of Louis. That wouldn't go under the Q, but maybe somewhere else on the board to just get rid of a bunch of those vowels. That's generally what you want to do when you have these racks. So that would be a nice thing. Those would be nice letters to play.
Yeah, I guess the question is, if you're wanting to play Louis, would you play that here? Would you? I probably would not play it here.
Yeah.
I mean, this looks even scarier than playing it here. If you played Louis here, you've got an L in that spot, which gives some counterplay back, but you would have to put a vowel in this spot afterwards, which isn't quite as bad as playing Louis across the board. But I agree with their instinct to play a word like this. It's great word knowledge on their part to know this word, really useful word with 4 vowels and 1 consonant. A word like that comes up all the time.
Yeah, very impressive word knowledge here.
So yeah, it's just they really want, Chloe, it's so relatable. They really want to play that word, but there's no great place to do so.
Yeah, and as you keep playing Scrabble, you learn that you've got to not fixate on any one play. We were talking about this earlier with the potential of a word like equinox, but it's also applicable when there's a word on your rack that you see and you think there must be a spot for it or there must be a good place, and sometimes it's better to take your time to look for other options. It looks like they are going with Louis here, which, like we've said, is a great way of getting rid of some of those vowels. And we'll open up some interesting options near the top of the board for Julian and Wyatt.
The crazy thing is Julian and Wyatt's tiles are so bad that even with an E, which plays EL is a valid word, they have like nothing that fits there. That's kind of crazy, actually, to think of that. And ivory as is. I was gonna say
it'd be awesome if they know the word Reiki. It looks like they're going with Kiri, which is not a word. Well, they haven't hit their clock yet. I wonder if Julian and Wyatt.
Let's see what happens here. This is a big test. This is a huge opportunity for Andrew and Alan. This word Kiri not valid.
I think I just saw Julian try to take tiles, and one of I think Alan maybe, or maybe Andrew.
Said no.
Said no, none of that.
Yeah, you gotta think about this one. So yeah, this is definitely not valid. It could be close to other words that they might have seen before. But yeah, let's see what we see.
Standing up.
Challenge time.
Wow, nice challenge. It's hard to know those words with 2 eyes. They all kind of sound the same. You know, we were just saying LIRI as a word. Not too far off from this. So, and there's also Kuru, as someone's pointing out. So those cheat sheet words, there's this list of words called the cheat sheet with the U dumps and I dumps, and they can all get kind of scrambled in your head.
Yeah, that was a great challenge by Andrew and Alan. I think it was a reasonable try. If you thought that was good, that scores a lot of points. If you're Julian and Wyatt, they went for it. But Andrew and Alan were up to the task to challenge, and this is a big deal. Another nice thing for Andrew and Alan is you've now seen that your opponents have 2 eyes on their rack, and they didn't even try to play to that upper left triple word score.
Yeah.
Right here. This is a good sign that, yeah, I think there are some really nice plays that Andrew and Alan could make up there, but if they choose to try to find a play down low that ends in I, not that there is one that stands out, but if they did, they could have confidence. There might not be anything that good in that upper left triple. Instead, they're thinking about playing up there, Chloe. There are some good plays on offer.
Yeah, there's some really good plays. They could also play something like dive, hooking age. Some of the words, they could play dive, hooking age, or making EL. And yeah, these are, knowing that Julian and Wyatt didn't play up in the top left last turn, like you were just saying, they might be more inclined, they might feel okay leaving that spot open this turn.
Yeah, they're thinking about potentially, you see on that bottom row, they're thinking about hooking age and playing something down low, maybe, I'm not sure what, diver or just dive, something of that nature. Looks like they're going to play Ivied, which looks like a fantastic play from my perspective.
Super impressive. It's not an easy word to see or to be confident that it's a word. Wow.
Oh, they are
Maybe not.
taking it up, though. So this game is really the first one, Chloe, where both teams are maybe trending a little low on time for the mid-game.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, both teams really take... Okay, we have drive coming down. That looks like the official choice. Maybe they just weren't 100% confident of the word IV that they saw up top. Either way, they're both close options, though I guess Andrew and Alan are still deliberating. So yeah, it's tough when there's all these close plays, and yeah, it's hard to know exactly what to do and what to be sure of.
I think the logic of this is so clever, though, of knowing your opponents have 2 eyes. Probably if they had a play in that upper left corner, they would have at least thought about something there. So you're playing down low, taking that triple, denying any other plays with an I in it from playing, and force your opponents into a difficult situation. Maybe you even get a crack at that upper left triple yourself if they can't play there. So we're going to find out how things transpire from here, but I kind of like the logic of that last play by Andrew and Alan.
Yeah, no, me too. I like that a lot. And yeah, now Julian and Wyatt are in a really tough position.
What do they even do here?
I mean, I think there's just nothing that appealing.
This is why we harp on duplicated tiles being a nuisance, right? Every letter in Scrabble has unique attributes, unique hooks that it can form. When you have duplicated tiles on your rack, you're sort of depriving yourself of that diversity of having 7 different letters on your rack, all different attributes, different things that they can do. So yeah, the 2 R's and 2 I's to go along with that U, definitely putting a damper on things for Julian and Wyatt. They go ahead and play Lurk. At least that gets rid of an R, Chloe.
Yeah, that's not too bad. It also makes it impossible to now play in that top left triple that we were talking about because no letter goes in front of Lurk. So it's going to make it harder for Andrew and Alan to score here potentially. Though I think Andrew and Alan might have a couple decent plays getting rid of some vowels with that K that was just played.
Yeah, I think they will for sure be looking to overlap. I thought maybe they would try to go under with that K, but maybe on top with the
N-A-O-I.
Yeah, the OK hook. That actually looks quite solid on their part. Of course, placing the O, you can see right above this K, the only letter that can go above that K is the O. That makes hooks down here. It puts Julian and Wyatt to the test a little bit of do they know that you can put an E underneath OK? Do they know that you can put an A underneath OK? Look at what they have, though. They do have an E, but also 3 I's and the second blank. There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, so Andrew and Alan taking back that word of naive. and are instead looking at alien, that would be a nice play. They're going to play that making KA, I think. Get rid of a couple more tiles, and
yeah, maybe they're trying to get their hands on that second blank. Every tile you use towards the end of the game, you have a better chance of, you know. Oh, all right. More deliberation.
Yeah, now both teams really getting low on time here. We still have 31 tiles on the scene, and both teams now around the 8-minute mark left on their clocks. And, you know, it might seem like that's roughly a third of the time that you're given for the game, but those turns at the end of the game, if you're in a close situation, you really want that time to be able to think things through well in the end game. So that's why sometimes you want to have a little cushion at the end to maybe build in time to think through a close situation.
That's a really good point. Some of the absolute most complicated Scrabble positions are the ones at the very, very end of a game when you have a lot of information but not fully complete information. Let's say there's 2 or 3 tiles still in the bag. Normally in the early game, there's way too many tiles in the bag for you to actually think about individual combinations that often, but late in the game when the information is much closer to quote unquote perfect, you actually need to be thinking about a lot of specific combinations. What would, if they have the Z, what happens to me? If they have the blank, if they have an S, all of those things come into play, and those moves are really tough. You like to have that extra time for sure.
Oh, aloe. Okay, that's a nice play, and that keeps a consonant as well, which I like.
Nice. So this definitely keeps the best balance, and they're picking it up again. There's so many. This is really understandable because there are a ton of options that are very close, Chloe.
Yeah, there's so many different words that you could play there. You can put the A or I under the K. There's a lot of words starting with A. There's a lot to think about. How many tiles do I want to play? What leave do I want to keep? And they're all so close that it's hard to evaluate which one is, the best play. But sometimes in these positions, you just have to choose what you're going with and accept that maybe it's not, you might not be seeing one option, but what you're seeing is a pretty good option. Now we're back to 90.
Back to this, yeah. Naoi, I'm not 100% sure of this. This is a little safer than it could be, because you can see the Q and X have already been played. If you were to play something like this normally, you would be scared that you're giving up a really, really good scoring spot, but the worst 2 letters for that spot are gone, so it's a lot safer in that respect. The thing I like about it is you are putting your opponent to the test of knowing oak or oka, which maybe Andrew and Alan know that, and Julian and Wyatt do not. We'll find out.
Yeah, and I would like to see Julian and Wyatt make a decision somewhat quickly here, just because, like we've been talking about, they're getting low on time. I think they're looking for ways to get rid of those eyes. I think they've exchanged all 3 of them, actually.
All 3, yeah. Wow. So the thing from their perspective there is they could have kept 1 because there literally are no more in the bag. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, they did. Yeah. They went ahead and did it. So, yeah, there's no chance that they could draw a duplicated eye there. You could keep 1. And an eye is actually a great bingo tile when you just have 1. So, could have kept 1. They exchanged all 3. We'll see what they draw, and it's back to Andrew and Alan.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to try to play tealist here. Teal is not an adjective that compares, but I think we're just going to see TEL.
What is... They're thinking of... Are they thinking about playing ARL here, or
I think
EAL?
I think no, they have TEL remaining. That's TEL.
Oh, yeah. Right. Okay, that's good. Right, TEL. That looks fantastic. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I misremembered the letters. So yeah, that looks great. This keeps nicely balanced letters.
Wow,
Ooh.
This is a really good draw for Julian and Wyatt, and they're gonna have to think hard to find a bingo here.
Yeah, they've got excellent tiles. They probably have an assortment of bingos playable with this. The only question is, can they spot one in due time? And look at that, aviates on the rack for Andrew and Alan. And by the way, they've just taken the lead in a game where their opponents have landed an 150 27-point play on them. Incredible perseverance by Andrew and Alan to be ahead in this game.
I think Julian and Wyatt want to play croaked, but it's just not quite going to fit on this board.
Do you think they might try to hook OKE with an R?
I think that's what they're thinking of. I think that some shuffling the tiles might do them a world of good here, just to... Oh, okay. They're gonna try
Dodd.
No.
Man. Okay, so croaked. Great job on their part to find that 7-letter word. Mare, of course, is a word for a horse, but the DOD is not valid in this lexicon. So we're going to see what happens. Just look at that clock for Julian and Wyatt. As soon as you see that clock stop running and back over to Andrew, let's watch their reaction of what they do.
Yeah, based on Andrew and Alan's challenge successes in this game so far, I imagine they'll know that DOD is not a valid word.
Yeah, I'm guessing that as well. But now is the time where we're going to find out. Let's just see. It would be, there go the tiles down. That's the telltale sign.
Before they even pause the clock.
Yes, that is the telltale sign. So, yeah, all right, very reasonable attempt. If you don't see any other playable words, you got to go for it. At this point, Julian and Wyatt were trailing. I feel like from their body language, they must know if their opponents are challenged. Oh, man, and there's no even need to put in the other word.
Yeah,
there you see the result of that challenge. So this is going to be huge, and I think Andrew and Alan will waste not that much time. They could think a little bit about where to place their bingo.
But they know what to do. This is definitely the best spot, I think. I mean, it just obstructs pretty much all of the sevens lines that were on this board. And is, I think, the highest scoring as well. So really nice find. They saw aviates like instantly. So they are doing super well.
So impressive. That is one heck of a comeback by Andrew and Alan, who were down by something like 60 or more points after that crazy refixes play from Julian and Wyatt. Julian and Wyatt are not out of this yet. They do have that blank, and they can try to spot a bingo as quick as possible. But, oh, man, great tiles on the redraw for Andrew and Alan with a Z and H, a C. Oh, my gosh, scoring tiles everywhere. That's going to be very, very tough. Julian and Wyatt needing a bingo ASAP here.
Yeah, I would love to see Julian and Wyatt, like I was saying, shuffle. Oh, they still have the clocks paused. I wonder if they may have just forgotten to restart. Anyway, I assume that they're playing, but if they can mix their tiles around, there is still a playable bingo for them, a few playable bingos actually. So if they try to think of other letters other than the K that they can make the blank, such as an L for Carol or an M for Comrade, those would be a few options that still fit making Coke on this board.
Nice. So those would be reasonable choices for sure. Needing something here. Look at the score gap now. It's gotten to over 100. Crazy swings in this game. Maybe there's another one in store for us back in the other direction. We'll just have to see. So
looks like Julian and Wyatt are in good spirits. They're laughing. I think
good. Yeah,
they are not feeling too bad about those.
It's been a great game.
It's been an amazing game. I mean, refixes was a real 127 points for a bingo is huge. It's massive. So they should feel good about that.
I definitely feel like there's a limit to how bad you could feel about a game where you scored an 127-point play. That's pretty memorable for a lot of players out there. That's going to be your highest scoring play that you've had, and maybe it is for them as well. We don't know.
Yeah, it very well could be.
Yeah.
Looks like Andrew and Alan might be thinking of the word mensch here, but without the S that you need for it, because that would play nicely on making MI, going all the way to another triple letter score.
Right here. So it sounds like it could be spelled that way. Actually can't, but again, that actually would be a tough challenge. If you're Julian and Wyatt, it is scary to challenge your opponents who have successfully challenged my words 3 times, but then again, the game score is such that you really need them to make a mistake and accidentally play a phony word. That would be a huge help to you if you're Julian and Wyatt. So I do think, it looks like thinking about roached. That time is dwindling. Chloe, having that blank is so tricky sometimes when your clock is dwindling.
Yeah, it's like your brain kind of freezes. And ideally, with the blank, you have enough time to kind of permute through the whole alphabet and think about every single letter this blank could be. But that's really a hard task and a very time-consuming one as well. What are they looking at? Co. They're looking at co.
Yeah, something. Are they maybe now they're going for comrade?
Comrade cordage.
Looks like some. I thought for a second they had some of the letters for comrade here, but yeah, this clock.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to think of any potential word.
I think it's funny. Now the tile stacking strategy, you have shown your opponent all 7 of your tiles. If ever there was a time for you to just put the letters on the board and not worry about stacking them, it's now. You know, Andrew and Alan know your tiles. You can go ahead and do whatever you want on this board.
Right.
So yeah, we'll see. Sticking with that strategy of the upright domino. But let's see if they can come up with something. Again, that clock giving me some secondhand anxiety here.
I know, gosh. Yeah, it's so hard when you're in this position. I think if I'm not seeing anything yet, I'm just going to try to play off 1 or 2 tiles and open up a new spot on the board. Looks like they're going with cod.
Yeah, this is exactly what you just suggested, make an opening to that triple. And now this actually creates for the word moi. Maybe they're going to try this spelling of mensch up high, and this is going to be, even better, code, even better. Code, yes, I didn't think about that. So just to be clear, this is not a valid word, but it does put a big onus on Julian and Wyatt to challenge it, which again, given the challenge record in this game, is not a given.
Yeah, I wonder, given that this is 10-point challenge, I hope Julian and Wyatt at least are thinking about that, but it looks like they're pretty fixated on their own sort of crunch time here of being down to about a minute left. They still have this blank to think about. But with 2 A's and 2 E's, it might be hard for them to find a bingo.
Yeah, it's not the easiest for sure. So we'll just have to see if they have anything. But yeah, I think there isn't even a thought in their mind that mensch would not be valid. So it remains on the board, and there are now 2 tiles in the bag, I believe, from Julian and Wyatt's perspective. So they have to be careful. If they don't play a bingo, you got to be careful how many tiles you use to preserve that possibility.
Just AA would be really smart, actually.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty clever play. Hard to deal with. If they play any more, that's going to be too many. We saw this earlier, Chloe.
Yeah, I know. It's the same deal when you got to check how many tiles are in the bag so you know that you're not playing more tiles than are available. Wow, and that is an instant play of wins. What good knowledge of those 5-letter Z words from Andrew and Alan. That's going to score a boatload of points. And what was at one point a super close even game has now become a bit more of a blowout here.
That is a fantastic and immediate play of wins that appears to literally be the best possible endgame according to our engine. Played immediately by Andrew and Alan. That is fantastic. And yeah, Julian and Wyatt, unfortunately, using 1 too many tile. I think they have 6 on the rack right now. Great tiles, but not enough. If they just would have kept 1, they're almost certainly playing a bingo here if they see 1 from that M. But even then, it wouldn't have been enough. Wins scoring way too well for Andrew and Alan. So.
Yeah, that was a great play. And now it looks like they're just going to go with hair. Kind of just at this point, they don't want to go over by an extra minute and lose an additional 10 points. So I see where they're coming from.
Yep, so Andrew and Alan have that B and O. They're going to go out and finish this one off. And Chloe, I have to say, very, very impressive job by those 2 to weather a pretty serious storm in the early going.
Oh my gosh, I know. I mean, this game was all over the place. We had Julian and Wyatt with the QU for a while and the X, and they got down this huge refixes bingo. And should we turn and hear what they have to say?
Yeah, let's have a look.
4? Oh wait, you lost 10
for overtime.
Yeah.
3.
How much? Wait, how much?
271. You guys have 270.
How much was fob?
10. So 462 to 271.
Wait, what's 4?
62. But you lost your 10 points.
Over touch you had 460.
Plus the 2 from
Plus
the
the 2.
Plus the 2. Oh yeah.
All right.
462 to 271.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Hold on. I'll calculate the average or the max. All right. 462.
We played refixes.
It's 191 spread.
Yeah.
But I think we can only get 150 spread.
Wait,
it's cap. It's spread cap at.
Wait, what's the spread cap at?
150.
So just 150.
Spread cap.
We can talk about it later.
It was like they were winning from refixes. What is that? 100.
And then Julian.
So the previous turn.
What?
Quest.
Oh, yeah.
QES blank for 72.
Oh.
On the previous turn. And then, I mean, there were a few, like...
We were just scoring a million points at the end. We had wins, then we had aviates, and we had men's.
So this also, when you played So...
What?
When you played So,
And
you
guys,
could've just done that
no.
for like 50.
I need to the signature.
Yeah, Julian, you had Acorn with AI. Here.
Right. Well, you could have played Caromed or Comrade. You didn't see the Coke. Oh, you did see the Coke.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, well, you could have played Comrade. Or... No, not Cloaked. You could have played like Comrade. All
right. Yeah, maybe we'll bring it back up here as we're getting some coaching from Coach Stefan right there. Chloe, I'm sure you're no stranger to receiving the coaching from Stefan.
Yeah, that was tough. He
Yeah.
was going in on them. Lots of criticism, lots of suggestions there. Not the pat on the back, friendly coach that we might have expected.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, of course, there's two schools of thought. One, I want to know what plays I had in a certain situation, but on the other, I just finished the game. It's still kind of fresh. You could, whatever. But I'm always the one that wants to know ASAP. So
Yeah,
if I'm playing,
me too.
I don't care. I want to know what happened. So that's what we saw right there. But we were just scoring a million points there at the end, said Andrew, I believe. And they did a fantastic job in that game of, again, weathering the storm.
Yeah, definitely. And Julian and Wyatt seemed in very good spirits at the end of it, which probably, they were ready for that. That was an amazing game. Super impressed by Andrew and Alan's word knowledge and challenging in playing plays like wins. There was a lot of great things there.
Yeah, really the first team or player that we've seen be absolutely on point with their challenging. They did play mensch, which is very reasonable, but it happens to not be the exact right spelling in the dictionary. But on the other hand, they challenged off 3 words. It's the first time we've really seen somebody really swat those words off the board with, that perfect record in that sense. So with that being said, let's see what was our honor roll play of the game, brought to you by Word Game Players Organization, another one of our huge, incredibly important sponsors for this event, generously supporting us here at the School Scrabble Championship. You can check out wordgameplayers.org for information about Scrabble clubs, Scrabble tournaments, and Scrabble resources to improve your game. Thank you very much, WGPO. And this is our first honor roll winning play by the players that did not win the game, Chloe.
Yeah, and I think very deserved. Refixes was 120 huge, and they spotted it instantly. Andrew and Alan played tone, and maybe they weren't expecting to get hit with such a huge bingo hooking the S in front of tone. It's a really nice spot, noticing that hook. And immediately they saw refixes on their rack, and immediately they found the best spot for it.
Yeah, that's going to be, as I mentioned during the game, this is going to be a high score for a lot of Scrabble players that they ever get without hitting both of those triple word scores together. That's the really only way to ever get that many more points than this. So fantastic job by Julian and Wyatt to get this one down. And we can move on from here, from the honor roll to the report card, brought to you by letsplayscrabble.com. So much work behind the scenes by the team at LPS to make this stream a reality. Thank you so much to Let's Play Scrabble's team behind the scenes, and definitely want all you out there watching. You want to show your appreciation, definitely the easiest and best way to do that. Click that like button, click that subscribe button on the channel so you don't miss any future streams like this. And there you have it, Chloe. A lot of 4-0 teams to dive into here.
Yeah, we got 5 teams at 4-0. We've got Leah, Shin, and
it's actually 6.
Count this. Leah and Jonathan sitting at the top at 4-0 with a huge spread. Nathan and Hazem super close on their heels, and all of these teams are still very much in it. There's going to be some great competition. I think it's worth noting, I don't think these are the official spreads of the tournament because there is a spread cap in place.
Okay. Right.
But it just goes to show how many points these teams have been scoring. Did Leah and Jonathan get a 6-13?
Oh my gosh, that is insane. You rarely see a 6 as the first digit of a final score in a Scrabble game. So that is incredibly impressive on their part. But yeah, it says a lot that Andrew and Alan, we just saw them play very, very impressively. And yet, as we see here, they sit in 5th place of a 6-way tie. So the field in both divisions, very deep, lots of solid players. Averages here as part of the report card, absolutely insane scoring averages. Again, Chloe, ones that you or I would be thrilled by in any tournament.
482.5 average points, and for the first place team right now, that is amazing. That is so impressive.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is a ton of scoring. And yeah, we are just a few games through here. So those scoring averages are probably going to come down as the top players go up against each other and give each other really, really difficult battles going forward. So we're 4 games in here. Just to remind you, a little refresher, how much more is there to come? Well, we got 2 games today. I think at some point we're going to dip back into our high school division for a game, at least one of the next 2. Then tomorrow there's going to be a total of 6 more games on the stream. But if you actually break it down, the middle schoolers are playing 8, then a finals. The high schoolers are playing 10 and then a finals. So we're going to be bringing you as much of the action as we can. If that didn't make any sense, bottom line is that a ton more Scrabble is coming your way. Did I miss anything, Chloe?
I don't think so. Yeah, I'm super excited for these next 2 games. I'm looking forward to seeing the high school division again, and yeah, getting to see more Scrabble.
Yeah, sounds good to me. So with that, we're 4 rounds in the books, and it'll be a quick break for us right now. Back with round 5 from Washington, D.C., the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship.
You're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship. Let's play Scrabble.
Hey everybody, Will and Chloe back to talk about the different types of plays that you are looking for as a Scrabble player. So when you're looking at a Scrabble board, you're looking for several different types of plays: hooks, hotspots, and extensions. So let's say you have tiles like what Chloe has here. Chloe, what would you be looking for with those letters?
One kind of play I can make is a hook, which is when you take one letter and place it at the front or back of a word that's already on the board to make another word, such as cling to clingy. That way I can go down with a word now to the triple, like mayo.
Nice. Guess what? There's more available. Clingy and mayo would be fantastic here, but if you look at those letters, you can see this X really stands out. 8 points. I'm looking at the board. I'm trying to find a spot where I can play this letter in multiple directions, and wouldn't you know it, there's a great one right here on the triple word score. I can get 24, 25 points for this. But if I can score in another direction with this word, I'm actually getting those points for the X again. I'm scoring over 50. This is a really nice play here. But man, there's even more, Chloe, to be had on this board.
Yeah, an extension is a play that almost takes the hook to a next level, and you extend a word that's already on the board multiple letters. So I see this word fired here. What can I do? I can get all the way to the triple with misfired.
And there is a lot going on this board. So you've got hooks, hotspots, and extensions, tons of options to choose from. So yeah, these are what you should be looking for when you're looking at a Scrabble position.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back with round 5 coming up at the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship. And Chloe, we just saw a fantastic game 4. We're still right here, parked on level 3 of Planet Word. Incredible museum devoted to all things language in the heart of downtown Washington, D.C. Our incredibly generous event venue. Thank you so much, Planet Word. Couldn't find a better place than this for a Scrabble championship, I don't think. And we are headed into a matchup in the high school division, Chloe, that I am incredibly excited for.
Yeah, this is going to be an amazing game. I just know it. We have Gideon Versowski versus Noah Goldstein, 2 seasoned high school players. They've been competing in this tournament for years. They are both competitors in Scrabble tournaments that are officially rated against adults. So not just the school program, but they are dedicated Scrabblers through and through, and good friends, I think. So this is going to be a real fun one.
Yeah, these are 2. Look at the records, look at the spreads. You can see perfect 4-0, both 11th graders too. So there is another year of eligibility for both after this. So yeah, both players well ahead of schedule, and definitely Gideon also, not only has he been a finalist before, he's also won the online versions during the pandemic. He won at least one of those. He is always in the mix here. And while we are previewing this matchup, we thank you so much to Hasbro Games, incredibly generous sponsor as well of our School Scrabble Championship. Once again, would not be able to do what we do without their support. Thank you very much, Hasbro. And with that, let's get that handshake going and let's get to the game. This is going to be a great one. So, yeah, we'll get those pairs straightened out. We just got the singletons here for this. But looks like Gideon going first. And what do we think? Is there any kind of stylistic action here? Clashing styles of any sort between these 2?
I don't know. I mean, what I do expect is a lot of banter, a lot of joking, kind of psychological warfare, you could say, in this game. I think Gideon himself said that his best skill in Scrabble is psyching out his opponent. So we'll see if that is true in this game. He has a pretty ugly rack to start. He sees drug initially. There's another option here of Durr, D-U-R-R, which I think would be a bit better just to get rid of 2 R's. He has 3 R's. Not what you want to see on an opening rack. So let us see what Gideon comes up with now. He's thinking grr, which is not a word.
That is interesting. So I saw a comment in the chat earlier from very own Mac Meller that you should be able to add any number of E's to ew and any number of R's to burr, and they should all be valid. But grr does not work that way. You can only have 2 R's. So good job by Gideon to get away from that idea and play the absolute valid word here of drug, I think this is perfectly fine from him.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, there was really no amazing option there. He just had a pretty terrible rack to begin. Noah's isn't looking too great either. He has that WU combination we've been talking about a lot. He does have the WUD play available, which might be one option for him here.
So Noah reporting that his strategy is the best part of his game, that he's even told me that himself before, that he feels like his strategic understanding of Scrabble has potentially outpaced that word knowledge. But at the same time, Noah has played some fantastic words in my experience, listing corrugate as his favorite word, as a word that he has actually played before, a 9-letter word in a game. That's pretty incredible. But yeah, well-rounded kid Noah is, into soccer, golf, saxophone, counts himself as a major football fan and a foodie. And Chloe, you mentioned this word earlier that Noah's played.
Yeah, WUD looks like, I think, a great play for Noah. It does, however, give back a bingo to Gideon, which I was wondering about. Pharaoh is a word, and he can play through that W. You wouldn't think that the W of all these letters on the board would be the one that provides a 8-letter word, but it is. So I wonder if Gideon will take the time to not just think about what letters he might need to get rid of to build towards a bingo, but actually to think, is there anything on this turn that I can bingo with?
Yeah, that would be a shocker. That would be so impressive to see Pharaoh. It could happen. I don't count Gideon out to think about that. Maybe he's going to see it and not be 100% sure that it's valid. It looks like, man, so that actually, the letters he had lined up there would actually have played through the R for Raider, an extremely archaic and weird word. Not sure if he's lamenting that here or not.
But looking at foraged with 2 R's.
Yeah, that could be true. So if he doesn't play Pharaoh here, something like Fro on top of the W of WUD, which he had set up for a moment, seems decent here. Oh, he's going to play foraged with 2 R's. Ooh, okay, so he's going for it, but I really, really think Noah is quite likely. I'm pretty sure I saw him say hold there.
Yeah.
Hold being basically Scrabble shorthand for hold off on drawing new tiles because I want to consider challenging this word. Let's see what Noah does here, Chloe. What do you think he's going to do?
Yeah, I mean, if you know the word forage is spelled with a 1 R, it's a common word. I think that's something Noah's probably seen before in his daily life. Yeah, he's going to challenge that. I wonder if this was just a spelling mistake from Gideon forgetting how the word forage is spelled, or if he was trying to sneak one by Noah early in the game.
That is always some part of the thinking, right? Like, if you're not 100% sure, you can put the onus on your opponent to challenge. And one of the things that can happen, right? There are several outcomes, really 3, right? You can play a word and it stays on the board, your opponent, and it's not valid. You can play a word and it is not valid and your opponent challenges. And then, of course, you can play the word and it is valid after all. So a lot of good things can happen, 2 of them good, but we see here that the word comes off. Nicely done by Noah, and now it's up to him with that Z. What can he do with it?
Yeah, I see a really nice option in Noah's position of playing Zen on top of WUD, making EW and NU. This play would be a really defensive play. It would not allow plays going on top of the Z, and the only letter on top of that NU would be the G. So this will really limit Gideon's options on a board that was already pretty hard to do anything on. And it blocks that bingo of Pharaoh if Gideon were to try that.
Yeah, I was going to say it happens to also block the bingo through the W, which is an extra bonus. Not sure if either of these players are thinking about that, but if they were, it accomplishes that goal too. So we like that from Noah's perspective. So definitely looking good for Noah in the early going, but still so much game to go. It's way too early and not the best draw. I guess the X is nice, but the VO not as nice for Noah.
Yeah, no, Gideon's going to have a hard time coming up with anything decent here. It looks like he's thinking of 4, F-O-R-E. Oh, wow, he could play Frozen. That would be a nice find. I did not see that. This play of 4, though, is pretty risky. It opens up a really big scoring spot for Noah underneath to hit that triple word score. What do you think?
I do think that is a bit of a risk. Frozen is a great idea, by the way. Just getting rid of that FRO. You keep the E, which pairs so nicely with Gideon's other tiles. And E goes a long way there. If you just were to put an E alongside this other stuff, now you've got the ED, ER combinations potentially going into next turn. But for Noah, he's going to be thinking, man, I got that X. Let's see what I can do. Mm-hmm. Can I reach all the way? And even if the answer is no, something like Vax is going to be a fantastic option for him here.
Yeah, Vax is looking super great. Getting rid of the V that you were mentioning is one of the ugly tiles that Noah just drew. And scoring a ton of points as well, more than 40 there. So I'm sure that Noah will be looking there. He also, I think that one is definitely coming down.
Yeah, there it comes. Nice play. Another little nuance of this that could be nice for Noah is that you keep an O. You can play something with OXO on your next turn. I know that looks like maybe a weird word to those of you out there that are not playing at the tournament level all the time, but OXO is a word you see all the time in tournament Scrabble as that hook to ox.
Yeah, and it looks like Gideon also has spotted that hook and is going to make the nice play of whore, which I think is probably one of his best plays on this turn, if not the best play. Scoring 34 points and getting rid of one of those A's. He drew a second A there. So this is a nice way of, unduplicating a tile as we've been talking about and scoring a bunch of points in the process.
Yeah, it looks great. Definitely approve of this choice. And, Gideon played that foraged play. That's going to knock him off course in the early going, but he is definitely such a solid player. There is a reason that he finds himself deep in these, finals situations and right at the top of the standings over and over at these events. He took a gamble with that play, didn't pay off, but he's definitely still very much in this game. So this is going to be a fun one. And both these players have kind of familial connections to Scrabble, Chloe, which is certainly something you can relate to.
Yeah, so Gideon's older brother is also a School Scrabble veteran and a continuing Scrabble player. Their dad also competes in tournaments. So Gideon, I think, maybe even found out about Scrabble through his older brother, Emmett. Noah's father, Eric Goldstein, is an expert level player and travels around all the time with Noah. So I think Noah, we counted, played in 24 sanctioned Scrabble tournaments in 2024, something amazing like that. So this is a huge deal for Noah and Gideon at this tournament. And yeah, it looked like Gideon ended up going with whore. I think he was debating Hora and whore, but I'm glad he chose this play because Hora would have given back a bit more of a scoring spot. Noah drew pretty ugly, really not good tiles there.
Yeah, he's got that Q, so surely he's going to be looking and thinking about the U of drug. That seems like a great place to deploy this Q, but unfortunately for him, he doesn't really have the other letters good enough. Again, we talk about it a lot, that Q can there's so many limitations to using it effectively. Sometimes it scores a boatload, especially when you have a Q and a U together on your rack. But in other situations, it can be really, really tough to deploy, and this is just one of those. So this is going to be a tough situation for Noah, and I think he could easily see exchanging here being his best option just because that Q is so hopeless right now.
Yeah, I think it would be really great for him to have an I on this board to play the word Cinq, C-I-N-Q. But other than that, there's nothing here for Noah to do. I think he's best off exchanging. I might not just keep an R here. Apparently, an interestingly good leave is C-N-O-R-N-T, which you might not expect. But other than that, there were some nice consonants, some good. The T would have been nice to keep there. Either way, get rid of the Q. That's the main priority on that turn. And that's exactly what Noah has done.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, he could be also thinking that keeping a bunch of letters here isn't really that critical until I get an S that maybe I can use for drugs or something like that. I got to be careful out of context here. We're, we have to.
Look at that.
And there it is. The S finds its way onto Noah's rack, and he's going to be now. He can start thinking about making sure that his leaves going into next turn are on point, because with that S in hand, his odds of bingoing are a little bit higher. Not the best. It would be better if there was a place to end a 7-letter word in S, but he'll take what he can get here. So over to Gideon, and this is another one of those turns, Chloe. It's tough to navigate.
Yeah, it's a super closed board right now. There's very few options for Gideon that don't open up something really big for Noah, because we're so cramped in this little, almost a square here of not even one whole quadrant of the board. Gosh, I don't see anything very good. One, if Gideon knows the word a 4, he could make a nice play of LAV. And that way he wouldn't give too many options back to Noah.
At least not a bingo,
not a
right?
bingo.
So if you look at lav, like a lav mic, which we're not wearing right now, but we easily could be, this does open up the triple, but it would only be 6 squares long before you get to the end of how much further you can go. So you would give up 6-letter words, but at least not a bingo. I thought that when Gideon played 4, that might be a good piece of evidence that he was thinking about a 4, because he kept an A on his rack. Maybe he was thinking, all right, I'll do this, then I'll try to play a 4 on a subsequent turn. The only flaw with his logic there was opening up such a nice scoring spot with Vax. But yeah, that's a tricky one to spot, and this is another situation from Gideon's perspective. I do feel like I've seen Gideon make opening plays in situations like this, sort of throwing caution to the wind a little bit. He might do something like that here.
Yeah, maybe I'm just struggling to think of what the option would be. This is not a word.
Oh, if he doesn't, okay, 2 bad things can happen here. If he doesn't put the L, this is a phony, and if he does put the L, he gives a bingo back to Noah.
So I guess it's better that he didn't put the L there. I think we would have seen Noah come back with E-loiners. But it looks like Gideon is drawing, so maybe this one is going to get past Noah.
Interesting. All right, so the crazy thing here from my perspective is if you're going to play this word, I feel like it would have been better to play the valid play of ODA, just ODA. You keep an N, which helps balance out your leave, and you've played a valid word. So this is a very big and arguably unnecessary risk by Gideon, but he's going to get away with it, and Noah really doesn't have all that much he can do to punish it, in fact.
Yeah, I know. I mean, those low-scoring tiles, he's really close to bingos. A bunch of letters would give him an 8-letter word, but not the A, which is the only new one available in space here. And Noah's really not going to be able to do much about the potential threat to the triple that Gideon just opened. I imagine Noah's going to try fishing with OE and DE and GOO, which he's laying down. I like that play a lot, but it's certainly not the outcome that he wanted of these events. Because now,
Yeah, it is tough, but in Noah's defense, that play of Noda really didn't score very much. So you would have to be absolutely convinced if you're going to challenge a play scoring only, what did he score, 10 points or something like that? You'd have to be 1,000% sure. Very, very quickly down comes Bleak, an excellent play here from Gideon.
Yeah, very nice, high scoring. Very fast find. So nicely done there. There are a couple other obscure 5-letter words available to Gideon there, but this looks super good, keeping the PA. Those are 2 nice tiles. And wow, Noah drawing 2 N's.
Which normally is bad, but he actually has a 7 on his rack there.
Right. That's a tough one.
Yeah, this is tough. So when you see those 3 N's, you turn your brain off to even think there might be a bingo here. In fact, there is a 7-letter word on Noah's rack. It's been shouted out in the chat by Annette there. Hi, Annette. Nice to see you. But yes, we've got Renan's that is a word that I could easily see escape notice here, Chloe.
Yeah, 3 N's. I know both of these players study words to some degree. Noah did tell us that he needs to study more words, I think, something along those lines. But this one with 3 N's, it'll be pretty far down the list of words that they would get to in studying. So I would be super impressed to see this word. It looks like Noah hasn't spotted it yet. He set up inner. But either way, if he can find a way to keep some of these good bingo tiles, I imagine we'll be seeing maybe a bingo soon.
Yeah, I agree. If you don't see Renans, you could definitely see N's be played, or even just one N, and you're going to be bingoing a ton of the time.
Yeah. And now Gideon here, this turn for Gideon might put his word finding ability to the test.
Oh.
Yeah, if he has to find an 8-letter word here, I do see an available bingo if Noah goes and plays inner.
Crazy.
Yeah, that would be super impressive.
Oh my God, this is like turning point city over here. Oh my gosh. Upstaged through the E of bleak is available for Gideon here. That would be absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I would be very impressed by that, but also not that surprised. Gideon's so talented with his word finding. But again, Chloe, look at those letters.
I know.
D, G, P, U is not what you're really thinking about when you're thinking about bingos.
Yeah, I know Gideon, when he was younger and competing in the elementary and middle school division, he was one of those players, like a lot of School Scrabble players, who really tended towards fishing. So if back in those days, if he saw this rack, he might have immediately thought of fishing some tiles to go for better bingo letters. But I hope he takes the time on this turn to think, maybe I do have a bingo option. So it doesn't look like that's his immediate instinct.
Yeah, I do worry, and you can see Noah has set up the very nice EO signs on his rack. That is a valid word, and it is going to play alongside inner. But I just to clarify, you mentioned the word fishing. I think a lot of us in the tournament world know exactly what that means. But yeah, a fish is generally playing a very low number of tiles for a very low number of points, with the objective of playing a bingo as fast as possible. It can be kind of a tough, you sort of perpetuate several turns of scoring a really low number of points if you fish too much. You have to balance, going for, and this is kind of a play. Well, this isn't really like that.
To some degree, yeah.
Yeah, it is a little bit. It's sort of a fish. You use 3 tiles. Usually you'd see 2 or 1 as part of a fish, but upstaged gets past him here, Chloe.
Yeah, I would have been really impressed, and I think Gideon will be pretty upset after the game to learn that he might have missed that. Not too upset, but just as he would have liked to have found that. But drawing the blank now, what a huge draw. I'm 100% sure that Gideon will find a bingo with this next turn. And now Noah setting up the new word of onesies, which was recently added to the dictionary. Wow. Oh, and this could be huge with potential triples now available to Gideon.
That is a great play here, just imagine, had he played EO signs in the same spot, instead of that O in the corner, you would be seeing the E in that position. And just think about how many 8-letter words have an E as their 7th letter. Any word ending in ES, ED, that's incredibly common. Gideon has a D. ER, right? So many. It's going to be much tougher, though, potentially not impossible, for him to get that triple down here. But either way, he would be getting it instantly down if it was an E.
Right.
There would be so many things that he could play. So great job by Noah to make that just the subtle differences between these plays can have huge reverberations.
Yeah, wow, that's a really nice decision by Noah there. There is one available triple for Gideon here, which has been pointed out in the chat. But it'll be a real test of Gideon's word knowledge and studying habits to know if he's studied these 8-letter words that he'll have to find. There's a word that ends in S, but is actually not a 7-letter word without the S.
Yeah, it's definitely not an everyday word. It's been pointed out in the YouTube chat, but we'll give everybody that's not watching that like a hawk a chance to think about it a little. But I'd be very, very impressed if Gideon finds this. Chloe, one thing Gideon always tells me when I see him is, I haven't been studying as much as I should. I need to study more. This is the exact situation where that type of preparation pays off.
Yeah, because the difference between this one bingo through both of those triple word scores and all of the rest of the bingos is like 60 points or so. It's a huge difference. So I'm hoping, I think Gideon will take his time here because he knows that this is his opportunity. But it'll be just we'll see if he knows the word or not.
Another factor is that clock, right? So they're close right now. Noah has 16 minutes and Gideon just dropped into 12. But in this situation, it's actually agonizing to not play a triple-triple. So if Gideon eventually decides to play one of his many 8-letter bingos or something somewhere else that's not through that O at the top of the board, this is where he's looking. And if he cannot find the one word that plays there, we can see his clock go way down on this move because it just sucks to play something that is not a triple-triple.
I know. And he sees it. Intrados coming down.
Fantastic.
Wow, bravo.
Oh my gosh, that's it. One playable word. He spotted it.
Amazing.
Let's go to the blank cam just to make absolutely sure. Hopefully, if we can, maybe not. There it is, the end. That's what we want to see.
Wow.
Intrados, and he spotted it with not that much time off of his clock here. So very, very impressed. And that's, as you said, Chloe, huge difference between a regular bingo and this. Look at the score gap. Imagine now that Gideon had 60 fewer points than that. You can see the difference right there.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a tie game, and now we have Gideon with a big lead. I'm very glad that Gideon found that. I think he'll feel really good about that as well. Knowing that you found it wasn't the only bingo, but, essentially the only option here. I mean, without sacrificing 60 points. That's a great feeling.
Yeah, fantastic job by Gideon, not only to see it, but see it fast, like I said. And if you're Noah, it's a little deflating. You probably had to feel like after that start to the game, you just seized control with that bingo. As long as I can avoid this exact scenario, you're going to be fine. And it looks like Gideon has just drawn thimble straight out of the bag.
Wow.
I'm not 100% sure if that actually fits anywhere on the board yet. Maybe I'm not realizing it, but that's still a pretty good draw for Gideon here.
Yeah, wow. And Noah coming back, I think, with a really nice play here. I didn't look super closely, but I think he had the right idea of getting rid of the duplicate A and E, getting rid of the Y, scoring points, trying to stay in this game. He's down 40 points now. That is far from insurmountable. So I think we'll still have a very good game going on here.
Yeah, for sure. So we can confirm no spot for thimble, which would be devastating if Gideon were to get that down right now. But look at Noah's tiles.
Yeah.
He is definitely thinking about playing 7-letter words. He's got a bunch of them available from those tiles. At the very least, I can see reenact would play underneath the eye of Intrados right here. So Noah is poised to cut into this gap or even take the lead depending on what Gideon plays, and we got a great game on our hands here.
Yeah, this is exciting stuff. I hope I think that Gideon has some really good scoring options on this turn potentially. He sees thimble. I think he might look for a spot for that for a while and be a bit disappointed to learn that there is none.
Yeah.
He could still play thimble without the E, just to the E of bleak. That would be a pretty solid play, I think.
That's a decent play. I mean, the nice thing also now, if you're Gideon, your sort of mindset needs to change on a dime. The same way that the game changed on a dime with that triple-triple of Intrados, you're the one that's got a 40-point lead. So the idea of playing a nice long word through the E of Bleak to block this off as a bingo line. You don't want Noah playing through those letters, so I kind of like that idea. Instead, he's going to go for the overlap of them. This is a nice way to score a good number of points. Doesn't block a ton. It does block a little bit, but not as much as you could do by just playing right through that E of Bleak here. Either way, Noah was going to be bingoing on this turn, and a lot is going to hinge on the draws for both players here.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that Noah's going to find one of the words in his rack, and I think reenact probably the best one because it's the only bingo available that'll hit the double word score, like you mentioned earlier. But yeah, we've still got a lot of game ahead of us. Gideon with a pretty clunky draw there, a lot of consonants. And here comes reenact from Noah.
There it is. He saw it in the GIF, and it's going to come down. There's no need to wait. This is the best play. Nicely spotted by Noah. The crazy thing about this, Chloe, is it does open up very, very big counterplay on the top to a variety of vowels. A, E, and O, all playing on top of that R. Gideon has none of those, nor did he draw the second blank.
Wow.
So Noah is up by 2 points here, but he could definitely seize the advantage here with a really good draw. He could get tiles that play on top. He could get the second blank. This is really anybody's game right now.
Yeah, I think Gideon needs to anticipate this big scoring spot that Noah just opened and do something. He only has one consonant. He can't play on top of reenact, but he can play through one of those E's of reenact, like he's doing right now, playing Veld. Very nice play. And that'll definitely get in the way of that triple word score spot that Noah opened.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, even if Gideon cannot play super productively alongside reenact with overlaps to the triple. He can at least prevent Noah from doing so and score a decent number of points in the process. Got to remember, he's the one that's going to be in the lead after this play, but he picks it up. He picks it up.
What could he be thinking? Is he thinking maybe he's not sure? No, maybe he wants to do vid instead. This is another really solid contender. This will go way on another spot of the board.
Yeah.
I think making Rev and
Right
MI. Another nice play, setting up a counter scoring spot. VID takes an E at the back of it. So Gideon here is saying, okay, you can have the one at the top, I'll get the one at the bottom, or vice versa, and we'll just trade scoring plays.
Yeah, that would be a very interesting idea to just say, all right, you know, I see your aggression, and I raise you, right? That would be crazy, and there you go. He's got it on the board, and amazingly enough, Noah does not have an E. There's actually only one more yet to be played here, so that E is now looming large as well. So if he actually goes ahead, and he has, so that is a really impressive play. It gets a lot more points than Veld did. Few more at least, and it just creates a lot of mayhem on this board. I really have no clue what's going to happen. We know that E is going to be huge, and of course the second blank, Chloe.
Yeah, totally. And Noah really does not have an amazing comeback. Nothing scoring a ton of points. He can play calf on top of reenact. I guess, what else does he even really have? Not seeing a whole lot of options for him. Yeah, it looks like he's looking at calf.
And no E, no blank for Gideon. So he would have loved to see one of those. He's going to have a tougher decision on his hands. But yeah, it looks like Noah now has Fig set up on the rack. I'm not 100% sure where he is looking to play that yet.
Might just be one of those situations where he wants to play Fig because that leave of cats would be so nice to keep, but eventually he might realize that there's just no great way to do that.
That's definitely, you know, we can all relate to that as Scrabble players. You look at the letters that you have, you might see a word that you'd love to play. Then you have that next step of, can I actually fit this onto the board? Sometimes the answer is yes, I can play this in exactly the spot I want. That's always a great feeling as a player. But we've even seen earlier in this game, Gideon had Thimble on his rack. He found it. We should give him some credit for that. But the board had no home for it. That's Scrabble.
That is Scrabble. Yeah, I wonder what Noah's thinking now.
Yeah, your suggestion of calf right on top of reenact right here. Again, it would just be CAF. This seems pretty reasonable to me. Maybe you don't love keeping the G here, but you also don't love just letting Gideon have a free crack at this spot again. It's so likely that if you don't play there, your opponent could easily do so. So leaving it open one turn too long could really hurt if your opponent just hits that spot.
Yeah, I think calf is definitely probably the way to go here. Now Noah is looking at fat. I wonder if he's maybe wondering. I don't know what he's wondering.
Yeah,
maybe about the validity of calf, or unless I'm missing something else.
Yeah, that could be. Not sure where he's thinking about playing with that, or if he has a plan for some of those other letters that we are not realizing. But yeah, I think if he knows that word CAF, playing it up there seems pretty strong. But again, this is a tough situation. A lot to think about here. Should also mention, in addition to the E and the blank that I keep harping on, there is a Q still lurking from when Noah threw it back in the bag earlier. He must have done a fantastic job of throwing it deep to the bottom of the bag because it's still there waiting to be drawn. So there's a lot of key tiles yet to come here. Noah is trying to dig deep and withstand the triple from Gideon of Intrados earlier. Fantastic game, really. It's been a treat to watch this one.
Yeah, it really has. I'm wondering what Noah's thought process is, or where this play of now Fats would go. I wonder.
All right, there we
there's
go.
Calf.
Okay, that was, you know what? He probably just maybe hadn't generated that as a choice. Now he has, and I think he's correctly realizing this has to be it here. Scoring really, really nicely, getting two of my high pointers off, and giving himself a chance to get an E, a blank. We'll find out.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go ahead with this. Looks like he's working he's working his way up. But I think it's coming, and we'll just have to see. This is quite the waffle
I know.
here.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
I think it's gonna come down. Maybe some doubt.
Maybe feet. Maybe he's just gonna play like fat, going the other way, making FE.
Possibly.
Okay.
All right. You know what? He must have just had a temporary crisis of confidence in that word. I think he's going back and forth. Is this valid? Is this not? So this is a bit of a slight, maybe calf was slightly better for the extra points and also the CG combination on the rack. Oh man, the Q.
Whoa, back again.
The Q is back to haunt him. Let's see what else comes out. Oh man, another I. So that's a tough draw for Noah here.
Oh, and great play from Gideon here, finding the new three-letter word of Aro.
Very nice.
Not easy. This was only added to the dictionary within the past year, and this is definitely one of his best plays, if not his best option.
That is a fantastic play here by Gideon. So I definitely love that he saw that new three-letter word. That is not easy to do, especially those new hooks can be really tough to see. So Aro is relatively new. I feel like it takes a while to learn to see that hook, consistently every time. Not a problem for Gideon here. There's that E for
the
E
blank
and the blank.
Oh, and a Y. Okay.
Oh my god.
Whoa. Okay, so at least Noah has this play of QIS making revs. That'll be.
Oh, that's great for Noah.
39 points. So he will be still right in it. And that's a nice play. Sometimes it can be hard to part with the S, but on this board, there's really not much of a use for it, and that is by far his best play. So great find there.
For sure, great find. He even has another I that he could potentially use to re-parallel that Q on a subsequent turn. So that's definitely, we are now literally exactly tied in this game.
Wow.
What more could you ask? So now we've got this situation here where Gideon has drawn the two key tiles. It looks like he's smiling. Maybe, as he said, specialty. He literally told us, I'm going to read verbatim, what is Gideon's specialty? I'm not that good. I'm good at psyching my opponent. That is amazing. So I'm not sure how that's going to play out here. That's just amazing. That's what he would say. But yeah, could he play a bingo here? Yes, he has Yokiest from that K of Bleak. But frankly, he could just cash his E-hook now for a boatload, Chloe.
Yeah. In addition to the bingo, he could play Yeti, making Vide, V-I-D-E, that word I mentioned earlier. That would get the Y on the double letter score and hit the triple word. That would score 41 and might be a better option than playing that bingo, especially because there is a J remaining. If you look at where Yokius would play, it would put an O right below a triple letter score. That is a major potential spot for a place like TAJ, which is available. Something like that could hit the J going both ways for a ton of points.
Yeah, great point. So a lot of, first of all, Yokiest, not the absolute easiest to see. So I think in addition to being a slightly higher degree of difficulty, it has that issue with the J counterplay that you mentioned. So I could easily see Yeti not only being just a better play, but also a little bit of an easier play for Gideon to spot. So we're into the home stretch here. Game is tied. Gideon has all the advantage with the tiles right now, but yeah, with Noah having 3 eyes on his rack, things looking very good for Gideon, but he just has to make sure he closes this one out with no disaster.
Yeah, I think he's looking for bingos here. I don't know if he spotted Yokius, but I wonder if he doesn't see a bingo, if his default will just be to not even consider a play like Yeti, but just go for something more fishing, like playing off YO or something like that. That would be a very natural reaction to not finding a bingo on this turn. So yeah, I wonder if he's thinking about that Vide spot as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the nice thing is, you can leave it. You can know that there's literally nothing that Noah can have that will play in that spot. You don't have to play there if you don't have a play you're comfortable with, just because if you're Gideon, I've got that E, I've got that blank. There's nothing else that Noah can use there. So you don't have to be in a rush to play in that spot. But that being said, it's a lot of points.
Yeah. And the remaining tiles, from Gideon's perspective, are really not good. And we can see Noah has some of the worst ones. He has 3 eyes on his rack. Not a lot of options for Noah on next turn, really no matter what Gideon does. So this will be an interesting one.
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of options here for Gideon. That clock is ticking. I do worry about that a little bit. We still have a bit more to go, although we are really at that tail end where maybe there's only 2 or 3 more moves per player before this one is complete. But yeah, let's see. All right, there is that. You mentioned it, Chloe, the O and the Y. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I remember also, back to Noah's specialty, he said that his strategy is probably the best part of his game, and he feels he can use it to win close games. So if we're get down to a close game situation here, that could come into play. Gideon going with OY and DO, it looks like. At a certain point, you just got to make a decision. And this will give back some points to Noah, who might just go ahead and play GO, keeping 3 eyes, which would be not ideal, but it will probably be his highest scoring option on this turn.
Yeah, I think Gideon might have gotten into the trap of looking really, really hard only for bingos in that situation. I think he was really tunnel visioning on that, I should say. Maybe didn't even think about that E-hook on vid. And yeah, needing to make a play quick. You see that J draw, that is going to hurt his ability to find a bingo.
Yeah, it's going to hurt, definitely. Not what he wanted.
Yeah, I do think jute-like is technically a playable word, but that is one that is nearly impossible to pull the trigger on here. Could he? Oh, man, this could be scary. if he thinks that he can play Juliet with another T through this E,
man.
he might be conflating that with julienne,
Yeah,
which is the way to cut vegetables or food. That could be a little scary. There is also jubilate through the A, but if he plays Juliet here, this could be a scary conclusion to this game. No clue what he's thinking here.
And that is, if that scenario happens in which Juliet gets played, Noah is 100% challenging that word. He would have, I can't imagine any scenario where he'd have a comeback play big enough to win the game. And that would make this game really close and probably prevent Gideon a second chance at trying to get a bingo down.
That would be crazy. So we just have to wait at the edge of our seats. Everybody out there has to be a little bit worried. Gideon gesticulating to the crowd. Calm down. Let me focus. But yeah, if he pulls the trigger on this, it's going to throw the entire end of the game into chaos. And you do see there's Noah. He's going to go ahead and play go. This scores very well. Yeah, it feels a little crazy to keep 3 eyes. The nice thing about it, it scores quite well, and it denies Gideon the opportunity to dump something simple there. And now we're about to find out what's going to happen, Chloe.
Oh my gosh, I'm just hoping for no phony. I don't know. We'll see if Gideon finds one of those valid bingos we mentioned. I could also see him maybe just playing off the J somewhere, if that's even possible, or the JU, and fishing again. But this is going to be really close. Okay, he has set up Julie.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That would be crazy.
Does he have the ability to pull the trigger on Jute? Like, it looks like he literally had it lined up. I'm sure he's thinking about it, but that would be absolutely insane if he played that here.
Yeah, I wonder now, is he just thinking of TUI and QI for, I think that would be 20 points. That would be, I wonder if he realizes there's only 2 in the bag, or what his plan would be with I don't know what he's
the clock. The clock is now a real issue here.
Yeah.
I mean, this game is close. Yeah. Noah has.
This is not a bad play, actually.
Oh, this is cool. Okay, so knowing that the blank is going to be really tough to use anyway, he just goes ahead and dumps it here. This is actually, so now this empties the bag. So Noah is in a bag empty situation, but that might have scored enough points that Gideon should be able to get to the finish line here, especially that nice balanced AP draw that he just had with Noah having 3 eyes. That play by Gideon, yes, he had some playable bingos, but I think under the circumstances, that was actually a really savvy play, Chloe.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you're not sure of any of those bingos, I think the fishing moves there, like playing JEU, I don't know of how often those would have worked out for Gideon. So taking these 38 points and saying, okay, maybe you can catch me, maybe you can't, we'll see. And also probably recognizing that Noah likely has a bunch of, at least a couple of these eyes that were left in the bag. That was, I think he probably felt like he had a pretty good chance of just holding on to that lead going into the end game.
Yeah, I agree completely. That had to have been his instinct there, is that this is going to be just enough points for me to get over the finish line. And the situation here, Noah, with those 3 eyes, I don't know, he might be re-verifying his tracking, checking the bag just to make sure there isn't a stray tile in there. But from his perspective, if he's tracked his tiles correctly and he knows what Gideon has on his rack, he might see that Gideon has epaulet to the E of bleak. He has plateau through the A of bleak. Is he going to gamble? Maybe can you gamble that Gideon misses those plays? Is there some other sequence that you can do? Is there a phony word that you can play that maybe gets you, put some pressure on Gideon? There are a lot of options that Noah has here that are off the beaten path. Maybe he can find a way to steal this. He's a very creative player. I don't put it past him.
No, me either. And this will really, Gideon has to be thinking hard now. He only has 1:25 on his clock. So once Noah makes his play, he has to be sure that he is scoring enough points to win in this endgame, and also making sure he can go out the next turn if he doesn't use all his tiles, because that could potentially be an issue. I'm not seeing a ton of spots for this U on the board. So yeah, there's a lot to be thinking about here for Gideon and for Noah, obviously.
Yeah, there's a ton.
It's
There's
hard.
a ton. So, right. So outplays are available here for Gideon through both of these two letters. I feel like if I'm Noah, I might need to bank on him missing those plays and try to play something in this spot using multiple eyes. The other thing about that is Gideon might have plays down here that score well.
I think he sees a tap. At least he has tap set up on his rack, and that would score a ton of points.
Yeah, so if I'm Noah, I might need to make that gamble, play something here. Maybe I play something like mitices or something crazy that's not a valid word, and just pray that Gideon is not going to want to challenge that with the game on the line, and he doesn't have enough time to calculate the math of it.
Okay, so he's going with Iciest. So now this is one of those plays where he's going to gamble on Gideon missing one of those outplays, and it's all coming down to this now.
Yeah, so Gideon, as soon as this clock, all right,
maybe not.
Noah's thinking a little bit more. He's gonna pick these letters up.
Stressful.
Oh my God. We're just here in the commentary booth and we're chilling, but still feeling it. Imagine being over the board right now.
Oh, it's horribly stressful. When you're in these positions, your clock is ticking. You're not feeling good about your position in Noah's shoes. And you're just trying to, is there a play I'm missing? Am I missing something for Gideon? There's so many things to consider at this point, and so little time to do it here.
Yeah. Both players now are going to be feeling that pinch, but at least Noah has the ability to start the, end game sequence here.
Okay, back to Iciest.
So I guess the question now is, what winning plays are available for Gideon? Gideon may have to find Epaulet or Plateau. Let's see if he can do it.
Okay, it is a winning play.
Oh, this is the only non-out play, I think.
Maybe talk as well.
All right, one of two. So there were very, very few winning plays for Gideon. This is one of them, according to our engine. Crazy. So, of course, he could make it easier by just playing Epaulet here, or Plateau would just end the game. But under duress, he has calculated or has instinctively made a winning play here. Fantastic job by Gideon, but there's still more game.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, what happens now? Does Gideon have an outplay with this ELU that he left on his rack if Noah doesn't go out here? Because Noah has an outplay of Impel, but if he doesn't see that, he's not going out. So I wonder what the sequence is here afterward.
Oh my God. So as you say, Chloe, only one outplay through PE of Impel, and that is not enough points. If Noah plays that, it will essentially be saying, I can't figure out a better way to figure this out. Maybe Noah can play Mizzen, extending Zen. That feels like it's kind of scary. It scores enough points to make it close, but even then, it should be doable here. Blue.
Yeah, I didn't see that at first, but oh God. This is one of those end games where you have to get every move right now for Gideon in order to hold on to that lead.
And Liu through the eye, so two outplays.
Okay, so if he saw that, that's very impressive, keeping an outplay in two spots.
Blue right here and Liu across the board. Those are the plays that Gideon can play. Again.
And now we got 19 seconds for Noah, less than 30 seconds for Gideon now. He's got to make his play fast.
Yeah, and I think he will. I think he's going to see one of those two.
Yeah.
There we go. An insane game.
Wow.
Absolutely wild one here for
Wow.
Gideon Versowski. Commiserations to Noah Goldstein. Really tough one to lose here. He played very, very well. Just a fantastic game for us to enjoy here, Chloe. And I think the players should have some stuff to say about it.
Bro, I'm so unlucky. The triple. And I could have played EO signs, but you're definitely getting. If an E,
I'm hitting way more. I'm hitting way
you're
more.
strained.
Yeah. I will anything. I have a bunch. Diss rates, stuff like that.
Bro, I left REINS to NN.
I don't know.
Ninners isn't a word right now.
Ninners? I would have challenged. I've never heard of ninner.
My phone's in my bag.
Yeah, I'll submit.
Yep. Sorry, I checked out a calf. I don't know why I thought calf was doing that. I just doubted myself on calf. I should have played it when I played
Forage.
Fat.
I can't spell.
God, that was good.
What was it? Cod? Where?
Fat.
Fat?
I just played calf. I had to see. I don't know why. I just.
No, and then I still hit it.
Yeah,
with
you still hit it, but
it hits actually a lot harder.
Yeah, but it's better for me.
Well, yeah,
and I kind of wanted to keep the C for this, but it's not worth sacrificing
for
6
what?
points. Just C count.
Yeah, because that's round 5. Yeah.
Dude, I had this left 3 eyes.
I know. Well, so that was the thing. I think I played.
You submitted.
I'm in the middle of it.
Oh.
Well, because I was doing this, and I could have played Cilia.
Yeah, I definitely just played a bunch there. Yeah, no, I get it. It's okay.
I can't tell on the game by your countenance. Countenance, love it.
It was close. It was close.
Here you go. No, I mean this was lucky, and I almost didn't spot it, and then I saw it.
That's got to be your only one, right?
What? I didn't see anything else.
It's a sticky S.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
That's why it took so long to see it. Actually, I know who somebody is, but I'm not going to dox them. No, I mean,
I don't know if I played that. I don't know, Iciest?
Iciest is definitely right. I mean, you're losing. You're just losing. No,
cities?
Cities? No, it's not there. Because also, if you don't play here, I had a tap set up in my rack.
Oh, okay.
ATAP, and I cleaned.
I mistracked slightly. I had you with. Well, wait, what did you play?
I played apt, and then I had. Yeah, I think this is the one I'm interested in. Cousin?
Aji?
Is Aji right? Is Aji right? AJI, was that right? What?
Oh my god, cuz.
Did you like it? I saw it. Did you not see this? Oh, it was good.
All right. Maybe it's all right. Gideon has gotten up. The 2 players are. There is. Whoops.
Wait, where?
Not sure. We're still audible here.
Where's my out? Where's my out?
Oh.
Well.
I saw Thimble, right?
No, ICS is your best play.
Oh, thought you could catch him in the room. Okay.
Not really. No, Ninners is not good. Did you see the anagram?
Is it an anagram?
Shoot like, of course.
Of course. Yeah. All right. Okay, so we have Gideon is now agonizing. So Gideon is agonizing over Jute like Chloe. I think he can be forgiven for missing that one.
Yeah, it's always tough when you see a word and you doubt yourself on it, but that one is just so obscure. I don't think you could really fault anyone for missing jute like or chickening out of jute like. There were some really funny reactions there in that post game. We were were amused in here.
Yeah, we're loving that. So some of the analysis was on point. Others of it, there was, I think both players are going to be surprised. So Noah, you heard he was agonizing over his NN draw after his vowel dump, but he said Ninners is not good, but he's going to discover Rennans is good. Gideon, it was just mayhem. It was an incredibly entertaining game to watch and a lot of fantastic plays by both players there. So I actually have no clue. Well, I guess I have one inkling of what our honor roll play could be. So let's cut over and see what it was. Brought to you by the Word Game Players Organization, WGPO, another incredibly generous sponsor of the North American School Scrabble Championship. Thank you so much to them for their support. And you can check out wordgameplayers.org for more information about Scrabble clubs, tournaments, and resources. Definitely recommend anybody curious for more info on Scrabble to do that. But Chloe, there you see it. No surprise to play the game.
Yeah, I think we all knew this was coming. Intrados, the honor roll play of the game. That was a great find by Gideon. We heard him talking about it in the post-game analysis, saying, took me a while to see it, and there was some talk of it being what we call in Scrabble a sticky S word, a word that you can only play with the S at the end of it, but if you take the S off, it is not a word. So really good find by Gideon there to persevere through some moments of not seeing that and find his far and away best bingo and the best play of the game.
Yeah, it should be noted that this is a very obscure word without question, but note that it consists primarily of low point tiles. These are the words when you start really dedicating yourself to Scrabble study. These are the types of words that you prioritize, those words that are going to show up more often than usual because they consist of those letters that are frequently seen in the Scrabble set. You're going to start out learning words like this and not necessarily the 7 and 8 letter words containing the Z and the J and the X. You just don't see those very often. Great job by Gideon to have this word down enough that he could see it even with the blank tile, which adds a huge degree of difficulty here. So with that, let's transition over to our report card. This is our standings update courtesy of Let'sPlayScrabble.com, who is the force behind our tournament here at the North American School Scrabble Championship. Again, courtesy of LPS. That's how you're able to watch this stream, how Chloe and I are able to be broadcasting to you right now. Easy way to show your thanks. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, show some love for LPS. So much amazing work that they do. But that was a pretty big game so far. Still early, Chloe, but a big game in the standings.
Yeah, Noah Goldstein is the top seed of this tournament. He has the highest rating in sanctioned tournaments of any of the players here, but that loss brings him down to 4-1. So we now have 3 players at 5-0. We have Cameron Siegel, who we have not watched yet. We also have Milo Anderson, who we saw earlier on, and we have Gideon. So this is shaping up to be a really exciting event.
Yeah, Gideon with that win to keep pace with the other 5-0s. But make no mistake, Noah still very, very much in this thing despite that loss in that round. Excuse me, so you can see the scoring averages. Noah's drops a little with that game, but not too much. He still had a very, very respectable 4-0 game. Gideon probably staying about even with his 430. But man, Cam Siegel averaging an absolutely massive 482 points per game.
Yeah, wow, that's impressive. That is super impressive. I'm excited to see him on streams at some point in this tournament. I'm pretty sure we will. He's a super strong player as well. Yeah, looking forward to what we have next.
Yeah, so I think, in fact, there is a good chance, maybe not 100%, that we're going to see Cameron in the very next round. So how things are working here at the School Scrabble Championship is the middle school players are done for the day. They've played their 5 rounds, but the high school players will stay on for one more round. So round 6, featuring someone from the high school division. Good chance that it's Cam. As you said, Chloe, we haven't seen him yet. We're going to be back in just a minute with one more matchup, our last of the day, coming from the high school division. at the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship.
You're watching the North American School Scrabble Championship. Stay tuned for a fierce high school division.
Hey everybody, it's Will and Chloe here, and we're going to be bringing you some Scrabble tips. If you're newer to the game, some of these tips are really going to help you take your game to the next level. So every game, when you start out, you got the first play in your game, you want to hit that center square. You have to hit this one with your first word of the game. So what should you be thinking about? If you've got letters like this, you're looking and you're saying, wow, I've got 2 of them that score a lot of points, 4, much more than anything else I have. What you want to do with those letters, try to connect that letter to the double letter square here or here and form a word that reaches that center. So with these tiles, I want to get the F or the H. Let's see what I have with the F, putting in that spot. Well, I've got a pretty nice word here. I can play find for a very, very solid score to open the game. That looks pretty good to me, but Chloe, maybe I could do better on this move.
Well, as your opponent, I might have some really good comeback plays, such as wax underneath here, or even just simply axe, because I can put my high-scoring letters on those double word score squares and go both ways.
Chloe just got more points for this than I got for my original word. Not what I'm looking to do here. So one little tweak you can make, if you have words that are kind of like this, but avoid placing vowels right next to these really good double squares. For example, in this situation, I can just switch these 2 letters to form another word, fiend. And now, Chloe, if you're going to try to score with those letters,
I have nothing to do.
Yeah, there's not a lot to do. So there you go, 2 tips to start the game. Try to connect those high-scoring letters with the center star and try to avoid placing those vowels next to these double letter squares here. Really helps your opponent if they have a high-scoring letter.
All right, everybody, nice short break, and we're going to be back with round 6 in just a moment here from the North American School Scrabble Championship. Once again, we are here in beautiful downtown Washington, D.C. at the Planet Word Museum. I keep saying it, it's just so perfect for a School Scrabble Championship, Chloe. A love of words is everywhere, nowhere more so than on one floor above us, the 4th floor, where the high school division is continuing on for their 6th and final game of the day. Stamina probably starting to play a role for these players, Chloe.
Yeah, I know. It's getting to the later stages now. This is game 6 of 10. It's getting intense. It's getting exciting, and we have a great game lined up ahead of us.
Yeah, so we can cut to our matchup preview here, courtesy of Hasbro Games. Very, very generous sponsor of the North American School Scrabble Championship. Thank you so much to Hasbro for your continued support of this event. And you can see it's going to be Milo, no relation to me, Anderson, versus a first-timer on the stream, Will Nispel from Ridgefield High, I believe in Connecticut. So first time on the stream for him. A lot of wins, Chloe, in the last 5 games column there.
Yes, wow, Milo at 5-0 with some big wins. He had a really big win in his most recent game, scoring 546 versus Simon Corbin. That is an incredibly impressive score. And Will in his most recent game just lost to Cam Siegel, who is a very formidable opponent, one of our top players at the event, as is Will. So we're really excited for this matchup. It's a big one.
Yeah, we got multiple Wills between me and Will Nispel and multiple Andersons between me and Milo. We'll try to keep it straight somehow, but players are ready, and let's get them started for our 6th and final round of the day. So we'll just have to see how this one unfolds. Pretty important game for both, as things are really stratifying at that top of the standings. Got 3 players at 5-0. Milo is one of them. So he's going to go first. And let's see how this one transpires. It's going to be tough to beat round 5. That was an incredible action-packed game we just saw, Chloe.
Yeah, it was down to the wire. And let's see, Milo with some good tiles out of the bag.
Oh, you love to see ERS.
Well, there you go. I think Milo's definitely finding a bingo here. He's setting it up immediately. Seriate.
Yeah, no hesitation on his part. 1 anagram for this as well. But yeah, this is all that's left is, once you spot this, is to figure out where you want to play it. He spotted it here. Might have been ways that he could have avoided placing vowels next to those bonus squares, as you saw during the break, but that's all good. This is as good a position as any, really, and a great start from Milo, Chloe.
Yeah, great start. Immediate bingo finding there from Milo. And now Will with both of these on his rack. That is not what you want to see on the first turn. He'll still have some options here. He has words like prove or proven available. But it's, seeing that bingo come down is not what you want on the first turn.
Yeah, the multiple V's, even though, as you say, he is going to have some stuff that he can do. Not what you're looking for, especially when your opponent. And look at Milo's redraw. Oh, wow. It started with E, something like RS again. So Milo definitely with some options here. The question is, seriate. We're talking about it with, the Intrados play that Gideon made last time. These words that have those really, really low point letters are the first ones that you start studying. That B on Milo's rack, has he studied deep enough to know the words that he has available here?
Yeah, we will see. Looks like Will maybe just going with rove instead of prove. Would have liked to see the P on top of there, but maybe he's holding on to it to hook himself next turn.
Yeah, he might be saving it, which is an interesting thought.
He hasn't hit the clock. But it looks like
yeah.
he's drawing, so.
Yeah, maybe a little
Yeah.
update if anyone on site can just let him know that he didn't hit that clock all the way. They are using a phone timer so that we can beam that phone into our streaming setup. Players might not be as used to that. But, oh, there we go. We got that word to him. He's hit the clock. All is
Good.
well with the world. So now it's up to Milo, who he's got some words here.
Mhm.
As I said, Chloe, the question is, has he studied that deep? I don't think they're words that you could know for sure just by anagramming skill.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the word unrobes or unsober you might see. You might think maybe that's a word, but it would be pretty hard to be certain without studying. There's also a few different 8-letter words, but all of them are surprisingly kind of weird and not common here. So Milo gonna play pretty quickly and play this word bore.
Nice way to hook that R onto rove. But yeah, this is a good sign that, there are limits of, unless you're, these are all players that have been not playing Scrabble that long simply because they're too young. A lot of us in the all ages Scrabble scene have been playing Scrabble for decades. These players haven't been alive for decades. So Milo, if he sticks with it in a few years, he'll probably be able to reel off the bingos that he had there. Instead, he plays bore, and nice response by Will of Vane. That's not the easiest hook to see with that V for Rev. I like that play for him.
Yeah, that looks really nice. Yeah, getting a bunch of points with the V and getting rid of the V is like exactly what you want to do on that turn. Also blocking a potential bingo for Milo of Sunbelts, if he knew that word. But either way, Milo now has 2 S's, and it looks like he might be considering playing one of them, which we might have talked about earlier is a pretty reasonable thing to do when you have 2 S's. With one, you often want to hold on to that because the S is really valuable, but with 2 S's, it's okay to use one for a not insanely high-scoring play, so he's going to do just that with bust.
Yeah, makes sense. That is a solid play. That sets up a bit of a word knowledge check for Will here of, does he know that he can play his Z in just the right spot here? He has Z set up on his rack. Does he know Zeta is also valid? If so, he'll be able to play that underneath the B of bust. That could be good. Question of, is this the first or second year for Milo in high school? This is his first year. He's a 9th grader after one of the most illustrious careers in the middle school division that we've ever seen. I hate to put this on him, but one of the best players we've ever seen to not actually come away with a championship, and that is almost entirely due to another one of our teams, typically, I guess, Nathaniel Campos and several different partners, each defeated Milo in the finals several years running. But Milo is a phenomenal player, and his consistent success is really no fluke. Nice play by Will, though, of Zap there. Might have been some other plays that get a little bit more for that Z, but this is a nice idea, Chloe.
Mm-hmm. And now another turn where Milo will have to think about those high probability bingos that he may or may not have studied, where we are not sure. But there is one word available to Milo here that would be a really nice find of Ortholands, which he could have seen. I wouldn't be surprised. But it's a tough one. And I think this is a really natural thing to do, of hooking that A onto the Z, going and getting a bunch of points, and setting up his S.
Yeah, nice idea and good catch there, Chloe, because he could have just as easily played tan in that same spot, and maybe keeping the R would be a little bit better in a vacuum. But when you've got that S on your rack, 2 of them already on the board, which reduces the odds that Will has one himself, very, very good idea to set up that S, knowing there's a much lower likelihood that your opponent has one. So that was probably a calculated choice by Milo there.
Yeah. And there is Will with a nice play of fled. I know at first I think he was looking at feed, but I really like that adjustment there to put the L instead of the second E, because if he had played the E, he would have kept 2 L's on his rack. Not nearly as nice of a leave as this E, L, and N that we see for him now.
Yeah, for sure. And he did have other options too. He could have played spelled in that same spot, putting a letter in the triple lane. So by holding back a couple of those letters, he's made it a lot tougher for Milo to score to a triple. I guess from Will's perspective, he doesn't know for sure, after Milo's play of tar, does that immediately tell Will that Milo has an S? Not really. He could have made that with just low point tiles, with just almost exactly what he had. So back over to Milo. He's going to play Nor. All right, that looks solid with overlaps, undoubling the R's. I guess the only thing I would have wanted to see would maybe be to try to play off that U.
Yeah. Yeah, Milo's had that U for a few turns now, many turns, and that last rack in general was a lot of 1 point tiles that didn't go very well together. So there weren't a whole lot of great options there for Milo.
Oh man, look at these tiles. So Will's drawn a Q. I think, what did he leave with fled? L-E-N. So he drew the Q and U together, which is always very nice to see. Sometimes you don't get that luxury. And he's going to go with, wow, I've never seen this. the solo tile stack. I think this is just to make 100% sure that all of the letters involved here all the words I should say involved here are valid. I'm sure he's okay with quail. He just wants to make sure the other ones that he's forming are acceptable. But the crazy thing here is that Milo, with that blank, he's drawn it. He has a U as well. So he's going to be...
We're taking back Quail.
Quail looks very solid. So maybe Will's going to go back to that play, because it seems about as good as anything else that he could play here. Maybe he's balking at putting the Q in the triple lane. In fact, Milo does have U blank, so it's kind of scary, but actually there's nothing that bad that will come from that Q.
Yeah, I think Quail would be the way to go. There are some other plays. He could play QI and BI, which it looks like he's thinking of now, but the problem with that is it keeps a U, and without the Q, you really don't want a U on your rack. So I think that play of Quail that Will did see might have been good at getting rid of that U. On the other hand, QI scores a lot of points in its own right.
Yeah, maybe just not wanting to open that triple. And here we're going to see a bingo and
Granules is coming.
Granules, yeah, very nice. We'll get a look at that blank cam, I'm sure, as Milo designates this. I think he already, it looks like he did. So we see it there. I see. He's put it in the right spot with that N, nicely done. So we've seen a couple very nice plays by Milo. A little bit earlier today, we saw that great play of Neolith with a blank. Now we see Granules. Very impressive word finding, Chloe.
Yeah, that's a nice find for sure. I also like how this play kind of obstructs some of the hooks on Seriate that we had been talking about earlier. Not entirely, but it definitely gets in the way of putting a letter like a D or an S at the end of Seriate and going vertically. I like that to sort of, as Milo takes this lead, he is making the board a bit more closed off for Will to make it harder for Will to get back into the game.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Another factor for Chi, the previous play by Will, is also maybe he was concerned about the star hook and wanted to block that with his Q. That's another factor. I'm not 100% sure what Milo would have had with star had it stayed open, but those look like pretty good letters. So either way, nice pivot by Milo to find another spot on the board to bingo. And a pretty good size lead for Milo here, so Will's going to need to try to unload that J if at all possible. I'm not sure if he's looking to do that right now, but that J is going to stop him from bingoing until it's going to be way harder to bingo with that. But meanwhile, Milo's draw was pretty rough.
Yeah, not a great draw at all. A lot of vowels here. And the consonants that go with it are not particularly good. I see the word Yowie, but I don't really see a place for that to go, and that's really the only thing that sticks out to me is what I would want to play for Milo.
Yeah, that's the classic example of you see a certain set of letters and you say, God, I really want to play this word. Where can I play it? You're just staring in search for such a spot.
Yeah.
Might not be that easy.
I wonder, it looks like Will is maybe thinking of playing JUN. I wonder where that would go. He might also be thinking of heal.
Check this out. Axer typo in
I
the
know,
chat
I'm
with
looking
an
at that.
absolutely sniper of a spot right there of what if you could see that you could put your J right here to play Zhu right here. That would be a phenomenal little spot to put the J in the center of the board with Ahi. Not sure if that's necessarily the best play, but it's a very, very stylish play.
Yeah, for sure. That H is pretty useful for Will here. He has SH, which, you know, will be a big asset to him moving forward if he wants to get words down that way. Yeah, I wonder what. There's a lot of options here, and it's not easy. There's not one thing that really stands out. I like that play of JUS, honestly.
It's slick. I mean, that is a play I could easily see missing myself. So if Will plays that, I'm going to be very excited.
Okay,
He's going to go ahead. He uses that H hook that you mentioned. There is some merit to using this now. If you're worried about the board closing down, making a play just like this that opens up something here and something here together. It makes it a little tougher for Milo to close. But I could see Milo play, well, it looks like he has YOWE.
Yeah.
So you got to think to use that I
Yeah,
as
I know.
well.
We were talking about that word yaoi, and now there is a great place for it. Probably significantly better than any other play available to him now of yaoi, making AY and LO next to heal, which Will just played. That would be an impressive find. Looks like maybe Milo is just thinking of YOWE instead in that spot. It's hard to know. Those fives are tough. No one can really fault that. But it would be great to just get rid of one of those extra eyes that's on his rack.
Yeah, it is interesting, though, to think about could Will respond with unjoined through this E. So I'm pretty sure that's valid.
It's a word, yeah.
So
oh my God.
So imagine for a second, I mean, the only drawback of playing, as you suggested, Chloe, I think Yowie is just a better play to avoid leaving I on your rack. But you do run the risk of getting hit through that E sometimes. If you do, turns out in this situation, oh, look at this, he's getting closer. Oh, and then he went further away.
Okay.
Oh, Dijon.
This is actually not in the dictionary. Everyone's probably familiar with this word, Dijon mustard.
Yeah,
but,
it must be a proper noun.
Yeah, I think maybe a place. Anyway, I wonder, oh man, even if he doesn't find unjoined, there are still options hooking the D at the back of Yao. You can put a D there and make Yaoed.
Yeah.
Which is also a hard word to know. He could play
know
Jin,
that, yeah.
Or
maybe he's gonna DJON. Is he thinking about that?
Oh, I don't know what's going on right now.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So DJIN is a word that you see a lot in competitive Scrabble. Reasons for that being JIN is one of the most important words with a J to learn. It comes up all the time. So of course, if there was a hook to a word like that, you probably know that one too. That is why Jin with a D starting the word is pretty common. I think Will is very likely to know that. However, the real question is, does he know Yaoed? That is not that obvious to know. So yeah, we'll just have to see what he does here. I thought for a second, Chloe, that he was really going for unjoined.
That would be an amazing find. Yeah. Oof, there's a lot of options to consider here.
So yeah, he's grinding here. This is it's so hard in these situations. You're down by almost 100. Just I know, Chloe, we both can relate to this. Being in this situation and feeling like if I'm going to come back in this game, I have to get every move as right as I possibly can. And you just want to spend a lot of time on it, but you have to remember that to really complete those comebacks from down 100 or so, you need to leave time on the clock. So
totally.
Yeah, it's tough.
Wow, yeah. Milo's been playing very fast, to be fair. I mean, we've used more than, I think, half of the tiles or something. Oh, so he's going with Dijon. So this is another J5 that will put Milo's word knowledge to the test. We saw him let Ouija, Ouija, go earlier. And I wonder if this one will get by him or if he's holding here.
And I feel really bad if Milo challenges this. I feel so bad for Will because this is so reasonable of a word to try. We know this as the condiment. Makes total sense that it could be a word, but
I think Will draw.
It's gonna get past. I actually now. So I said I felt bad for Will if it gets challenged. I actually similarly feel bad for Milo because now he's got two incredibly plausible J words played on him here between Ouija, as you mentioned, Chloe, and Dijon. Those could easily be good. So those would have been really amazing challenges on his part to make to challenge those off. Just so happens they somehow aren't in our dictionary. All right, we're going to see hen come down here, leaving those eyes.
Yeah, Milo dealing with that big spot that Will's play of Dijon opened up. However, yeah, like you said, keeping 3 eyes on his rack is not ideal. There weren't so many options really to get rid of an eye there. The only kind of reasonable thing I saw was CINE through the end, but that's a pretty tough 4-letter word to know in its own right.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And I mean, Will's tiles aren't the best either, but man, Milo has really run into an issue here with those 3 I's, 2 E's, and a Y. That could slow him down. Will could easily make a play here that cleans up some of his the mess on his rack and maybe draw something really good. There still is one more S and one more blank lurking, both of which would be fantastic to draw. So because we kind of know that Milo's going to be struggling for a few more turns unless he exchanges and draws great, he might opt to do that. But otherwise, there is a comeback pathway for Will here.
Yeah, definitely. And it will require him to find a way to manage this rack that he has, which is not good. He has 2 O's, he has a U, the K, so he's going to want to look for some ways to get rid of a couple of those letters. I think he might be considering Kit, which would get rid of the K. I don't love how it keeps those 2 O's and the U. It's not ideal.
So maybe he would be playing that with Tor.
I think that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Got it.
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that seems like the best place to play those letters. I do feel like, for whatever reason, a lot of the best plays here involve really obscure words. You would have to know that O-R-E actually takes a K hook.
Yeah.
Not that obvious among the plays that use more normal words.
Like
this is actually, this is one of those.
Very
so I understand it. I guess maybe a slight extra nuance here is that Will keeps some O's. Maybe he'll reparallel that K with one of those O's. Not the biggest deal, but it's it's something. And there's an X.
Oh, and the blank.
X blank.
Wow.
X blank.
C, okay.
That's a nice draw for Will here.
Yeah, it looks like Milo wants to play Icy, which it does play.
Icy and Shy, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
That's
all right.
I don't
think
mind
that's not so bad. It doesn't actually, so it's still possible to play a 7-letter word, man. My line drawing skills I need to really improve, I'm finding. But right here is still going to be a 7-letter bingo lane. So it doesn't shut that down completely. But it is a nice way to maybe now any bingo that Will could play here would give a triple back. So there's that benefit. But ultimately, Will now has an X. And is he just going to play OXO parallel to Yao?
I think he is, yeah. Maybe just Ox, maybe OXO. He could also play Cox with the new word LOC.
Nice.
Which would be an added kind of bonus there. But I think OX is a great play. Keeping a balanced leave, scoring a bunch of points, and really clawing his way back into this game.
Yeah, that's nice. I did not see that the C now fits there, and depending on what he draws, could he get that next bingo down? It's going to be tough. Yeah, it could be tough.
But Milo with a bunch more vowels now. That was not the draw he wanted necessarily. But I think he'll be able to play through it, perhaps.
I think he just quickly exchanged.
Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, I think he quickly exchanged. That is exactly what Will was probably hoping to see. His 214 is about to snap up to 251 when we get that score updated. So yeah, that's going to be a pretty nice boost up. And now he has the aid of getting one more good score and then keeping the blank. So we'll just have to see.
Wow. Some tough plays available, some tough but very great plays available for Will here. What might he see? He has OXO. We know he saw that word last turn, I think, but I don't know if there's any 3-letter words. He's looking for a bingo. There's only one available on this board, and it's pretty obscure.
Yeah, this would be an extremely insane find for anyone at all, which is through the R of granules. You could play corundum, making the blank another U. Let's just say that is an absurdly high degree of difficulty play that even seasoned Grandmaster players could easily miss. Mm-hmm. So let's go back to the realm of amazing youth players here that have not had decades of time to learn the dictionary. What to do here? You could play something like I don't know, maybe if he knows the OXO hook, it might be tempting to play OUD down there just to put a really nice letter to end 8-letter words.
Yeah, or something up there really good. I see
true.
Maybe mod or COD would work for Will up there, and that would be a nice way to get rid of some of those clunkier tiles that aren't going perfectly together for him to find a bingo on this turn. So I like that idea.
Yeah,
and we can see he's really chipped away at this at Milo's lead here. Will now down only 45 points, and he'll be getting some points on this turn, we know. So I wonder.
Yeah, the thing about Milo's tiles is they're very good bingo tiles, but they aren't quite there, right? Depending.
Yeah, I mean, with some of those letters on the board, they are there, I think.
Yeah.
Which is just going to be tough.
So he has to find a tough word in dentalia here. Yeah, so if he doesn't spot that, as we see, wait, what happened here?
He used his blank.
What is this?
For
an L.
Yowl.
Oh no.
Does he think that's a V or something?
Just YOWL, like to yowl.
Right,
but I think he's thinking, oh man, that's a tough one. So this word is not valid. I wonder. So this is kind of interesting because if I'm seeing this and I'm Milo, I guess it's fine to challenge it, but also there is an upside to letting it stay, which is that you just got your opponent to use up their scariest tile.
And he's letting it go. He's just gonna throw his A down and play Ashy. He's letting this play go. Loud was 30-something points, I think. But yeah, Milo might just be fine to let him play his L. We heard over the lunch break that in the previous game where we saw Milo, he let the phony 3-letter word of ANS stay on the board because he figured his opponent was playing off his S for not many points. Might as well let him do that. So he could be using a similar logic here to let this play go as well.
Yeah, it's very possible. So there is an upside to it. I still think I'm probably challenging here just to keep that score down. Try to continue to push up. But yeah, nice play Milo just made of Ashy. Yes, he did have the tough 8-letter word of dentalia through the N of granules. But if you're not going to see that, playing off an A is a very logical choice, and he found a fantastic place to do it there.
Yeah, and now Will has drawn a few more vowels. A few more consonants. He played off some of his vowels last turn, and now he might have to do something through that A of granules, or maybe he'll play Megs somewhere on this board, which he has set up. Maybe Megs and Bards. That would actually be a really nice scoring.
That is, yeah, playing down there looks great to continue to get that score closer to even. Yes, it hurts to part with that last S. It is the last one. The last S of a game does gain sort of special powers, Chloe, at times.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, I mean, there's often you'll hear Scrabble players talk about the case S, meaning the last S available in the game, and it can be huge. You can have so much power having this last S on your rack to set up spots for the S, to hook a word that your opponent just can't deal with. But I think this was a nice use of it. He scored a bunch of points here, and we can see he's actually taken the lead for the first time in this game, clawing his way back from like 100 points down or something like that. And Milo again without a playable bingo, or this turn without a playable bingo. So I wonder if Milo is going to fish again here.
Yeah, it's tough because now he's in a tricky situation. You can see kind of just put his hands on his forehead there, just thinking, oh my God, I was winning by a fair amount. How did this happen? But his tiles were rough. He had those 3 I's and 2 E's for a while, finally exchanging and drawing more low pointers that, maybe the tricky bingo, but really no easy 7-letter bingos. So yeah, he's in a tough spot. He continues to have these low point tiles. You would love to find a way to score a bunch of points here. But also he has to realize that if he can just be patient, his odds of playing a bingo are still good. Especially, I feel like if he's gonna play something short, he really needs to keep that ED combination together, because that is, what is gonna really earn him a lot of points playing with id right here. If he uses that D, he might draw 7-letter words that just don't fit in that spot.
Yeah, I wonder. This is a tough position now. Yeah, Milo's gonna have to be careful not to just keep fishing, and let Will, build up more of a lead now. And Will drew pretty nicely himself. I don't know if he has any bingos available, but he certainly has a balanced rack that he'll be able to do something with. So this is going to be an interesting one. We only have 16 tiles left. I think 9 in the bag, and yeah, we're getting down near the end.
It's such an awkward situation for Milo, because you either want to have an ironclad way of saying, all right, if I do this, I'm really likely to get a bingo next turn, or a way to score a lot with a bunch of overlaps or something like that, and those options just don't really exist. So you're sort of like making an in-between type play.
He is making, I think, maybe the best simming play, the best performing play in our analysis that we've got going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, so the thing that's nice about this play is that it draws into bingos that hit this D a lot of the time. So you did give up your D to score a solid number, of points on top of Dijon there. You do slightly damage your ability to play 7-letter words right here, but you still have that spot with the D at the lower right on the board, and you do have some possibilities of hitting these letters as well. Unfortunately for Milo, he's drawn really weak tiles.
That is brutal.
And it gives Will a chance to play cage and grab some more points, and he's going to push his lead up a little bit further now. So he's inching closer to 10 points ahead.
Wow.
Big draw for him here, too. If he can draw some more high-scoring tiles, there's one in the W, another solid one in the M, and this is hilarious because in our pregame, Will noting to us, Chloe, his favorite word is cum, C-W-M. Really, really weird. I don't think that really plays anywhere, but if it did, he'd be ready to pounce with it right
that would
now.
be awesome. coon is one of those words that I have such a hard time finding in a game. So for anyone who's able to find that word, I'm very impressed.
Yeah, it's tough. I think you could be forgiven there because it is so bizarre with the 3 consonants right in a row. So yeah,
this is just, there's nothing really to do here for Milo. He's just gonna have to. Yeah, I think he might be thinking of AI.
Sure.
Seems fine to me. Get rid of some vowels, score some points. There was really nothing good to do there at all.
Yeah, these are just brutal turns for sure. So, yeah, there it is. Okay, so he's smiling. You see him smiling probably because mere minutes ago, he's just answering our questions of, what is your favorite word? And that was his answer. So
that is probably disappointing to realize he can't play his favorite word, but I'm sure will find some other good option here. He's setting up mon. That's a nice word. That is not an easy word to see. He could play it through that A of granules potentially.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, I wonder what else he could do.
So yeah, I mean, the tricky thing for him is both players are kind of in this, now it's like a cat and mouse game of who is going to score the most points in the end game. Because now with 2 tiles in the bag, so this uses up both vowels for Will. I'm not sure. Let me see what's coming. F-E is coming for him in the bag. So there we go. Down it comes, and that is an awkward combination. So I feel like Milo, with 12 minutes on his clock,
he's gonna have to think this through here.
He should be able to theoretically realize that Will has 4 consonants and just 1 vowel. So Milo is going to get 2 turns to Will's 1 with a good sequence here. That should be enough. But he's got to come up with a very precise sequence, Chloe.
Yeah, there's some definitely winning plays here for Milo that we see, but a lot of them require either some kind of obscure word knowledge or really thinking this through and making a play that sets up an outplay for himself on the next turn.
Yeah.
So Milo should take his time here. He's looking at Tui, or maybe he was. Anyway. I would take a long time here to really make sure I am getting this right.
Yeah, it is noteworthy that from Will's perspective, the A of... Oh, okay, so he's going to play Tui here. This should set him up to go out in 2, but I'm not sure that it scores well enough. Actually, it's not even clear that he has that many options, especially because... Will plays fawn, he'll have lent, but that's too many points. Yeah. So Milo might have rushed that a bit. He's got 11 minutes on his clock. Probably some better choices. Anything that blocks fawn would probably have been solid there, but I think Will sees it. He definitely had it lined up on his rack.
Yeah. Now he's setting up WE, maybe we and NE. That would give back a big play of let to Milo. So now Will is the one who really has to think this turn through.
So he's considering playing it right here? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I mean, unless there might be another spot.
Yeah, that would be scary to play, just as you suggest. It's going to give a really nice high-scoring counter. So if Will plays just we right here...
But this play will win him the game, I think.
So it scores just enough?
Yeah, I think this is one of the winning plays for Will.
Yeah. So, Josh in chat saying he didn't know the bag was empty. That might be possible, that he just kind of autopiloted that, not realizing that this was an end game scenario. So a nice play by Will, grabbing the points with that W. It's going to put him up by quite a bit here, and that's just a tough one for Milo here. Had a few sequences that might have gotten the job done, but maybe it was just that, man, I've been there. I've done that before. I did exactly that in the World Scrabble Championship, in fact. So, yeah, we've all been there at one point or another. That's a tough one for Milo.
Because now Milo's going to be looking for, and he can go out, but those plays just won't score quite enough for him
8 points
to win this game, even though he's getting some points from Will.
So better than that might have been let parallel there, parallel to Granule, but even that would not have gotten the job done. And I got to say, very nicely done by Will Nispel. Very patient game on his part to just keep the scoring pressure on. Milo did have a couple opportunities with Yowl, Dijon, a couple others, as there's the post-game handshake. Let's see what the players have to say about this one.
Couldn't calculate your letters, so I wasn't sure about the last part. So. Yeah, I tracked wrong. I thought you had an A and a D, which would have won me the game.
Oh, an FAD.
So could I have gone out?
Yeah, you would have
there.
You would have run by one. Yeah.
Is healed to word with a T there?
Heal with a T.
Yes.
It kind of sounds good, honestly. Maybe not.
4, 5, 6, 7. It wouldn't have gone out.
No.
Because what did I have? Is troll.
What was the letters you had? Might have had the bingo.
I forget. It was when I played Dude, I think. I gotta ask someone about that. I know for a fact it was like a top 100 bingo. I was just tweaking.
The QR code, but whatever. I'll give it after. Let's just square up the kids.
Yeah.
All right, so they're going to square it up. Tough one there for Milo, but again, he's got a cushion. He was 5-0 heading into that game, so taking a loss is far from fatal for his hopes here. He's got a little bit of time to continue to stack some wins, but that's definitely a big one for Will Nispel to get that win over Milo there, Chloe. A tough, hard-fought win for him.
Oh my God, I know. He came back from like 100 points down or something around that. That was really impressive comeback. Really showed how he used that blank. You know, he didn't bingo with the blank, and he also made the phony word, taking a little bit of a risk, but it ended up paying off. Milo was left with some tough racks. That vowel heavy rack near the end, he was not scoring as many points as he would have liked to. And eventually Will was able to find the nice play of EW to score just enough points to squeak out that win.
Yeah, that was very poised under pressure. And yeah, it's the last game of the day. Who knows, what stamina considerations play in there. Yeah, it's an exciting one, very back and forth. So I think we could be ready to reveal our honor roll play of the game, courtesy of Word Game Players Organization, another incredibly generous sponsor of the School Scrabble Championship. So hopefully we can reveal that in just a moment. I think it's coming up here. Meanwhile, reiterate that WGPO, as we call it with the acronym, Word Game Players Organization has clubs, tournaments, resources for Scrabble players, all of which you can check out at wordgameplayers.org. But play of the game, this was the clincher, Chloe.
Yeah, this was a great play. There were only 3 winning plays available to Will on that term, and he found one of them. We think he also spotted another one of those, which was Fawn, that we were talking about. So excellent job by Will there, finding his winning plays when it mattered, scoring enough points to win this game.
Yeah, the idea there is just you got to score enough to overcome the outplays from Milo, which the best of which would be playing alongside Granules, and he did exactly that. So fantastic job by Will in this game, getting a win over Milo, which very few players have been able to do in the history of School Scrabble, in fact.
Yes.
So with that, let's take a look, if we can, at the report card, which is going to be our standings update, again, brought to you by letsplayscrabble.com, our tournament organization behind the scenes possible, making the event possible, making this stream possible, and a great way to say thanks. If you've been here watching at any point throughout the day, thank you so much for watching and supporting Scrabble content. Another easy way to support click that like button on this video and click subscribe. Most importantly, click that sub button because you don't want to miss it when we go live tomorrow for our second day of action here at the championship. So, Chloe, you said, wow, seeing the standings.
Well, I saw that Gideon is up to 6-0. That's great. And I guess I had thought for a second that I saw the result of the Cameron Siegel versus Noah Goldstein game, but I'm realizing that hasn't come in just yet. But that'll be a big game in seeing if we have another 6-0 going into tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be crazy when that game comes in. That actually could be a big deal. If Noah loses that game to Cam, he's going to take on 2 losses today. With the way things are shaking out at the top, that could require Noah Goldstein to go on a win streak tomorrow if he wants one of those 2 final spots. So, man, it's going to be crazy to follow all the action. I guess now we can take a look at some of these crazy scoring averages. Excuse me, if we want to cut to that, there we go. Cam, 4, but yeah, it looks like a lot of very solid scores. 4 players averaging over 400 points per game, Chloe, and it is probably the 4 players we would have expected.
Yeah, those are our top 4 seeded players in this tournament. And they all seem to be scoring very well. Even Milo, after that loss, still has a very high average score. And Gideon as well in the 400s. So see that kind of this Cam and Noah matchup. They are close friends, I'm sure. And like you said, that could be a really deciding game to see how much work Noah has cut out for him tomorrow to claw his way back up to the top spot in this event and potentially make the final.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. It's definitely, there's so much both in that division as well as the middle schoolers to resolve tomorrow. I'm so excited for all of it. But that's it. Our 6 games of the day are in the books. I'm feeling pretty good, all things considered. Maybe a little more energy than if I was the one actually over the board playing. So that's nice. But yeah, that's going to do it for us. Thank you so much to all of our supporters and sponsors. That's Planet Word, Hasbro Games, Word Game Players Organization, Let's Play Scrabble, of course, and additional thanks to our other sponsors, those being NASPA Games, responsible for a lot of equipment that we're using here. All players are going to go home with a set of tiles courtesy of NASPA Games. Thank you so much to NASPA Games, a community of tournament, club, and avid home Scrabble players, making words, building friendships, 2 things we can get behind here at the School Scrabble Championship, as well as the WS Game Company, formerly Winning Solutions, founded in the year 2000 by former Hasbro employees. And it is W Games Company's mission to capture the heritage of the world's most beloved games and deliver the most stylish, upscale, and creative products to the market. I believe they're responsible for a lot of the Scrabble equipment that we're using upstairs. So thank you to those 2 sponsors as well. Not sure if I missed anything, Chloe. Any parting thoughts or excitement for tomorrow?
Oh man, I think you covered it. But yeah, going into tomorrow for high school, we have 4 more games. And then for middle school, we have 3 more, I believe, to play before we figure out who's in that final and playing those final rounds. So lots more Scrabble to watch tomorrow. And I'm so excited to see how it all plays out.
Yeah, me too. So 4 games tomorrow before we stagger those finals. We're going to give you one final matchup after the other. Total of 6 games, just like today. We can't wait. We hope you're in the same boat along with us, watching along. So once again, one final plug. You click sub on that stream. You will get the notification when we go live tomorrow. And that's it. Hope to see you then for the dramatic conclusion of the 2025 North American School Scrabble Championship.
Bye.